Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful day. I have a lot of stuff planned today. I have a long I think this is gonna be a long stream. I have no promises. Kind of depends on you as well. But hi Tim, how's it going? I'm doing pretty solid. And Mike and Castitasis? My god, that's a harder name. So yeah. Let's go 12-hour stream. Probably not 12-hour. I think I have like time for like 6 hours-ish. If you want to. It depends on the vibes, of course. It's now 5 p.m. my time. Also, I think the music is a little bit too loud. Let me lower it a bit. Basically, my just to do some parasocial relationship stuff. My fiance, she's working at the World Expo in Osaka, and today is the last day of the World Expo, so she's going to like the after party, whatever, until like 1 in the morning. So I'm like, hey, we'll do our own after party with blackjack and hookers. I don't know. I want to try some new stuff as well. I don't know if people want to do it. Let me pull up my Discord. If you're in the Discord, I'll just drop the link so you know. I don't know about 6 hours yet. Maybe too long if you're based in New Zealand. We have a Discord server, and I've added something new that I want to try out. Maybe not immediately today, but like in like an hour or so, where if you go into like the channels and roles thing and you give yourself this live streams role, this one, you get the live streams role, and you'll see here the super cool live stream channel, and there's 2 voice channels. For the first time, the Bite Me Games community has voice channels, because we're going to be doing call-ins. That's the plan I have. So the way it's gonna work is you just go and sit into the waiting room. It's like you can't talk in the waiting room, you're just muted, and you just sit there. And at some point I'll be like, I'll drag you into the call-in, like I'll be chilling in here. And then you just get 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I'm not sure exactly how long, that I will help you one-on-one immediately. Whatever the thing is, I'll give you feedback. I'll tell you every single secret there is, basically. And chat will backseat game develop you at the same time. There's a trade offer. You get free advice. The downside is I do want to talk to you. So that's that. We'll probably wait till we have a few more viewers and things like that. Or if someone wants to try it out, you can feel free as well. Otherwise, what is the plans? What are people? People are going crazy about the fact that developer of Megabonk is Danny, which is kind of late if you figured that one out, or like at least it's like, what does it matter? Bugs inside my head. Bite me coding Jesus era? What do you mean with coding Jesus? I'm uncertain about what coding Jesus means. By the way, hi Kyle and Julian and Bulldozer. And Steamy News. Steamy. You also left a comment on yesterday's video, or like a few days ago's video, right? Oh, that reminds me, by the way, guys, there's also a free bonus video. So sometimes we upload extra shit on Patreon that doesn't really fit onto the main YouTube channel. This one is completely free. So you don't need to, like, I think, even register. I think you can just watch it. So if you want to just take a look at, like, what's my desk setup? Wow, this is like the Wojak meme of, like, me pointing at the back. Then, I mean, go and take a look at that. Hey, Ozan as well. How's it going? Oh, Coding Jesus is a YouTuber who does call-in videos. Ah, okay. Oh, he's the guy who had drama with Pirate Software, no? Where, like, suddenly he started to, like, go through the code. And it's like, I mean, it's kind of a shitty thing to do. Because it's also like, you know, it's game development. We do not... Game development, especially for a game like the one... guess what? I'm gonna be on Pirate Software sites for once. It's Heartbound, right? Like, you don't make those games with a focus on the code quality. You make those games with a focus on the story and all of that. Heartbound. Here, base game Heartbound. So I think it's kind of weird to go and look at it. Oh, the Steam store page has reverted. I no longer have the A/B test where they had the 7 different screenshots. Let me check. If you remember from last stream where we did the store page for Hard Carry, it hasn't been approved yet, unfortunately. But let's just give you an update. Not Asset Store, Steamworks. So we've been working on Hard Carry. Here, I think I can go here. No. Store page request for approval is ongoing. Let me go to Hard Carry. It looked like very weird because it showed like 7 boxes in a row, basically. Is it view in beta mode? Now I'm curious as well. Okay, so here it still shows with 7 boxes. You see like how there's a big white space here in the beta mode, but then if I go to like a regular game, it's only like 5 entries and it fills up the entire. And here it's a lot. Oh, is it wider? Yeah, the store page is wider in general. And you see like how the padding is different here. So I feel like changes are coming to Steam. So we're waiting right now on getting this approved. Yeah, Undertale's dialogue was like a switch statement with 1,000 cases. Also like Celeste Movement. GitHub. I have the link where you can just look at... I think I actually sent it once. Oh. Triada is in the waiting room. Do we just go for it in a second? Let me first... I sent this to like... some of my friends. Like, this is in the Celeste. You can find the entire source code of like the Pico 8 Celeste movement. And this is a file that has 5,471 lines. And this is also like, this is a multi-million-dollar game at the end of the day. So yeah. I kind of... Oh, Spellbinding, you woke up indeed in time. I'm curious. Should we just go for it, Triada? Let's just send it. Let's hope we don't start with slurs on day 1. So what I'm gonna do for our call-ins is I'm gonna go in here. And then let me check. I had like this whole setup. I can go here. And I need to change this one a little bit, I feel. Okay, we're gonna get there, guys. Bear with me. I'm still setting this up. Okay, so Triada, if you're listening to this, you better get ready. I'm gonna pause the Skyrim music as well. And then I'm gonna drag him in, or her in. We'll see that in a second. And then we'll see what's gonna happen. Hello. How's it going?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Okay, absolutely perfect. Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too, Marnix. I have to mute stream.
Yeah, it's gonna be an issue, I feel. So
yeah, yes?
What are you working on? What can I help you with?
Yeah, so I just started with gamedev. I was just wondering if you could help me like collect maybe a hub for every maybe resources that I can like learn. What I did, I know some bits of programming. I'm a web developer on backend. So I just tried to work with Unity a little bit, but my main issue right now that to make a good game, I feel like I need to collect assets that's going to be like to have same art style. But also I think I need to learn a little bit of 3D modeling. That's also I think I need to work on to maybe like I think a good idea is to take some assets and maybe a little bit edit them. So yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Okay, so how long have you been trying out like Unity? Very recently only? Like, are we talking about weeks, months? Have you made anything so far, or just literally played around with it and everything?
Like maybe 2 months, 3 months. I almost fully did Code Monkey's tutorial for
You did the Kitchen Chaos
Kitchen
one.
Chaos.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's already a good start. Do you know what kind of game you would like to make? And I guess here then the difference is like dream game versus like what would be a realistic like first game for you that you like want to give a shot.
Well, your videos taught me like I should go for horror. So
Okay.
maybe horror, I think.
Uh-huh.
But also for horror, I also think main issue is music, because I don't know music at all, and that's a big part of horrors, I feel like.
Okay. Do you like horror games? Let's just get that out of the way first, because you shouldn't just blindly like listen to Marnik said I should make horror games. Do you like the concept in general?
I'm a big pussy, so I don't play horror games. But recently, I watched the stream of a guy playing Soma, and Soma is like, wow, what a game! I feel like I want to make someday a Soma-like game, I think.
Okay, so a Soma like, yeah. Because if you want to get started with horror, and when I listen to like what you're talking about as well, you know, the PSX style horror is kind of easier to pull off. Also, if you want to do like custom modeling, I don't know if you're like aware of PSX, where it's like the old school style, like very low poly. Because that's like one benefit I think with horror is like you don't need to go super in detail. Like yes, you can go super graphical, but you can also go very simple in assets, and especially in like itch.io, there's like hundreds of free assets. I think in regards to music, you're on the right track by worrying about it, because I think music is very important, especially for horror. But you don't need to get like a composer or something if that's what you're kind of worrying about. What's actually more important for horror, because you don't really want like a hyper energetic like soundtrack and all of that, would be more to just have an ambient track. You just want to have like wind noise. And that's like 90% of your game, basically. So that shouldn't be
just
too
like
much.
Couple wind noises.
Yeah, just like an ambient drone, basically. That's something that I was worried about with Kyoto Anomaly as well, for example, where, what do you do for music? We just have one single loop that permanently plays. It's like a 3-minute ambient at night soundtrack or something with like wind, just to make the game sound good. And what's actually more different about horror, and I think that's a fun thing I realized, is that in normal games, when you do like a boss fight, you have like the drums and it gets like more epic, right, to music. In horror, it kind of is the opposite. You take the music away. Or like not the music, but like the ambient. And suddenly it's dead quiet. If you're like leading up to like more of a scary thing. And I think that is something as well. So does that give you a bit more of an idea in terms of what to do with music?
I guess. Do you have a lot of quiet in your Anomaly games?
In Kyoto Anomaly and Overtime Anomaly, less. Because it's also something that I only learned more recently when, like, I was looking at, like, what did we do wrong about those games? I talked to some people who have made better horror games. And it's part of the atmosphere as well, where I think our music implementation is still very simple. I think you also shouldn't worry too much about, these are your first games. You have like Fmod, for example, which is like a utility, like third-party middleware to like do like super layered audio and whatever. That's not needed either. I think you just want to have like certain sound effects, drones and those things. And then if a door opens, there's like a creak and whatever. And I think that is honestly, especially for those first games where your goal is most likely going to be just like a 10, 15-minute experience. You throw it on itch.io to just get better at making games. It's going to be more than good enough. It's going to be like an iterative process anyway.
Okay. Do you guys have just like a simple sound manager in your games?
Yeah, so how we generally do it, what I ask like Thomas and William, the developers, to implement is we have 4 main sound channels. We have an ambient sound channel, we have a music sound channel. I mean, we don't really have that for the horror games. Sound effects, and then voiceover. I think those are the 4 ones we always do. Technically, you can drop the voice acting. You don't really need that. And then I basically just have like a permanent, for the ambient sound channel, that's just a loop, an infinite loop. We set it once, and it's like, it's always going to play this. And then we just have a pool of sound effect triggers or like sound effects audio sources that I can just have like a box collider in Unity. And it's like, if something happens, I can like one line of code immediately play a sound effect. And that's basically it. Similarly to like, more like interactions with like enemies or whatever. It's like, oh, you interact with this one line of code that talks to the sound manager. And we can do like play one shots is like the method name, I think. And then it just plays at once and that's it. And that is, honestly, for at least the beginning, already deep enough, I would say. I think...
so you would say that's enough, right?
I think that's enough. I also want to just go back to a previous point that you talked about, like, oh, I'm too scared. Like, do I really want to make horror? Something that I also kind of got feedback from, I am disgustingly scared of horror movies as well. Like, when I was 6 or 7... Like, I was very young, and then I went downstairs once to, like, my parents, and my dad made me watch the Resident Evil movie. And in there, spoiler alert, there's, like, a scene where people get chopped up with lasers, and it's, like, super gory. And that thing has scarred me for life. I hate horror, like, movies so much. But you're almost a better person then in understanding what's the right level of scariness. Because you also have those people who almost get desensitized to horror. And they just throw in stuff, but it's like too much for a normal person. You have kind of a fresh set of eyes, and I think what can help as well, if you yourself are too scared to play horror games on your own, because once again, I have this, and I think Spellbinding in chat also mentioned it, is like, watch other YouTubers and live streamers play horror games. Like, I went like on a 3-hour watch, basically, of Queso playing like the itch.io crappy horror games as well. And immediately, like, it's not as scary because you can see him, it's like, you're experiencing secondhand, but you can still understand, like, what is the general tension risers. And what's even better is you can see, like, the impact of, like, okay, this is the, like, level of scariness, like someone appears or whatever. How does the streamer react? Of course, it's going to be a little bit exaggerated, but still gives you more of a baseline idea of what scares people and what doesn't. And you're going to see that a lot of small things already are kind of scary in a horror setting.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a good point. We're in a call, but I also feel like I'm watching a video right now.
This is like a video just made for you with all of your questions.
Yes, thank you. Also, with horrors, I also why I liked the idea about horrors. I know a bunch of girls that like playing horror games, and I don't know why, but I feel like maybe it's not true. But I feel like a lot more girls play horrors. Like, they like the genre. I don't know.
So is your goal to make a horror game aimed at girls and then have like a picture at the end of you and be like, date me? Or what's the goal there?
No. Actually, I want main character to be a girl. I want I want maybe a little bit make it more centered to girls, but also boys will like it anyway, because I don't know, the story will be good or something. I don't know right now.
I think it's something I haven't heard before, that idea that horror movies are more bound for girls or boys. I feel like it's generally pretty gender neutral, I would say. Because, with cozy games, it's very clear of like, oh, this is a game designed for girls, almost like fabricated in a lab. You're seeing that more and more. I'm not so certain for horror games. I think maybe I was surprised when I was doing outreach for Kyoto Anomaly how many female streamers did play our horror games. Yeah, I never thought about it, but now that you've mentioned it, if I compare it to like the other games we've made.
Maybe it's just my environment, I don't know. But girls like stories about maniacs and like this type of stuff. like in real life too.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
would you rather choose the guy or the bear? I'm thinking I don't think you need to
Kind of.
keep this in mind for your development, honestly. I don't think that it's like there's like conscious decisions you should make of like making cozy horror or whatever, like aimed at girls, aimed at guys. At the end of the day, guys I think are also still going to massively outnumber the amount of girls. Like there's going to be more girls playing horror, but I think compared to games in general, it's going to still be male dominated for the most part.
Uh,
Yeah, I wouldn't even know
yeah.
what that means exactly. There's like one game that I guess could be described. You're watching stream, right? So I can share my screen and you're gonna see it on stream. Oh, this is the
Yeah, now I'm watching.
wrong window. Let me pull in the right one. There's like if you say like horror games designed for girls, I think about like this Lily's World XD, which is also made by a girl, and it's about like the more girly aesthetic of like Y2K era. But I think this is already, this is a very specific art style, and I think not as easy to pull off, especially in the beginning of your game development career, so to say. Um, so
Also,
yeah,
this genre with like computer simulator, is it big? Like audience wise?
I think it's a little bit growing, but I think it is definitely still niche. Did you watch the video I did with Critical Reflex, the horror games publisher, back at Bit Summit? I think it was like 3 months ago at this point that I uploaded that one, by any chance?
No, sorry, probably not.
No problem. So Critical Reflex is probably one of the biggest publishers right now for horror games. They did like Buckshot Roulette and like a whole bunch of other ones. And they, in that video, I did an interview with like the CEO of it, and they also said like if you have a niche like operating simulator style game, like operating system simulator game, reach out to them because they're very interested in it. I think it's yeah, I think it's still more limited. It's a different style of horror at the end of the day, and you're doing more horror with like the visuals and all of that as well. Can you try it out? Of course. I think there are benefits. Like there's probably going to be less 3D models, and it's going to be more like UI design based. Yeah, I've played some recent ones on itch, but I'm not exactly sure how you would make these like good, to be honest. It's a very niche thing right now that I'm not entirely certain about.
I only saw one game. It was like Kirito Pet. It's also good, kind of. Do you know it?
I don't, but I know there's like a PC98. Oh no, PC98 is a different one. But I know Critical Reflex is like currently publishing like 3 of those games as well.
Oh.
Let me see if I can quickly find out which ones they are. They have so many games. That's the problem. Oh, I can't seem to immediately pick up on my what, but it's definitely getting some attention. I wouldn't start with it though. I think it definitely takes like more of a game design perspective already. When your first few games, you probably just want keep it very simple. I think that's a benefit of horror games and like especially like PSX or realistic ones. It's almost a walking simulator. So you kind of ease into game development. You start with a movement controller and then like simple interactions, and you get to focus on also the more fun parts, in my opinion. You're a backend developer, so maybe you find programming more fun, of like doing level design and all of that as well.
I actually want to go to game dev because it's less programming.
Yeah, so then like that genre, like horror, makes more sense than like going super deep into like automation games and whatever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, they also did mouth washing.
Yeah, they've done there. I
It's-
think right now some of the hot shit in terms of horror game publishers that I would look at, and they indeed they mentioned the like operating system thing is very niche. I would still say, but still, it's getting somewhere. I wouldn't go for it as your first game though.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can find
Okay, I won't. Okay.
which ones it is. But yeah, I can't immediately find the games they were talking about. But yeah.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Perfect. If you have nothing else, I'm gonna leave it at this. If you do have something, you still have 4 minutes. No, 3.5 minutes on the timer. Otherwise, we have someone else in chat waiting by as well.
I don't know. I think that's all.
I have a question for you then, just to kind of get an idea, because I like, learning more about our viewers as well. Well, I have maybe two. One, how much time do you actually have in a week to work on game development, would you say?
Maybe 8 hours.
8 hours in total. So is it mainly over the weekends, or is it more like during at the end of the workday? How do you see that split?
It's like 1 hour a day, maybe 2 hours. So it goes to 8 hours a week, something like that.
Yeah, I think also Mike 10 in chat was like, I feel like Anomaly is okay for first-person horror game or for your first horror game to make. I think I agree with that statement as well. If you want to clone Kyoto Anomaly or whatever, I think that's a solid move as well, because once again, it's very limited mechanics and it lets you still focus more on like the gameplay features and all of that and the level design and fun things. So I think that was a good suggestion as well.
How do you make a story with Anomaly though?
Okay, so Anomaly games story. One of my favorites, one of my heroes in game development is John Carmack, the guy who made Doom, and his quote is always like, "Story in video games is kind of like the plot to a porn movie of like, it's expected to be there. Oh, there's the plumber coming or whatever, and then I don't have money." And I think with horror games, especially Anomaly games, just like a one-sentence introduction is basically it. For Kyoto Anomaly, for example, what's the story there? You just want to get to the temple, and you're a tourist. You're a bloody tourist getting to the temple, and you got stuck. There's no other story. There's no tidbits. There's no lore. And I think that's honestly enough. You see that as well with, like, what's the lore of Exit 8? There's also not really much there. It's just reach the exits with the Anomaly games. You just need to have something, basically, like the simple, dumb reason of how did we get to the starting point of the game, and then just be like, the rest of the story is just try not to die.
Okay.
So yeah, one final question that I would like to know. I don't know if I'm going to ask this to everyone, but if I meet people in real life, I always ask them this. What would be like the video that you would want me to create? What do you think like Bite Me Games is severely missing in terms of like content, or like the content that you like to watch the most?
I've mostly watched tier list videos and a couple of interviews with developers or marketing. And so I'm not sure if I say something, if I tell you right now a video that you already did, but like starter kit with all the media in the like internet that you use would be very nice. Like with
what do you mean with media that I use? Oh, like where do I get my assets? All of those things. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't think I have a video about that. Not immediately, no. But yeah, I have good news. I think there is a tier list coming in the next month, and I think you're going to like it. So it's something I'm cooking up a new one. So that's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Sriada, for calling in and being the first one to kind of bite this off. So
thank you very much.
I'm gonna kick you out, and we're gonna throw in the next person. Enjoy the rest of your day, and best of luck with your Anomaly game or your horror game. All right. How did that go, guys? I'm very surprised because I try to focus on the streamer. Don't worry, I'm gonna get the next guy probably in soon. I just want to kind of get the vibes. Was this a good video or like a good segment or a bad segment? Should I stop it? But yeah, I feel like it was okay. I have no idea. Okay, viewer-wise, we're doing pretty okay as well, and we have 2 people waiting in the queue. So I think we're just gonna go for the next person. It was good. All right. Yeah. I don't know. Do you use a PC or a laptop for Unity work? I have this one for you, Volatile Specs, and that should give you the answer. Also, Volatile, check out the Patreon video. I'm gonna link it once again, and that explains all your questions. In the meantime, let's go to Dr. Croctopus. Hi, Dr. Croctopus. Oh god, this is the wrong one. Give me a second. Can you hear me? Can you say something? Are you available?
Hey,
Hi.
I muted stream. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. It's kind of weird because I see your stream and your mouth is not doing the movement that's
It's not in
it's
sync. Yeah, wait. I can maybe
right.
give you a second microphone to look webcam to look at.
Perfect.
Is it gonna load?
I hope the YouTube audience can hear me as well.
I think they should be able to. I'm gonna fix my camera for you.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
Gonna load. I have like the problem where my USB ports are always overloaded because I have two USB docks
Also,
inside
hi,
of each
doing?
other.
Oh.
I'm gonna try. It doesn't seem to wanna.
Oh yeah, you're clipping kind of like up. Oh, no.
I think it's just the webcam that.
Oh, you're back. I think.
Oh,
yeah. I'll keep monitoring Discord on the side just because of the like drop in, drop.
Okay, you should be able to see me. Now I can see myself twice on stream. I don't want that.
Yeah, I can. Oh, that's awful nice of you.
Yeah, so this is a little... I'm gonna look at displays though, because that's where my mainstream camera is, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course, no worries. I mean, I hope you don't mind that I don't turn mine on because it's...
No worries. I assumed, it's game developers and maybe your room is a big-ass mess or whatever, but it's just to have something. So anyway, Croctopus. What are you working on and what are you struggling with? And maybe a little bit of a background.
Sure. I mean, let's start with the background. So I'm still in college. I'm just finishing up my master's degree in engineering. So if that's like not the first hint for you that I do bad programmer art, then here you go. Mostly programming and kind of mediocre at the rest. And I've been like doing small prototypes on and off throughout college now, and as I'm getting closer to graduation, I just want to focus more on game dev because that's like an area I want to work in personally for like at least the next couple of years to try and see if I can carve out a niche for myself. And yeah, actually, I have a couple of questions just for that, like starting out, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Can I get like two things? First of all, you're studying computer science, I would guess?
No, engineering, so it's electrical for me.
Okay, electrical engineering. Second off, you say you have some prototypes. Did you ever throw them on like itch.io or something? Is there something
no,
I can...
but it's like very soon. So like it's coming. I can do a devlog. Nah, I'm I'm just kidding, but like I have some on right now, so maybe I can actually do like some screen sharing just to like give a little...
I think I can figure that out if you want, because I just want to get like an idea when you say like programming art. It's like, is there no saving possible, or like what are we working with basically?
Well, the thing I'm prototyping is mostly mechanics. So for example, the one thing I actually prepped for the stream is just like my driving prototype, which I can spoil it for you already. It's just like a Kenny's texture on like a ramp, and then you have an AI car chasing me, and I'm also a car. So it's like not much of a game yet, but I have some ideas that I can like just very quickly iterate on in like a week or two to throw it on itch and just have like get player feedback very quickly on the controller. That was like my type of idea for my game.
Okay, can you give me the quick pitch for that game?
Yeah, okay, so basically the quickest pitch, I haven't actually thought of that before, but like if I had to like write the synopsis off the beat right now, it would be we can actually spin it into horror. Like you are a VW Beetle, and you're being chased by your evil shadow beetle through a Kenny's free texture generated city, like with the free Kenny's 3D models, like low poly city streets. And like my current idea would be, if it touches you, you die. So you better get the fuck out of here.
Okay, that is.
And we can do something with ambience, like the thing you told your previous viewer, like we can add some horror ambience or some scary, creepy music.
I'm very curious on the Kenny art style making that one look horror, because it's like the most cartoonish thing you can get, basically.
Well, there's shaders, right, dude?
Like, yeah, you just throw in a PSX style. What engine are you using? Unity or Godot?
I'm using Godot. No, I did used to use Unity, but back during the runtime fee things, I was like a bit scared about, because obviously I thought like I'm gonna become a millionaire, right? So I'm like, oh no, I can't like waste $5,000 to give to the Unity people. Now I have to switch to Godot. So I've been using it for the past 1.5 years.
And now you don't want to go back, at least.
No, because like one of the things that really helped me during development was just like reusing the code I wrote over and over. So I did a small game jam recently, and I managed to use a lot of the controllers, like camera and player controllers from previous projects. And now it's kind of a sunk cost fallacy. So like I have a couple of modules in Godot. There's no reason for me to rewrite them in like Unity compatible C#. So I just like keep going.
Yeah. Okay. You're kind of into the you're a certified Godot bro now. All right. Anyways, you said you had some questions for me. I'm curious.
Yeah, sure. So like just a very basic one, because you tell people like, yeah, the same thing you told me. When will you like release something on itch for free or on Steam? So I was kind of considering the merits of publishing like your first few things on itch, because there's a very different approach, it feels like, to marketing your game on itch, even if it's free. Or just like what's the purpose of doing itch except for getting early player feedback on how you can improve as like a games programmer?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So because there's basically like two main ways. I'm just gonna iterate it for someone who's watching as well. Like you have the pro gamer move, like what the Chris Zukowskis talk about, of like if you're a big team, you upload the first demo to itch to get feedback before you put the demo on Steam, and it's like a really good game. Or in your case, you're more of a hobbyist working on those first few games. I think it's a bunch of reasons why you want to do itch first instead of Unity, instead of Steam. I think a big one, honestly, I don't know what country you're from, but a big one is going to be the fact that you need a company to upload on Steam. And I think, in the United States, you can get an LLC if you buy like 2 boxes of granola. But in Belgium, for example, it's very expensive. It's like 2,000, 3,000 euros a year to keep the company running and whatever. And that's often, not worth it, especially if your first games are going to be kind of shitty. I think another reason why you want to first upload them onto itch.io is because these are the first few games you're going to be making. You're already going to be learning so many new and like different things about, one, shipping a game completely, getting it start to finish, and then having stuff like your basic settings and whatever. And adding onto that marketing and demos and playtesting and all of those other things kind of overloads you almost. Of like you have to wear like 5 extra hats, and you're already a solo developer most likely. And by focusing first on, hey, let's focus on making a game first, and then let's focus on making a good game, and then 3 games down the line we'll focus on making a good game and selling it to people. I think those different steps kind of reduce the pressure of having that first game launch as well. Where if you simply upload your first shitty game onto Steam, which a lot of people do, it's going to get maybe 1 review and nobody's going to buy it. And there's a risk in that as well, because you've invested all of this like bonus time and effort and like literally money for the store credit and all of that you may also just be like, screw this. Game development is not worth it. Fuck this shit. And I think by using itch as well, that commitment is a bit lower. And if the game completely bombs, it bombs, but you just move on to the next thing, and there's no like incorporation and all of that you need to worry about as well.
Right, so it's like a take on iterating faster as well, why you would use itch.
It's on iterating faster and on learning faster as well. If you go immediately to Steam, it's kind of like, Olympic pole vaulting. It's like you're immediately starting to compete in like the like world championships in pole vaulting, whereas you probably never even pole vaulted before. Maybe you want to hit up the local athletic club first to get like the 3-meter pole vault nailed before you immediately go for the 5-meter one, where you have to worry so much more about like all of the other fine smaller things about like marketing and all of those things.
Right. Yeah, thank you. I think that covers like the main gist of the question. Do we have time for a couple
Of course, more? Absolutely. We still have 12 minutes.
Great. Another thing I was considering was money considerations, and I don't mean earnings, but more like how much did you guys at Bite Me Games save up? Since I think you mentioned you graduated and worked for a year each after university before you decided like, all right, screw it, like let's just give it our all-in shot. At least that's what I assume the conversation went like.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't think I've actually told the full story before. So, like you said, we all graduated with a computer science degree here in Belgium. And then I went on to work at Cisco, which is like the giant networking company. You've probably used their routers at some point. I worked there for 3 years as a data center architect. So I would do like the technical design pre-sales. So someone is like, I need a data center. And then I would sit together with the sales guy and we figure out, hey, what do you need? And I come up with the whole design and we sell it. And I did that for 3 years. The thing is, I was living in Belgium, but it's an American company, so I got American wages in Belgium. In Belgium, the average wage is about 2,400 euros, 2,300 euros a month when you're fresh out of university. I was pulling in between 5 and 10,000 euros after tax in a month, which,
after tax is crazy.
Indeed, it was kind of nuts. And I kept living like a broke student, basically. Of like, I didn't really spend a lot of money on stuff. So I was just stacking up cash, basically. Mm-hmm. And then after 3 years, my job was suddenly like, oh, no, you actually have to do sales now. And we're going to put you on all these quotas and whatever. And I'm like, fuck this. I think I had about 40,000 euros back then that I had like saved up. Because I had also like bought an apartment and things like that. I was making too much money, basically. And I was like, okay, screw it. I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to try out this game development thing. And it was honestly a dumb move because back then, I think that's a context a lot of people miss. We had 0 released games and I think we had about 700 subscribers on the YouTube channel. So we had 0 success indicators. And then I think the more funny story is William. So I don't know, he doesn't really show up on the channel that much, but he's another programmer of ours. He was working at a similar like software company, but a pretty normal one in Belgium. And
he didn't stop, right?
He stopped. Thomas didn't stop. Thomas is still dual wielding his like main job in Bite Me. William, he's I don't think he's gonna mind it. He's neurodivergent, and he was also struggling with just like the 9 to 5 like grind set, and like every day they have to stand up at 9 and then he has to go to the office, and it was like kind of far away, and he kind of hated it as well. He had a pretty bad legacy Java project he had to work on for like a year, and like one day, like after I had announced like, guys, I think I'm gonna go full-time for Bite Me, he just texted me of like, I'm gonna join you. And then he just took all of his PTO days and then like he joined me in full-time game development, and now 2 years later, almost, I think, even more, we're still doing it because he also gets that freedom of game development. Like, even though he earns less, he tells me he doesn't want to go back to that, like, regular 9 to 5 because, like, sure, we're not earning, like, crazy amounts of money, but we can also be, like, for 3 days, it's like, I can't really vibe. I'm just not going to work. And I'm like, sure thing, buddy. And then, like, on a Sunday, he's like, I'm going to lock in 14 hours. And it's like, as long as it works.
Yeah. I feel like that consideration, like the freedom to work a little bit whenever and however, and like even the amount of time per day, how much ever you want, is kind of what draws a lot of people to game dev. At least for me.
Yeah, I think for me as well, that's the thing that I'm like also asking myself now, could I go back to like a regular job? Because I do really enjoy it as well. I don't really know. You just wanted to know like how I stacked it up. Do you want like some advice specifically? You want to stack up a lot of money. I think the number I usually give is you want to have like at least 1.5 to 2 years of like your nest egg, basically, of like, if I earn no money for 1.5, 2 years, I'm still going to be fine. Because your first few games, you're getting a head start now by already starting development before you graduate and have to worry about the real life and like bills and taxes and all of that. It gives you a little bit of a head start, but your first few games are not going to make money. And I think we didn't make money with our first like few games. Like Forge Industry made 12,000 euros, I think, to this date, which for 18 months of work was not worth it at all.
Yeah, that's like a couple of salaries for a couple.
Yeah, and then especially, that's something like the evil part of me is like, Bite Me Games right now, we're not super rich, but it's also because we're multiple people working on the game. Like I'm paying both me and William. And that's like immediately, your costs double, basically. If you're a solo developer, you're going to work slower, but you also have less of the pie to share basically, and less overhead costs in keeping those things running. But still, I think 1.5 to 2 years is, I think, a fine number to be safe. I think another game dev YouTuber, if you want to look at it, is Aramus. I don't know if you know him.
I've heard of him because I think he's been mentioned in the Discord.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned him recently with his game, and he also kind of just quit his software engineering job, and I think he also had 1.5 years saved up or something, and now he's reaching that point as well of like equilibrium, where sure, he's not buying a Lamborghini tomorrow, but he also doesn't really have that looming like sword over him of like, in 2 months I have to go back to full-time software development, corporate wage slave, whatever.
Right. So like jumping onto that, would you say that to get those first few games out of the bag, so to say, because I'm about to graduate, like it's really happening soon, would it be good to keep working part-time to do that, just to like stack up that runway? Or would you say if someone has those 2 years, like YOLO it all in? Because another consideration is like you did have an education in your like chosen master's degree, for example, and you are missing out on professional development by committing to developing games by yourself. Because while software projects are transferable skills, on your resume, it's not going to look as good to say I have released a game versus I have 2 years of professional experience at Cisco. For
yeah,
instance.
I think that was kind of a thing for me as well. I have to be honest here, where I wanted to quit my job 6 months before I actually did, but I kind of forced myself for two reasons. Like, number one is I wanted to stack more money, because once you know, like, oh, I'm going to quit soon, you like save up even more. And then number two as well is like I had this magic number of I want to put on my resume that I worked there for 3 years, because I feel like 3 years should be enough for like if you do a resume interview or whatever to get accepted. You're not like junior, like new grad anymore. Would I? So you're assuming like hypothetically you already have the 2 years that you can do now, and then you're like, should I keep doing the part-time?
I live in Austria, so it's Central Europe, and the cost of living is not as high as Belgium, I believe. So like with 10 to 20K, you can like survive for a couple of years.
Okay. I think if you can, like, also right now you're very young. I think that's one of the fuck it reasons for me as well. I graduated like university early. Like I graduated university at age 19. So it's like, okay, cool. I'm 22 when I quit my job at Cisco, and you're probably also now like 21 or whatever. I think until you're like 25, you don't have to really worry too much about like, yeah, sure, if you fuck up, it's like you can still survive. You don't probably have a wife and kids yet you need to deal with as well.
Yeah, that's more of the thing, like not the age per se, but like which part of life you're in, which stage of life.
Yes, yeah, if you're doing the part-time job, the question then is like, it's going to be hard to find a job in game development to begin with. So I don't know how electrical engineering is, but I feel like there's not a lot of part-time electrical engineering. Maybe like some side consultancy, but I don't really think that's a real thing.
No, it'll have to be software, because that's like part-time compatible.
So yeah, how long do you have until you graduate? Because you say it's coming up soon.
Like pessimistically, I'd say like 3 months, like around a quarter to year.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you can release anything before then, because ideally you kind of want to get that first release and get a better feeling of, okay, how did this release make me feel? Does it make me feel good?
Right.
And
so,
yeah.
It's like to gauge whether this would even be like a good choice to make, or whether you should just like go back to whatever you majored in.
Yeah. Like I think you shouldn't wait 2 years to realize this is gonna work or this isn't gonna work. You're gonna realize that earlier. You just want to realize that if you see like there is potential in this, you can actually run out that potential, like see it all the way through, and not just like, oh, if I only had 4 more months, I could have made it work, but unfortunately I didn't. So
yeah, right. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I think in your opinion, like in your setting, small games is going to be have to think, because that's what gave us also the momentum of like, okay, our individual games may not be earning a lot, but we've released like 3 games in the last year, and just those 3 stacking up, even though like my virtual friend, which is just a desktop pet we made, it's still earning us like $100-200 a month. And then especially like, if you're in Austria and you're fine with eating noodles all day, that's already becoming a reasonable percentage of your total earnings. And if you can then extend it to a Kyoto Anomaly or like another Anomaly horror game or something else small scoped, even if that's an Anomaly horror racing game or whatever you're making, I think that could work as well.
Right. So maybe like, I don't know if time has already run out or not.
You still have 2 minutes. Don't worry.
Oh, great. So like to add on to the money considerations, I don't know if you've talked about this on the channel or like any of your team have talked about this, but do you guys do this because you do think you're going to get rich doing it? Or is it like because it's fun to do as you're doing it?
I feel like we talk about it mainly like the Q&As or something. So the first goal when we first started was like, we're going to get rich and we're going to hire artists and we're going to have a studio and we're going to have the Bite Me Games compound is what we always joked about, of like, we're just going to buy like some plot of land in the middle of nowhere and we're going to all live together there and like basically start a game development guild.
Like a commune.
Yeah, I think our opinion on this has shifted in, I would say, the last year, where my goal now kind of is just in the similar style to like Sock Pop and like the Sock Pop Collective. I just want to make games with my friends where honestly, I don't really feel like I want an artist anymore, because I think there's something really magical about the thing of like having 3 friends just work together and we're like so in sync because we've known each other for 6, 7, 8 years at this point. God, I'm old. Yeah, I know William for 8 years, I think. Wow, that's kind of crazy. I'm getting a mini breakdown. And I think that's kind of the goal now. It's like, would I like to have more money? Absolutely. But I think if I could just have a normal life, like earnings-wise, and then make games, even if that means working 60 hours a week instead of 40 hours, I don't mind, because I'm enjoying the 60 hours I'm working each week. So I think there's like, it's kind of the trade-offs or sacrifices basically of like, you don't have to go to do your daily Scrum meeting anymore. You just get to sit at home, but you work a bit more because you're going to enjoy it, hopefully more as well.
Yeah, so it's not about the money, Batman. It's basically what I'm hearing.
It's not entirely about the money, but I would be lying to you if I said that I don't really care about money as well, because I think that's also kind of my thing. I run the studio, so I do all of the accounting, I do all of that. If you're interested in money, like we have a Patreon as well. I can maybe, because you came onto the call, send me a DM later. I'll give you a free month of the Patreon, and we have like the business overviews there, where we talk about like all of the numbers, all of the earnings, and like my kind of vision of like how fucked are we doomed, how much runway do we have, and all of those things. And I think we always want to have more money, of course. And I think recently I also realized that the money is not going to come from YouTube anymore, but it has to come from games. And that is kind of the focus of Bite Me now as well. Make more games so we can make more money. And then I think the next goal is going to be this is going to be a harder goal already, get Thomas maybe full-time one day. I think that would be like the end goal, and it's what he's kind of looking forward to as well, I would say. But right now, we're not there yet.
Yeah, so you would have to match his other salary basically to get him on board full-time. Yeah,
basically. And then also the company, so that's a thing we did as well. I'll just go overtime a little bit, if that's fine. When we first started Bite Me, like I said, we weren't earning money. And how it works in Belgium is you don't have to pay yourself out immediately. Bite Me Games just has a loan to me now, or I have a loan to Bite Me Games, the company, where I am owed, I think, still 19,000 euros in outstanding wages that I didn't pay myself. I haven't paid myself for the first 1.5 years since we went full-time, basically. William a bit less because he had less of that nest egg. He still had a decent one. And I think, also being able to pay back those 20,000 euros that the company owes me would be a nice goal as well.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, but I think also, I live in Japan now, and I make the same amount of money as my fiance, even though, she does a regular job, because of also, lower cost of living here. We have a very good exchange rate between euro and Japanese yen as well. So even though I'm earning like below minimum wage in Belgium, because I don't have to pay any taxes on that, according to my accountant, I'm still living comfortably here without like too much worry.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is move abroad, move to Thailand, and then do game dev there.
I mean, it depends. If you're in Austria and you can stay with your parents and kind of just pay them like a few €100 a month, that's probably financially smarter, even though you're in Austria. But yeah, otherwise, like you do see like a bunch of game developers do that as well. Like Randy, for example, moved from Australia to Thailand because it's just like 1/3 the cost to do everything.
Oh, wow. I remember watching him back in the day. I didn't know that. That's a life hack, I guess. But yeah, man, thanks. I don't want to take up more of your time because I'm sure there's some other people that want to ask you questions.
Yeah, probably. But no worry. Thanks for coming on, and best of luck still.
No worries. Thank you very, very, very much. By the way, like you asked the other guy, like
oh yeah, I forgot to ask you. Yeah.
No worries. I'm doing your content for you.
What would be the video you want to see of me?
Right. So the videos I enjoy watching the most are like the underdog kind of content that you do, which is basically like, especially from like retrospective reviews of what you did wrong in Forge Industries and everything, just like documenting the inherent struggles that game devs face and the solutions that you come up with as you progress in the company and become better at your job. So things like becoming, I don't know, more efficient with how you use your time, using assets versus doing everything yourself. I guess one thing I'd be interested in seeing is like overcoming like struggles like isolation and loneliness as a solo dev, because you guys don't really face that much, I imagine.
Yeah. But maybe like doing a collab with a solo developer and then, like how we do the interview videos sometimes and then talking about it with them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be like those solo devs that are, I suppose, a little more neurodivergent and they don't really care about that. They just kind of like lock in. But
they're happy nobody annoys them. Yeah.
Exactly. But I'm sure there's other people out there that don't function that way, and just like a little bit of content covering that would be pretty interesting, I think.
I think it's something I can definitely do, especially if I go to like an event or something. I definitely know solo developers. They're pretty common. So I can I'm going to look into it. I don't know when this video would come out, but I'm going to make this one for you.
Oh, thank you so much. But no worries if it takes a while. I'll DM you about the Patreon thing. Thanks so much for that.
All right, perfect. Enjoy the rest of your day, Croctopus. And
thank you. Enjoy the rest of your stream and have a nice evening.
All right. 2 down, guys. What are we thinking? I'm gonna take a very quick drink break, and then we're gonna get the next guy in. Do we just move to Southeast Asia and start the Bite Me compound? Start the Spellkollektivet, but with actual good weather instead of Swedish shitty cold weather? Anyways, I think Le Fou has been waiting for a while, so let's pull him in as well. Hi, Le Fou. You are currently deafened, so you can't hear me. I hope he figures out. Oh, he's figuring it out.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I mean, I'm having a ton of fun with this live stream. It's kind of... I was like scared, what if nobody joined? But clearly people are interested in this, so yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to always talk with people, because sometimes they just like ask some questions that you did not think about responding by yourself. But first thing, I'm not an English speaker, so if I make mistake, I'm really sorry, I apologize. I will try my best.
I'm also not an English native speaker, so... we have that in
you
common.
said you were from Belgium. Like, is it true? Like, you speak French?
Je parle peu de français. Are you French? I don't know. Le Fou is a very French name. But
yeah, I'm not French, but I speak French for sure.
Okay,
I live in France.
I'm from the Dutch part of Belgium though, but like I got 12 years of French education on like school. I kind of forgot it now. Like I've been studying Japanese now, and like I noticed the French part of my brain is like being overwritten with like the Japanese part.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, I learned a lot of things today, because I am, to be honest, I am kind of person that does not, write comments on YouTube and follow people on social media. To be honest, I have no social media, but I think I am watching your video since the beginning. Yeah, I think I'm one of the one of the like first 1,000 people.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
So back when we were making horrible devlogs, you were already watching us.
Yeah, I was. To be honest, I am still watching horrible devlogs of people with less than 1,000 like views, and maybe sometimes they will go bigger or not, because I really love this, I really love seeing people talking about their games and their dreams, It's always, like you try to see what you can learn from them, and it's always a pleasure to see that.
So, LeFou, I call you that, or you have a name or whatever. Doesn't matter. What are you working on, and what are you struggling with?
Good question. To be honest, I won't lie. I'm not really struggling. I mean, each one of us is struggling because we are doing games, and of course, like it's a dream. But if I have to compare myself to other, like the average, I'm doing pretty good, honestly. Like, okay, let me start with. Okay, so I do games from. I think my first game that I did is back to COVID, so 2020. I'm not that old, but I'm a little bit old, 28. I was doing. I made school. The name of the school is 42. Do you know 42? I think there is in Japan also.
I think I've heard about it before. I don't really care much about game dev schools.
No, it's not game dev.
Okay. Then I definitely don't know.
It's a pretty known school, but I don't like. What I wanted to do is games, and it's not teaching you games. So when I finished, I just like came back to my room and start making games. Like like every one of us. And so I started game jams, the Braki game jams, GMTK, things like that. And little by little, I started to making bigger games. And I released like 3 mobile games, which are not craps. Like there is no ads on it, like
you're not making any money from them. You made them for the love of the game.
No. I did not do any money from them. I did not want it to make any money of them, which is absolutely stupid when it sounds stupid. But the goal was to be better at doing games, So to be honest, I was patient. So I took the time, I learned, and then now that I know how to do games, I started like a company 1 year and a half ago. And I think you already saw my games. Like we are doing our first theme release like a few days ago, Hamstermind. I link it to the
Oh, you're Joel? No, are you? No. Hamster. Oh, you're the puzzle game. Yeah. Hamstermind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you submitted as well. So you have a decent amount of wishlist as well. I remember.
Oh, I'm not really, bro. Come on.
You haven't. Yeah, you can look. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the form compared to the average Bite Me Games viewer. I don't know if I'm gonna call out every Bite Me Games viewer now. You're right now, I think, the best submitted game. Give me 1 second.
What?
So I have this Google form. No, you're not. You got overtaken in the past few submissions. I was checking earlier. So you're at about 1,200 wishlist now, and then the other submission was like 1,400, and then the rest is like always between like 100 and 200. So it could be worse. I think you're on the right track.
But you have to take into account multiple things, okay? Mm-hmm. So first of all, I am pretty sure that the people who are between 100 and 200 are solo devs, things like that, which I am not, Yeah. We are a team. We are a small team. Like
how many people are you?
We are 4 people. 4 regular people, and a lot of you know that, like a lot of different people,
like freelancer, support, all of those things.
Yeah, internship, things like that help us a lot. So yeah, and we got funded twice for the project, not a big amount. But
through like the local French funds?
Exactly,
then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so to be honest, our project is when people look at it and they take the time to look at it, they really find it really cool. I mean, getting the funding is really, really, really not easy, Like there is a huge competition and I am really proud of that, but the problem that I am facing, which is a problem that you can't answer to, is that our game, the genre, the target, we are just fucked. Let's say it. We are fucked, bro. I tried everything. When I say everything, there is no way our game is 1,200 wishlist. No way. No way. Just play it. You will see by yourself. Really, really. I'm not
from the quality, or what do you mean? It's you mean you expected more, or?
Yeah, of course I expected more. Bro, I think something. I know that you are going to play for the Steam Next Fest games.
Yeah,
and I will here. You will see, bro. 1,000 wishlist, is really not what I had in mind when I started. I'm not telling you that I had in mind to have 100,000. I am not this kind of person. But I really thought it will be easier, okay, maybe I will put some Reddit ads right there. Maybe I will, do things. I tried. I really tried. It's not I wanted I was waiting for the magic to happen, I really tried things. I followed all Chris Zubowski things, every tips. I followed everything.
Okay.
But something that he always said, and let's be honest, he's right. Puzzle games are fucking bad. Don't do puzzle games if you want money, guys. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
Because I looked at the Steam page as well. So yeah, puzzle games are indeed bad. I think there are two things that could potentially maybe help with saving this game a little bit. The first one, I looked at your store page and I noticed as well, is you're only localizing to French, English, and Spanish, which is about 40% of Steam in total. Is that a specific reason you chose those languages? Is it just because you have people who speak that language? Because you're missing out on Chinese, which is immediately 30%. And now I don't know how big the Chinese puzzle game audience is, but it's still going to be, if you're looking at 30% of all Steam users, it's a decent chunk.
I think to answer to you, there is a reason for that, and you were pretty clever for the answer. So first of all, we choose the language that people of the team spoke. French, English, obviously, and Spanish, because I work with Mexican peoples.
Yeah.
So this is what we choose, and of course, when the game will release, we are going to have all the package, 20 language. So this is only for the demo. We don't want it to spend too much time working on the localization, because we did not really figure it out if we wanted to use, AI for the language or use professional things, because we had budgets for it, but game development, this budget, it's going to anyway. Let's be 100% on it. In our mind, we are this is not really something that we want to put money on, because there is another way, free way to do it. Let's be 100% on it.
Yeah.
So it's not our priority, and we know we can do it free. And the reason we are doing, I'm telling you that, is because our game is really, really not a lot of text, really. It's easy to translate it.
Okay,
so yeah, go ahead.
Can I give you a piece of advice? So
yes,
the
sure.
Steam Next Fest starts in 8 hours. It's coming up soon.
Yeah.
What I would do is you check these boxes on your main game store page, not the demo page. The main game store page, you check all of the language boxes now, as soon as you can, and you add localized store pages. Only the store page. You leave the demo as it is right now. You don't push any new builds there. The reason for this is right now, if someone has their game in German, let's say, they will never see Hamstermind. It's not going to show up on Steam at all, because Steam looks at the values in these language boxes, basically. It doesn't matter if you localize the store page alone, these boxes need to be checked of I have this game in English, and then you have an English, in German, and you have a German localization. It's generally pretty accepted that the demo itself isn't fully localized. That's fine. But you want to make it clear that, hey, this full game is going to be localized. So one, people know that, hey, this game is going to be a game that I can play. And two, it's going to show up in their discovery queue. And like, especially for Steam Next Fest, you have that thing called trailer TV, where, you know, every 10 seconds you get like a new trailer. If someone has their Steam in German, your game is right now not going to show up in there at all. So I think that would be the one thing I would see if I could rush out that, even if it's just using like an AI localization, do that today still, because I think that is going to give a massive impact, I think, with the Next Fest in terms of how many people will be able to discover your game.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for your advice. Obviously, I'm going to use it. I'm going to do it right now. But I have to say that it's one of the dumbest things ever. Like, people cannot see the Steam page, but if I click, like German people, you know, like they speak English. Like, why don't they see like the Steam page if the Steam is in German? That doesn't seem logic to me.
So they can, because the game isn't in German. They don't, Steam does not care about the fact that there is a localized Steam page. They care about the fact that you check the box on your store page of like, this is the supported language for the interface. And that is what Steam uses to localize, or like to see if the game is applicable to them. If you do not check that box to German, for example, but you do localize the store page to German, and then a viewer like goes onto the store page, they will see this big box of like, this game does not support your language. And then it also won't show up, even though the actual page of the game is in German. So that's kind of where you need to mark it at multiple points of, hey, we need to have our localization in the store page, and then also tick the box that the game is actually going to be localized.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to do it like right now. Like, and you tell me that it's always better to do all the language, whatever, even if, like, for example, I am not going to make them on the final version of the game, or?
Yeah, so because you can actually just uncheck it, and Steam doesn't mind. So for Forge Industry, for example, we originally wanted to add Chinese localization as well, but we just, like, you know, it was fucked. I don't speak Chinese. I didn't know AI didn't exist back then. And Steam denied our build the first time because they were like, hey, there's no Chinese support. And then they're like, just disable the checkbox. And that's fine. We can live with that if it's not going to fit into the final game. That's why I always suggest, if you just get your first Steam page set up, you always localize to like all of the big languages and then localize the store pages itself. But don't worry about the exact game. If you're uncertain about what languages you should do, I don't know if you're watching the live stream, but there is basically the Steam hardware survey. This is where I get my data from usually. There's a field called language. And how I usually operate is I look at what are all the languages, and I take every language that is over 1% of Steam. That is generally the languages that make sense. So like Turkish, for example, we add traditional Chinese, we add Russian, Spanish, Portuguese, Japanese, German. All of the languages over 1% are generally, I would say, worth it. It's not really worth it to localize to Greek because the amount of people who are there, you know, the money doesn't make sense there anymore. But 1% of the total Steam player base is still more than 3 million people that you could potentially be reaching out to in, especially an event as big as the Next Fest, I would say.
If you can check my Steam page again, you will see that magically things changed.
Yes. Okay. I don't think you should check all 30. Like think about it for like 30 minutes or whatever. Like, hey, what would be the core languages for a game that we do want to do? For example, Korean would be a language that I wouldn't maybe focus too hard on if there's like budgetary constraints, because Korea is more of an FPS market to begin with, and I think this is a genre that statistically would not sell in Korea at all. But at the end of the day, yeah, especially if you're using only the store page localization, the cost in time and money to do that is very limited. So you can still, you know, try out, look at the statistics, like Danish as well. Every Danish person speaks like English better than they speak Danish. So like there's no need to localize there, I would say. But especially, you know, don't underestimate German people. They do not speak English, for example. So yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like I went to Germany for the Gamescom?
Yeah. Nobody speaks English there.
Bro, what? No. They were speaking English. I mean, maybe I am mistaken because like there were people working. Like for example, the people I was talking to, the German I was talking to, were people working on events. So maybe they have some English, but they were talking with me. Like the level of English in Germany is way better than France, bro. Like way better.
France is like probably the one other European country that has worse English literacy, I would say.
The worst. Yeah.
So yeah,
Gareth, thank you for your advice. I think it's a really good one.
Anyways, you play around with that. I think the localization is going to be a last-minute potential save. And then looking at the game in a bigger scope, I think you're right that maybe you're kind of giga-fucked by making a puzzle platformer-style game on Steam in 2025 or 2026, most likely. Oh, bonus mini-tip. Put a quarter instead of just coming soon, if you can, of like, it's going to come out in Q3 2025. There was some research from like the Game Discover Co. or whatever, I don't have the exact source on me right now, that just putting like a rough date of like this quarter of this year converts better in terms of wish lists than having it simply coming soon or to be announced. Because it makes it more tangible, I guess, to a player, and it's going to feel less like, Steam has so many of these games that it's just a Steam page, but, realistically, it's never going to actually be released.
Okay, I think, okay, I will explain to you why it's the case. It was Q4 2025 all the time, and I changed it like 2 weeks ago to be, because I am not that sure that it will be launched at the end of the year, even if it's possible, because I had like some health issue, and it took me like just a small tips for people looking at us. Don't put your health on games. Like, guys, like, rest a little bit. I mean, and I'm giving you this advice for someone who is working 90 hours per week. Please don't do that. Like, please. Like,
game developer. Yeah, I had those sprints as well, but at some point your body's gonna be like, nope, we're not doing this anymore. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Bro, like, I know what I am. I am the CEO of the company, and people around me all have their weekends, everything, and it's really good. But I am always like, alone working on things twice as much as I should. And yeah, now I had like a reminder from my body who told me like, bro, stop. Stop. Now I'm working like 60 hours a week, which is not that good, but it's way better than 90, No.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But if you can, maybe put like Q1 2026 or whatever. At the end of the day, it's really not that big of a stakes thing. If you just change it, especially right now when not that many people probably like know about the game yet, it's like, whatever. If you make it earlier, nobody's going to kill you. I have one more little bonus tip for your Steam page now over here. You have this Hamster Mind demo will be playable on Steam Deck. And then here, Steam Deck compatibility unknown. This is fine, whatever, because you're too small to get approved. But what you can do, if we go and look at the Kyoto Anomaly store page, for example, I think this one has it. If we scroll down to the Steam Deck, you can see it's unknown, but there's a link here to developer comments. So in your Steamworks under store page settings, you can include a link to that blog post that you made, or like that announcement. I'm going to see if I can like speedrun find it. And then it will show up there. It's a very tiny thing, but I think it's a good one to just add in case. Let me speedrun see it. So it's under edit store page. My Steam is very slow. And then there should be here Steam Deck compatibility info. And you just put a URL in there. And if you do that, it's going to show up underneath there as well. Just as like an extra way for people to figure out, does this have Steam Deck support?
I think I remember that I have found this option. And I read to it, and I was like, "What the hell? I have to create like a web page with just writing on it, like Steam Deck is compatible." Because what I did is a post. I think you can. Maybe it's not showed, but there is a post in the Steam page that say that it's Steam Deck compatibility, and I thought it was like like since it's always showed up on the Steam page, it's enough. But maybe
No,
you're right.
yeah, but you're gonna probably make more announcements of like, hey, the Steam Next Fest is live now. We announced the release date, and then it's going to disappear because if you post one more update, it's going to not be visible anymore because it's only the last two events that you see here.
Yeah, now that I am seeing your stream, do you see like the Cerebral Showcase puzzle, like the one like where you were? If you scroll down, like. I have to say like something about this type of festivals, like because I see a lot of your videos, your shorts, things like that, and I think that's something that I did not know, and I have to tell to people, maybe they will be interested, is when you join this type of festival, which are great for visibility, as Chris is saying, like try to maybe contact them to see how you can be maybe in front page and things like that before, because I was really surprised when like the event started and some demo were in front page for all the week, and when you were not in front page, you were like, I swear to God,
you get nothing. Yeah,
like bro, I swear to God, nothing. I swear. And I was really questioning the event. When I was having nothing, I was like, okay, the event is that bad? And then I went to the Discord, I talked with people, and I even did a survey. Like people who were not in the front page, they had less than 100 wish list for all the week. People that were in the front page, demos, had a median of 3,000 wish list for the week. Bro.
Yeah, the events often is like kind of, one, getting into the events, you sometimes need to know people. And then two, you have those featurings indeed, where the way these events work is often, if they're like open, publishers do this often. I'm going to be participating in like an event similar to like this, I guess, soon. And it's hosted by like Dear Villagers. And the goal is kind of to bump up the overall value of all of the games. Like how much gross did all of them combined earned? Because that number dictates also how much coverage Steam can give. Is it going to be a worldwide event? Is it only going to be for like a 1 day, 2 days, whatever? So you do sometimes get shafted where you're kind of just a number padding like statistic.
Yeah.
But you get no visibility because the organizers, like for example, the Dear Villagers publisher, they're gonna have like a front page coverage just for their own games, obviously. And that's unfortunately kind of how it works, but even then you still got like some wishlist out of it, and the impact is less. Or the amount of effort required is less.
I think it's really great that this type of thing exists. It's better that it did not exist, but it gives too much power to people who are organizing them, because like there are private companies, like the Villagers, or for the Cerebral Puzzle Showcase, I think it was the puzzle studio. Imagine you are a studio, not even a publisher, a studio of puzzle games, and you have like a big puzzle, like the biggest showcase of puzzle. So obviously you are going to put your games in front page, which is obviously normal. I will do the same, but it's not that fair, because who checked these games if they're like they are that good to be there? And the worst part is, you are right, when you have to know people, like, because some games, they did not have their like really they were prototypes, things that I was doing when I started game devs, and they were in front page. I was like, bro, what the hell is that? Like, is it fair? And it's not just my game, some other game were great, but they were not in front page, like really, and I was really mad at the time. Now I'm okay. Yeah. And I think I thought the Steam Next Fest will be different, because it's random.
Steam Next Fest is fair. That's the one difference. Steam gives everyone the exact same amount of impressions the first 2 days, and then based on how many people download your demo, how long do they play, how does it convert, they'll give you more or they'll give you less. You've probably seen the Chris Zukowski graph of the different tiers of Next Fest performance. But yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate thing about game development. It's not fair, I think, unfortunately, and that is part of what we need to accept. Some guy is got it's like the viewer, some viewer of us, he made a guerrilla game, and I think half the Bite Me Games audience got offended by his almost shitpost of a game that made tens of thousands of dollars and made in a few months, whereas other people, they're spending maybe years of development time. It's well, Where is my tens of thousands of dollars? And
yeah,
that's just life.
Yeah, I understand. I don't, bro, like, I am really okay with that. You know what? If I have to redo a game, I will do the same game I'm doing. Because I do this not for money, I do this for the love of the game. This is the first thing that you have to obviously
If it's
be
game
prepared.
development, you need to be ready to indeed just absolutely bomb and keep working on the games.
Yeah, it's okay for me to not sell a lot of copies. That's not the problem. I'm not telling to people, yeah, buy my game, yeah. No. What I'm saying is like the unfair, like if his game, the Goria game, is doing this not because he knows someone, like he's doing just per luck. So good for him. Nice luck. But if you know someone that give you this is like the thing that I hate, But yeah, last thing that I wanted to say is that I think you made a little mistake. Like Chris Zubotsky said that it's not, Steam Next Fest is not giving the same visibility to all the games. It's giving a minimum visibility to all the games, which is different. So
yeah, it's giving the same minimum the first 2 days, kind of.
Yeah, but the bigger you are, the more visibility you get, even the first 2 days.
Yeah.
So it's not that fair, yeah. I mean, it is fair, but it's more fair. But again, if you come with a lot of wish list, you will have way more visibility, and vice versa. Anyway.
All right, perfect. We've got over time. We have some other people waiting in queue. So
sorry.
No worries. Thank you very much still for having hopped in, and best of luck still with the next fest. Get the localization done, and I think you still have a decent shot. You have a good start at least.
Yeah. So, thank you very much.
All right. See ya. Ooh, okay. Give me a few seconds. Also, I'm going to try and read a little bit of chat while we're at there. I'm sorry, people in the waiting room who have been waiting for a while. I still stand by my point. If it's a gamer, not a game developer, they speak no English in Germany, is what I honestly think. When I try to speak to anyone that's German and they're not a game developer, and it's just fucked. It's just like, what are we doing here? I just have to say, like, no, goodbye. This is my German hate coming true. But yeah, still better than French people. I think overall this was a good game for once. So let's pull in the next one, Long Sleeve Games. Hello, Long Sleeve Games. How are we doing? Hi.
Thank you for having me.
You're live on the Bite Me Games show. I don't know, I'm like Dave everybody. Ramsey now.
Hello, chat. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
Thanks for having me.
Tell me, Long Sleeve Games.
What are you? I just want to say it's been a pleasure to see your growth, how you grew from the first videos to now. So congratulations on that, as a game developer and also as a content creator. So good job there. And then I have one question, which is I don't know if you remember my game you played on stream a couple of months. Okay, so I'll have my first ever event in November, and I don't know what to expect or how better prepared for it. So I was wondering if you had some advice for that.
So what kind of event are we talking about? Like
it's a
physical?
It's in
one?
person. It's in person.
Where is it? What are we talking?
It's Lisboa Games Week. It's in Lisbon.
Okay. Lisbon Games?
It's Lisbon Games Week, yeah.
Okay. So this is what I would call a tier 2 event. Do you know if they have a Steam event that you're included in?
No. I just have a booth. I have a physical booth, like a small one, on the Indie Pavilion.
Yeah. Okay. What are you looking to get out of this event?
Honestly, just spreading the word, just play tests the game, wish lists, play tests, because I'm releasing the game this year in December. and I wanted to make sure not only that I get the most amount of wishlist that I can, but also that I have the most amount of people play testing my game like in person, so that I can see and watch how they react to the game.
I see. So these events, the physical events, because the big problem is you're going to be literally physically bottlenecked by, you're probably only going to have like one, maybe two computers. And I went to an event last weekend, like not like yesterday, but the weekend before here in Japan, and it was a little bit smaller. But the same rules of physics almost apply. Of like, let's say your demo is 5-10 minutes, there's only going to be 40 people, 50 people a day that can theoretically cover the game if there's like a queue and they're immediately going through this. So I think for just pure wish lists, these events are almost never worth it. I keep bringing it up. I think events are a love of the game thing, or finding publishers. Now you're releasing in Q4, which means that it's basically too late, or like a publisher is not happening. I guess I saw you had that Kickstarter that unfortunately did not perform well at all.
No.
So I feel like you just are like, fuck it, we're gonna ship this. I'm not sure.
It's not as much as fuck it, let's ship it. I've been working like on free time on this game for the past 2 years.
Yeah, because I remember I played it quite some time ago already at this point.
And it's coming to the point that I have it done. I don't know what else to add, and like the vision that I had for the game, I don't think I can push it further, at least not right now, without more people trying out. And I also have other projects that I want to start, so I just want to finish this because I think it's already done.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess in general your worry right now is wishlist as well, I would guess, because I feel like you're not at a terribly high number.
No. I have like 300 something wish list. I mean, it's pretty high for me, right? It's my first solo commercial release, so I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, in terms of, because it's not so much about the money, of how much money I'm going to make. I think my fear is just that after 2 years, I'm just scared that I don't have enough for just Steam to organically push somewhat the game, and that the game is not going to be played. It's just going to be sit on the Steam and nobody's going to find it.
You're gonna be like one of those statistics of like 55% of games get less than 10 reviews. Okay.
Yeah, because in the end of the game, in the end of the day, I want my game to be played, right? I want people to have fun with it. So.
Yeah. Okay. If I remember from playing the demo, localization is kind of hard for this game, right? Because you have like all of the sticky notes and whatever, which is going to make it harder, I guess, to localize, because you only have 3 languages right now, and once again you're missing out on like the big ones: Chinese, Japanese, German, like those styles, French. So I don't know, is that something that you think would be realistic to add an extra language or a few, or do you think it's kind of like, no, this is absolutely fucked in terms of what you need to do?
I think I can, because right now I'm not localizing like the assets on the game. I'm just localizing the text. Okay. So menus and stuff, that's the only thing I'm localizing.
Yeah. But not like the little post-it notes. I think the post-it notes maybe are also, they're more visual if I'm looking just at the store page.
They are more like something eye candy most than need to know information.
Yeah, because I think
I only localized the other two. Localized the other two because of your feedback. Because otherwise it would be just in English, and I wouldn't bother with it.
Yeah, because I think once again, if we're looking at this, there's a few things that I would do personally here. I think the game itself is good. I don't really think that, like, from what I remember as well, you have a very nice art style. I think it's all custom art, right? As well.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, it's maybe a little bit of a nicher genre, but I think the art style can carry it here. I think more than Hamstermind, like the previous game we had on here, if I'm being honest, even. You've joined the Next Fest, I think.
Yeah,
already?
That was a mistake.
Okay, yeah, so you joined an earlier version of that?
Too early.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know the value of Next Fest, so I joined too early.
You learn about it. It's the first game you made after all.
Yeah.
Have you done any big content creator pushes yet?
I did try, but I got no replies.
Okay, how does trying look like for you? How many emails did you send out?
I sent like 50 emails.
Okay, so you didn't really try. I think if you want to say you try, it starts at like 200, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
What was like your main target? Because I think that's something like, even if they have 10,000 subscribers or like 5,000 is like my minimum, I usually start emailing them.
Okay, I only went for people with more than like 10k subscribers.
Yeah, I guess, it's kind of more of a niche genre as well. So it's not like, a horror game. I guess you have a little bit less there. But I think 50 is just not enough in general. I would try to double that at least. I would localize this game in ideally a few more languages if you can. Okay. How much development do you have on the game itself? Or do you feel like the game itself is kind of done and you're now trying to go more into like, that's why you go to the event as well, get the marketing, get like the final playtesting to get like the user feedback. How are we doing in that regard?
Right. The game is ready. So the demo right now, it's just parts levels cut from the real game, like the full game. And that's right. I just want to playtest like the final polish stuff, the final things that I need to check, and just, I don't know, spread the word.
I'm quickly going to take a look. Have you done anything in terms of game trailers and game trailer outreach?
No. I saw you did a video on that, but I was trying to hold that part for like closer to the release, for when I have like a proper like finish game trailer.
Yeah, because what you generally would do, I'm just trying to take a look at your YouTube account as well to see what you've been doing. So you did actually have an official trailer, gameplay trailer, demo trailer. So you had those, but they just didn't get the reach, I guess, that you were looking for. Similar to the guy before, send me a DM after like this stream has ended, and I can get you a month of Patreon for free. And in there, I have like a few videos on like making game trailers. I think you maybe need that less, but also how do you get your game trailers like sent to IGN and game trailers? And I think that one, I think you have 2 more game trailers in you, which means 2 more game trailer marketing beats as well. One will be your release date announcement, because right now it's just Q4. So generally a few weeks before the game comes out, you're going to announce the release date most likely of like, hey, it's going to be November 12th or whatever. And what you would then do is like make a little bit of a recut of your game trailer, and you have like the final release date in it, and you send that one to IGN and you're like, hey, release date announcement trailer for your game. And it's basically, you spin the slot machine once, are they gonna accept it, yes or no? I feel like generally they are pretty uploading a lot of stuff, and you're looking at a few thousand, like 10,000 views often, like 5,000 to 10,000 views on those trailers, which has a decent conversion rate, especially percentually with what you're at right now, I would say. And then you do a similar thing on actual launch. And then I think also a content creator outreach push would be a big one here that I would do. Like once again, a few weeks before launch, you do that. Probably after you've localized. And then maybe one thing, I'm not sure how exactly it's going to perform well or not, but if you have a Steam DRM free build of the demo, I would throw that one on itch.io as well, because I see that it's not on there now. I think this is a game that could perform decently on itch.io, kind of more of a niche, good art style, kind of esoteric like gameplay. Will this give you 10,000 wishlists? I don't think so, but I think it's definitely something that is very low-hanging fruit to see, can we get some organic reach and discoverability from itch.io as well. And I think that's especially something you can do in like a day or whatever, not even. Start working on the localization in the meantime. And then basically gear up towards whenever you want to release.
Okay, thank you.
Does that sound like something that, you get all of the points? Is there something else that you're like, oh, should I do this? I'm actually curious. You have a Discord server as well. Has there been any movement in there?
No,
not really.
It's mainly just me.
Okay.
Just me alone in the Discord, screaming to the void. No, that was pretty much it. And do you think, because right now I'm planning on releasing after, this is not as much for this project, but more for like future projects. do you think it's wiser to go to the event, like in my case, which is in November, and then like a week after I release the game, or do you think it's better to release the game in the event itself?
I think neither. I think I would release after the event. I think you're unfortunately overestimating the impact the event is going to have. Even if you're having a booth at Gamescom, which is like the biggest event you can have, basically. I've spoken to some developers there. You're looking at like 1,000, 2,000 wish lists if you're an indie, and that is mainly not for people walking around there, but it's from the dedicated Steam event. If there's a dedicated Steam event for Lisboa Games Week, which maybe there is going to be one, you can see it if it is in like your Steamworks dashboard in like the calendar view of upcoming events, then you can get some wish lists from it still, but from actual people on the grounds floor, the amount of wish lists you're going to get is honestly negligible. It's going to be like 50, maybe, if you're lucky, I would say. Maybe a little bit more, but also these event wish lists, they don't convert as well, I would say, either.
Okay.
So I think that is something that unfortunately is like not going to be the saving thing. I would forget about the event as a core marketing beat. I think because you're also, like I said, you're going to have that physical bottleneck of there's only so many people that can fit in your booth in a single specific day. Whereas you don't have that scaling issue with content creators, with YouTubers and whatever. I think also, you know, you did demo outreach before. A demo is always going to be less sexy and less incentivizing for a content creator than, you know, here is the full game a few weeks in advance, here's the NDA and all of that. I think a good video maybe as well, because I think we're definitely in the marketing stage of this game now, is, I don't know if you've seen it, the one that I did with Pirate PR about also like press releases, for example, and reaching out to press. Would be something to look into, or like rewatch that one as well if you can.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And just one more follow-up.
No
Do
worries.
you know how many keys you should send like to content creators when you try to get your game like played? Should you send just one?
Just one, at least if it's not a multiplayer game, just one always.
Okay.
I get sometimes emails of like, here's one key and then another key for a giveaway, and it's just like, no, I don't want this. Just send me one key and that's it. Send me the key immediately in the first email as well, and you should be doing pretty well then as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
I'm taking a look, but yeah, I feel like those are the main things to talk about. I'll probably, honestly, I maybe would remove the Live Now on Kickstarter thing, because it kind of gives a bad look when you click on it and then it's like, reached 48 euros out of the 5,000 euro goal. That's an unfortunate one. So I would perhaps just pretend that one didn't happen.
I mean, the Kickstarter was never like a need for the game to be released. It was more like to get the final polishes done and to spread the word more than to reach the. That's why the goal is so high. It was just to try to use it as a stand, but it didn't work. Yeah.
I think also, or if you wanna skedaddle, that's fine as well. But like, I just wanted to. We had like a comment in Twitch chat from Bart, where it's like, a boot is a lot of fun though, especially for the first time. I think that's a good thing as well. I've been very downer of like, the boots is like, you're not going to get any wish list, you're not going to get anything like that. But yeah, it's like he says, it's a lot of fun. I think I'm going to shout out to Patreon again. There's another free video on Patreon that I uploaded, I think, a week or 2 weeks ago, where it was like kind of my vlog of when I went to the game dev event here in Tokyo. Osaka. I'm just going to, whatever. I'll share the link for that later. And it's like, also you can see like the progression through that of like day one, I'm like, we just do this for the love of the game, no marketing, no nothing, whatever. And then like on day two, like at the end of it, you're like, I'm like all energized. I'm like, this is the hypest shit ever. Let's keep doing it. In terms of sales and wish lists, we got nothing from that event, but I think it is something that if you just go there, it's always going to be more fun looking at people playing your game. It's going to be very rewarding. I think that is the one good thing. Don't worry too much about like having tens of thousands of stickers and like all of that stuff. just have the game there, have a demo there, put some sort of a time limit in the demo as well. That's a mistake that I made of like, I did Unicycle Pizza Time, but I didn't put like a hard cap time limit. And then you get people sometimes playing the game for like 30 minutes or whatever. And it's like, on the one hand, it's like, great, someone wants to play my game for 30 minutes, which means they're interested in it. But on the other hand, you see like a line of people who are like also kind of interested in your game, but they can't actually play it because this one dude has been hogging the PC for so long. So you kind of want to have a polite way that's like built into the game that kind of kicks you out and is like, go on with your life and let someone else have fun as well, which is something that I didn't have.
I mean, it is a good problem to have, so let's hope that happens. Okay,
hey,
thank
everyone,
you very much.
and welcome.
Yeah, so I think that's it. What would be a video, because we still have a few minutes, what would be a video that you would want me to make? I don't know if you joined the earlier conversations. What would be the video that if you see the title and thumbnail pop up, you like instantly start spamming the like watch now button?
I mean, I did that with one of you guys' videos, which was the one for like having like the thumbnail on YouTube and Twitch appear for your game.
Oh, that one, yeah, the IGDB and yeah, indeed.
I feel like those videos are really helpful because there's not a lot of information out there, and it's not something that you think about it unless you see it on the video. Because I never thought about it, and when I saw that video, I was like, oh, this is cool. Let me, and I start to search, and I see that there's no image attached to the thing. So things like that, and Steam as well, like Steam backend, because Steam backend it's nasty to navigate, and unless you know how to navigate it, I think that's like an art in itself.
It gets better.
Steam backend.
I'm pretty good at it now, but yeah, I get indeed the struggle there. It's
like
it's
one thing that I think it would help would be like an upload from zero to I have a game on Steam, you know, like the process of uploading the thing, because there's only one. I only found one video of a guy. I think every game dev, like new game dev, uses that guy.
The out of def one, right?
Yeah.
So
he explains everything, and something like that, but more concise, more to the point, and
it's something that I've actually talked about with the Steam team as well, where they kind of want me to make one. I've just kind of been procrastinating it because I'm also like, if you want the true from zero, it's like I kind of have to include the part of like getting the incorporation and whatever, and like I can't reproduce that. I think definitely like, from brand new credit could be a thing. I don't have a game right now. In the meantime, because you're getting the Patreon month anyway, I have a video on Patreon that's like 32 minutes long, which is like, it's got titled like Navigating the Maze of Steamworks, where I go through like all of the little hidden quirks and features that I have encountered in my time about like Steamworks. So I think that could be an interesting one in the meantime to just take a look at as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah,
and Bite Me Awards as well. That one, I think it needs to come back.
Not coming back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but the Bite Me Games Awards, whilst it was an event that I think for some people was very impactful, it was not a return on investment for us, Bite Me, the sponsors. We had some sponsors lined up as well, but the performance wasn't there for them either, so I can't go back to them. And I'm honestly also kind of semi-traumatized, I think is the best way to describe it, of like, you know, the day after the Bite Me Games Awards, I had to do a goddamn apology live stream for announcing a new game. And yeah, especially with then like the work and effort that we all put into it, it's not for us. Someone else can do it, but I think in general, you know, you're watching the live streams, you're a hardcore Bite Me Games fan at the end of the day, but you're a statistically like smaller percentage. Like we have 100 people watching the live stream now, and like our live stream getting in general like 1,000 views. Those things get way more. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing any Bite Me Game Awards.
Okay. Well, it's a shame. I was hoping to get the mark someday.
Unfortunately not. So yeah. Anyways, thank you very much for having submitted, and best of luck still with the release of Tangled Crisis and with your event.
Thank you. Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Ooh. Okay, guys. So I have 2 more people in the queue. I'm gonna be very sorry. You're gonna have to wait a second. I need like I need a mini moment for a break because I've been doing this an hour and 40 minutes nonstop. What are we thinking? Have we had any good questions so far? I feel like it's been good conversations. So overall, I'm pretty happy there. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly run to the washroom, bathroom, whatever, and then we're gonna continue with Sakura River AC, and then we'll get to you, Loya. So we'll be back in 1 minute. Don't all leave. Thank you very much. Also, I noticed we got a whole bunch of extra followers on Twitch. I don't want to like interrupt the conversation I have with like the people to be like, by the way, shout out to Big Booty Latina Lover 99 for the follow. So let me take a quick look at what happened there as well. Let's go to the creator dashboard here. Stream manager. So yeah, shout out to Alexius. I guess you're here. Shade 11, Sadamic, Archatter, Privan, Mixter. I have not been looking. I have not been looking at the Twitch chat at all. My God, this is a very big difference compared to YouTube. But yeah. Anyways, I think also, how are audio levels? Are they like kind of balanced between me and then the Discord user? Because everyone has like different sound levels, so I kind of just want to make sure that you can actually understand what they're saying. Should I make them louder? Should I make them quieter? Just yell at me in chat if there's like a problem. Anyways, let's pull in the next one and let's keep going. It's Sakura River AC with an anime profile picture and a Japanese style name. Remember what I said last time, guys? If it's an anime profile picture and a Japanese style name, it's Polish. I don't know if they're gonna unmute and deafen, because they're currently deafened and muted. So right now is your time to shine, or you're gonna get kicked out. Your one opportunity. They're taking a big ass dump right now. Oh, we're here. Let's go. Hi. Oh, we got the VTuber model. I don't have sound though. You're not talking.
Oh, am I talking now?
Yeah, you're talking now. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Oh yeah, because like I had to like try this out now, and like this is market specific of like if you have like an anime target market, then you definitely should try to get a VTuber thing just because it's unique and no one else I see is trying to do it.
This is an in-depth marketing strategy, I guess. It's definitely getting some feedback from chat. Give me 1 second, because people. So yeah, can you run me down? Who are you? What are you doing? Except you're a VTuber.
Well, yeah, sort of unreleased VTuber, DP stream, whatever. But like, yeah, I used to make games back in the dark ages before in 2014, back before and those are like some interesting stories if you want to hear about that, about how it was the land before people thought visual novels would become popular on Steam, where everyone thought that was an impossibility.
So I guess you're a visual novel developer?
Well, classically, yes, but also the one thing I recently discovered is that I'm probably far more better making a Unreal Engine game than I am actually making visual novels. It's just that I was the one who believed in visual novels on Steam the most, right? So one of the most interesting things is that, like, also back then people didn't believe Japanese games would succeed on Steam. But I found the major gap, which was really interesting, is that every Japanese company that tried to release on Steam back in those days, they tried to Americanize their games and therefore lose the value of what they bring, right? And that was the one gap. And then I took advantage of it. And then during the time where this is when Steam Greenlight existed, right? And oh my gosh, like you hear all these stories about like, oh, we spent so much time doing this and we finally got into Steam, and it was like back then it was like really hard to get into Steam, and once you got into Steam you made it, right? That was back in those days. And oh my gosh, like, and hear all the stories, and I just feel guilty because like I did some math about how Steam Greenlight worked back then, and I just like, hey, wait, so if everyone above me is eventually going to be kicked out because they get released on Steam, and I looked at numbers of how fast that's happening, I just had to wait a year with no marketing push, and I get onto Steam because eventually everyone above me will get.
Greenlight worked back then. I see. Are you the Steam developer Sakura River Interactive as well? I'm just doing.
Yep.
Okay, so you've been releasing games since 2009, even.
Yeah, because like it was like back in those days, I was trying to go for the physical box format because, like in Japan, oh yeah, it's like look at those negative. I think it's
this is the one that's mostly negative.
Yeah, like there's so much adventures of going on how that goes on, and so it's like. Yeah, because the funny thing, the most valuable thing is like I got some government money like after it got released, so I could like, because it was Canadian made, and there's like corporate benefits that, or like was it government incentives to like do stuff, or like you get like a refundable tax credit or whatever. But I didn't make it because of that, because I just wanted to make visual novel game, and I thought, hey, look, it's theoretically possible, but then. Even though I could program in C++ and program something like, a virtual memory thing, like I'm making a visual novel. So it's like, yeah.
So what are you working on now then?
Right now, I'm just working on just prototypes of just like, I made like almost 3 kind of prototypes, but like I'm thinking, oh wait, there's too much artwork to be done. Oh, like was it? I was thinking of making a, what do you call it? It's like Crazy Taxi, but Uber and more casual and with Euro beats.
You're the guy that I make fun of in those things of like, why your game idea sucks because you cannot explain it. Crazy Taxi, but Uber, isn't that kind of just a taxi?
The same thing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but this has Euro beats, and I was trying to get drifting, but I couldn't make that work very easily. Yeah. Let's see. The other one I was thinking of making is it's called Martial Artist Punches Wood, where basically a martial artist gets isekai'd into like another world, and it starts off as a survivor, but then it becomes more of like a production-ish game, or you could go directly do combat with like the evil villain lord thing. So, but you solve most things with your fists. So.
And so what are you looking for in game development right now? Because I feel like there's not a lot of pressure. I guess you're doing this kind of on the side as like a for fun thing, since you haven't had a release in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I've been busy with that kind of stuff. Like I sort of fell off after a bit. I've been to like some conventions advertising the game back before I got into Steam, like in like 2009-ish. So I have experience exhibiting the game, and that's good use. It's decent use if you wanted to get like some real market like testing and stuff like that with real people, I guess. I mean, you could buy it separately, I guess, too. But I just felt like with what do you call it? And also when I got on there, like I accidentally got some small media coverage back in like 2009 of like some people trying to make it out. And then like I was like on the spot, oh well, yeah, take an interview. I'm like, okay, interview time, let's go. So yeah.
Okay. So what's you're calling in then to the Bite Me Games advice show? What is it that you're you're kind of looking to get some thoughts, feedback, advice, whatever you want from.
Yeah, just like I have all the other stuff around except for like the, how to get the motivation of making the games and stuff, because I could occasionally get motivated, but it's not stable. Like, still have daily life stuff, but.
Okay, so I think maybe let's dive into it. How many hours a week do you kind of have to put into game development right now, would you say?
Like, I could go harder
But not go harder. Just what are you doing right now?
Right now, I'm just like, some weeks it's like 10 hours, and some weeks it's like 0. So it's like...
Okay, it's very erratic. Mm-hmm. And then how many prototypes are you juggling right now, would you say? Because I feel like you're not really set on what you want to do.
Yeah, because like I'm sort of like, I started off, I think 3 prototypes. One was a playing game, one was the car game I mentioned, and the other one is the sort of punching survival game thing. So probably the punch survivor game I could probably do a lot better. So
okay. So working on your game and motivation is kind of 2 things, right? I mean, you've probably heard this from some self-development YouTuber as well. Like, on the one hand, it's like, yeah, it's motivation. What do you want to do, basically? But then game development is like, I mean, I guess you've released at this point. It's the most fucked up thing of like, it takes 2 years sometimes to release a game. And at that point, just motivation alone isn't going to cut it. And that's also the thing of like, step 1 would be to kind of force some consistency. Even if that means like, hey, I work 4 hours instead of 10 hours, but at least I can do it consistently. That would be like probably one of my first things to look at. Because the longer you don't do anything, the faster like your motivation drops. It's like a logarithmic scale, or like a reverse logarithmic. I don't know exactly. But like, if you don't work on your game, or like you don't go to the gym for 2 days or like 1 day, it's like, fine, I'll go the day after. But if you haven't gone for like 3 weeks, if you haven't worked on your game for like 2 weeks or whatever, that barrier of like, let's pick it up again is just so much higher suddenly. And I think that is why, you hear those things of like the 5-minute rule of like every day, even if it's just for 5 minutes, you work on your game, because at least you'll be doing something and you will keep in that mind space basically of, hey, I'm doing something. And I'm keeping moving the needle on my game. That would probably be the first thing that I would try to kind of implement in this case.
Okay, so like keep it above 0 at all costs.
Keep it above 0,
even if it's just small.
Yeah, because it's like you were like, when I asked you were like immediately like, oh, but I can do more than 10 hours a day. Or like 10 hours a week, but you can't keep doing that. Like, not right now at where you're at. If you're still struggling with that, it takes a long time. And it's better to find something that, like, even if everything goes wrong, your cat dies, I don't know, something else goes wrong, you can still keep doing something. And it's better to have like an, oh shit, everything's on fire, but I can still slowly keep going forward consistency, compared to, I'm gonna work for like 3 weeks at 40 hours a week or whatever, and then you're not going to do anything for 3 months, because that's when the game dies. Then, all of that time was done for nothing. And once you've done that, we get to point number 2, which is like, no, there's like a point in between as well, where I always like to compare motivation. Motivation is kind of dictated by the project that you're working on as well. So let's say you have your Crazy Taxi game, and then what was the other one?
The martial arts punching game.
Yeah, the martial arts. So you have multiple ideas, but these ideas have different stats, so to say. So it's kind of like, in RuneScape or whatever, of like, you have a certain amount of like max motivation points. And the martial arts game may be a 70 out of 100, or like a 70 in baseline motivation. Of like, this is how much I really love this idea. Whereas the Crazy Taxi one, it's like one you're prototyping with, but it's only like a 50 total motivation points that you have for that game. Like, yeah, you can still make this, but it's a little bit less interesting, or like you're a little bit less motivated intrinsically for it. The thing is, if you keep working on your game, every day, like that motivation meter drops a set amount. Let's say five motivation points a day. You're always going to be able to keep going longer without replenishing it if you start with 70 compared to 50. And then how do you replenish it? It's by making progress on the game. It's by seeing your game move forward is going to kind of refill that motivation bar to a certain degree. And just like in real life, you can also go into debt. You can go into negative motivation, but it's going to give you interest cost. And you can do like a small percentage of like motivation depth, so to say, by going into the discipline part, where it's like, I really don't want to work on this fucking game right now anymore, but I'm just going to force myself behind my computer. And you can do that for like 2 or 3 days. But if you've done it for 2 or 3 days and you didn't get that replenishment and like you didn't go back above 0, that's kind of how I consider like the game's dead now. You're not going to want to keep working on it. It doesn't matter. You cannot even force yourself to keep working on it. And even if you do, you're not going to be making a good game. You're kind of just wasting everyone's time then of like, we're not going to get here. So I think that would be number one, is figure out what am I actually the most motivated for in terms of motivation points. And then the second thing would be being vigilant about how do I keep my motivation points replenished. And this is why I think it's sometimes good to kind of hop between features, where I'm making the survival gear, for example, and I have this very annoying large task of like enemy pod finding or whatever, which is kind of a pain. It's not interesting and just looks shitty and whatever. And you're not really making a lot of progress in there. And every day, 5 motivation points go down. Well, if you suddenly see like, oh, I only have 10 motivation points left until I'm like going at 0. Let's now just do something else. Let's work on the visuals. Let's work on the audio for this game, whatever, something that is way easier, low-hanging fruit almost, or even if it's just something dumb as, let's make a fancy main menu, because that's going to replenish that motivation a bit then, because you can once again see the progress, and it's going to give you a bit more buffer time to then go to that more boring thing. It's going to be kind of the palate cleanser, and then keep working on the game. That's kind of the general flow that we use in our studio of like, we don't start with making the main menu and like all of the dumb stuff, because we keep them for the rainy day when everything sucks, but we still want to do something. We still want to spend like an hour or 2 on the game, but we don't want to do the super complicated mechanic, because we're going to literally blow our brains out with a gun if we try to do that. And that's kind of what I think is kind of the beginner friendly approach to keeping your motivation up, I would say. Does that make sense? Is that something that you feel like you can kind of, like looking back at your previous games, like, yeah, kind of vibes with how it was going for me back then? Or
yeah, I think definitely you got to save some. Yeah, that does make sense, because when, like, for some reason I could do some character animations and worked on the fighting part, and like, oh, look, there's this animation that does 12 hits in 1 second. That's more fun than doing 3 hits in 2 seconds. So, and then, oh, let's add sound effects. Oh, now it sounds meaty. So it has that feel where it does feel more satisfying to see this. And yeah, and even when I actually, and probably something else that's also good for motivation is like, and also if you want to contact streamers and content develop, was it influencers?
Yeah, content creators.
Yeah, like I sort of like became Twitch affiliate for a little bit. So then I got access to, I got invited to the events of like meetups for Twitch streamers, right? Yeah. So I went in with my Steam Deck and said, hey, look, if I have this, I talked there and stuff like that. And like, I pulled my Steam Deck. Hey, you know what? You're looking for content. Is this something you would be interested in content for? Like, because I want to understand if my game is good for content. And then you could sort of get to know them there, and now you meet a bunch of content creators or influencers in one room who are all having fun, and now they're also kind of like trying to get content, right? So that's maybe something people could consider. It's like try to figure out if there's any meetups in your area.
I think the meetup part is good. I think the become a content creator so you can meet other content creators probably doesn't fit as much. I get what you mean though, because when I went to Gamescom last year, I got like the media pass as like a content creator as well, and I could go to the content creator lounge. I didn't go there though to be like, hey, go and play my game and like shove a Steam Deck in their face. But that's kind of, if it works for you, it works for you, and everyone has a different way of like how it works for them. So I would look at that, but yeah, like events are a good way. It's like, and I don't know if you were listening on the previous call as well, where the guy was going to Lisboa Games Week, and it's like, yeah, from a wishlist perspective, this is not going to be worth it. But from a perspective of, I get to see people play my game, and I get to see people, you know, give feedback on my game. It does really, once again, it's like one of those replenishments. It's like a super potion of motivation points go up, and hey, your max motivation has gone from 70 to 80 now. I think is the gamer-friendly way that I have visualized motivation to kind of make it easier to grasp.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That like keeping up the motivation with the events. Yeah, I think because I like, it was just fun doing the events, and also if you go to those events naturally, like I go to like also anime conventions, right? Which is also where I tried to source like before Fiverr existed, like where I tried to source like local. Yeah, because if you're looking for anime artists, just go to your local anime convention. Now look, there's an artist alley, right? Very easy way to get that kind of stuff. But okay, not easy. Because then they also suffer from inconsistency since you're dealing directly with the talent themselves, right? Which may also have issues of like consistency too. So all sorts of like things where no matter how good if I am of a programmer, I don't know how to like, I'm not that great of managing artists. So
yeah, I think one other like very dumb stuff. I don't think I'm gonna leak anything. I'm just gonna show it up. Like I went to like a physical event as well, and I got like, this is like, I don't know if you guys can. I don't think it focuses, but like I had some VTubers also like show up to me. If you have like a static booth, people will come around. But statistically, you're not gonna find a lot of content creators, but the ones that do reach out to you of like, hey, here's my business card, send me your game key. It's like, yeah, this is going to be way better because you kind of. I'm saying this because Alexius on Twitch wrote like, oh, it's easier to email 5,000 content creators than try to persuade them face-to-face. Face-to-face is, I think, a lot easier. It's just more of a bottleneck in terms of one, finding them, and two, there's only one you can talk to at the same time, whereas sending like 5,000 emails takes like a few days of work, and you have like a bigger net, but you have less guarantee of like someone is actually going to bite here, basically.
Yeah, so you have a higher conversion rate in person, but like you're still capped by physical limits, right?
Yeah, you're hard capped by that one, indeed.
Yeah, like, and also I used to do the whole like physical box thing before because I was selling the game before. I was selling it on Steam in like CDs or DVDs and all that kind of stuff, right? So that's actually interesting because all the things I see about in like making your capsule good and stuff was just like from I need to create good box art, right? Like yeah, because even back in the day, some things change, some things stay the same. Like you're gonna need good advertising art to like do it. And the unique thing about the anime market is that 99% of like almost everyone bases like the thing, if you're legit or not, based on purely artwork. Like that's just how the anime industry works. Yeah, and it's mostly
anime is pure art at the end of the day. Like story, I think because I live in Japan, I spoke to like a producer once, and he's also like, you can have the best story, but if you don't have 10 out of 10 art, your anime is never going to like pop off. Like you need to have a good story as well, but visuals are very important as well. And I think games have that to a lesser degree, but I think still, visuals are extremely important there. Maybe one more thing also that I thought about, coming back to the motivation thing, because we have 3 minutes left, so I wanted to cover it. It's like, it could also help, I think, because you haven't released a game in a while, right?
Yeah.
To just have something shitty small, instead of immediately being like, I need to make this full-ass, big-ass game. Because you can be like, yeah, I've released games before, but you've released games 15 years ago, and it's like a very different market basically now. To kind of almost assume back of like, hey, I'm just a beginner again, and go through that same flow of like, hey, making that first shitty itch.io prototype where you don't worry too much about the marketing, you don't worry about all of that. Especially if you're doing like visual novels, itch.io is better still. I guess you're not really doing that anymore though. But just like taking a little bit of the pressure off even though, yeah, it's maybe not your dream project and it's kind of a smaller, shitty thing, it's still something that you can at least be like, hey, I still got it. I still got that dog in me of being able to release a game. Whereas now you're kind of banking on, hey, I released a game 7-8 years ago. Let's do that shit again. So yeah.
Yeah, I can't just rely on me. Hey, look, I released a game that got exhibited on Tokyo Game Show ages ago, right?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh, that was there was no seats in the indie booth back then. Do they
have them now?
For the exhibitors?
You get a seat.
Do you know what 4 days of standing and trying to talk in Japanese when that's not your primary language is like?
Yeah.
Solo?
I have a pretty decent idea from when I went there to go for content creation purposes as well.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I think I got a little bit too excited, but like, hopefully, this stuff there is like, whatever I mentioned is also useful for you somehow, right? Like back in the day, when dinosaurs ruled the earth. Yeah, I think I'm good here. Yeah, unless you got a question for me.
Not really. I always ask this one. What would be a video that you want me to make? What would be a video that, like, title or thumbnail, you like instantly mash that button of like, I want to watch this right now?
Well, it would be like all visual. Like, your game trailer needs this, unless you're a visual novel, which should be, and the answer is gameplay.
Yeah, like more specific to specific like genres, I guess. Like, for example, visual novels, like almost a visual novel breakdown.
Well, it's not just that, but like, I guess what it's also would be useful is, let's see here. I guess like ways to like sort of structure things so that you don't fall over, I guess. Yeah, well, that's still motivation, but there's also like, don't overinflate your game cost and stuff.
Yeah, like scope creep and figuring out like how long is this gonna take? How do I plan how long my game is gonna take? Because how the fuck do you know how long it's gonna take at the end of the day? Like stuff like that.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much, man.
Perfect. Thank you very much for hopping in, and enjoy the rest of the show, I guess, and the Bite Me Games content. So best of luck still with the development. Please, for the love of God, work on that pitch for the Uber crazy taxi thing, because it was rough.
I was just too excited, and I don't have muscle memory to like do that. I have this other. Yeah. No worries.
All right. Perfect. Anyways, thank you very much. Maybe see you later.
Take care.
Okay. I just need to move this one a little bit down. I saw we have new Twitch redemptions. I have a new Twitch redemption if you have like 500 channel points. I have my standing desk. I should finally use it. I also kind of want to stand regardless, because my God, I feel like also like when I do these meetings, I often do my meetings always standing, which is why I have the standing desk, because I can like be more dynamic. So we're gonna quickly do that. In the meantime, some people are like, hey, how do I join these viewer interviews, whatever? You go to the wait, let me pull up the right camera. You go to, actually I should just go for this one, bmg.yt/discord. You join the Discord server, and then in the Discord server here, hi, you can see me like 3 times. You go to, where is it? The channels and roles, and you select the live streams channel here. And then you will see 2 extra channels here, the waiting room and then the call-in. And then what we're going to do, I'm just going to go back to this display. We're just going to call you. So Loya, you are next. Salut Loya, comment ça va?
Do you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yes. Perfect. How's it going?
Thanks for having me. Doing great. It's a bit special to be waiting in that room, stressing about.
Stressing about what? It's just.
I don't know. It's just a reflex. Like when you start talking, you just relax.
Yeah. Shouldn't you be working right now? It's a Monday, 12, or is this your break?
Shh.
I don't know anyone in the Unity France offices, so don't worry about that.
Nice.
So yeah, how's it going? Because you're doing pretty well with Loya, of course. So I always wonder, what do you want to know about me? How can I help you? Because you're doing pretty solid, I would say, on your own.
Yeah, I mean, it's yes. I do have wish lists, but it doesn't mean everything is perfect in terms of, for example, there's some events that I've been to that you usually have to attend, like just like Pixel Pitch, where I was, and well, that's interesting. We were talking about stress. I don't know how much pitching you did with your projects. How much did you try and pitch to publishers or events?
We tried to pitch with Guild Architects, but that's it. So that was Gamescom last year. And there we realized that we're not made for pitching, I think. Or like, yeah.
No, well, okay, well, that's what I was going to say, because the thing is, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because these are great things, like you want to be invited to these events, but it's also extremely stressful, and you need to be used to talk in public, and it takes a while, and you need experience for it. So I guess, yeah, that's probably... Now I feel bad because I don't want to complain about this, because everyone's going to be like, yeah, we want to do this, you know. But it's also...
look at him complain here. Oh no, I have to pitch my game to get hundreds of thousands of euros. How horrible.
No, I know. It's just, yeah, you have to get out of your comfort zone. I guess because I'm a solo dev and I have to handle everything by myself, probably. And I'm also like, I like to work by myself and I have to do stuff like by myself. I've been spending 7 years on this game, doing nothing else. So it's kind of weird to just, suddenly you just talk to all these people and you have to talk about the game and show the game. I mean,
do you talk a lot about your game? Like physical talking, not sending text messages? Like talking to colleagues, talking to people? Or is it something kind of rare like now as well?
No, it's not rare. It was rare before, when I was more like in the making the game and on my own, which is bad. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't just make your game on your own, and you should talk to people about it. But now it's different, and now I feel like that's why I joined this as well, by the way, because I want to get used to this, to talk about the game, talk with people. And yeah, I mean, I'm starting to enjoy it, actually. There's this stress before, which is intense, but then you kind of like it.
Just a chill guy. I'm not gonna eat you. I'm not gonna be like,
no,
oh,
I know.
Horrible,
Look, it's not you. I think you're very chill, and I like that. By the way, thank you for the stream. That's very relaxing with the Skyrim music. I love it. I just keep working on my games with this on the background, which is great. But it's just like, yeah, it's always, you have to get out of your comfort zone. And I feel like even when you make games, it's probably the same. Like if you want to do things as a solo dev, probably, like if you only do coding, maybe you can try do some art, and maybe it can be fun as well. Same as this, maybe it's gonna be shit when you start. It's gonna be shit when you begin. It's normal. Like you need experience, but then eventually, when you see progress, it's always fun, right? Well, yeah, that was okay. That wasn't really a question. I had a few questions for you if you want me to. Like it's more okay. About, you keep saying. And I agree with you to some extent, that you should do small projects. And yeah, I want. Okay, it's going to be controversial. Sorry, but yeah. Okay, so that's true, but it's not always possible. And maybe you would counter, like you could say to me, like, yeah, but just don't try projects that aren't like that. But I feel like if you're making a game where the atmosphere is everything, or the feel of the game is everything, it's going to be hard to do a small prototype with cubes and primitives, because you're not going to see the whole thing. Like you need to go far into the execution to validate some concepts. That's what I mean. But that's still the MVP. You still want to do as less as you can to validate the idea, but depending on what you want to do, that can be a lot. And maybe that's
looking at it from a technical perspective or more of a vibes perspective.
Can be both, right? It's like sometimes depending on what idea you do. Like if you're trying to do a very mechanically advanced game, I would say then yes, you need to execute that technical part. Like I don't know if you're doing like Satisfactory or something like that, an equivalent to this, like where the system are very advanced in here, and you need that maybe to test the game. But if it's more like an artsy, vibey feeling game, then yeah, maybe you don't really need any technical. Like maybe you just need a concept art. I don't know. It depends on on what you try to do, and I would validate that in different ways. Like if it's something artsy, I would just post on social media and just look at the response. If it's more of a technical concept game, then I would test with people, right? And I would see like how they vibe with the idea. And I start with myself. I would just play the game.
Like, so I feel like you now just made some points about why it actually doesn't matter that you shouldn't start with a big game. Because you can do MVPs for a game like Journey, for example, which is at the end of the day a kind of small scoped game. I think the problem is just you need to know who you are. I think if you are like me, it's going to be really hard to make that one small scoped. Because I need to start from zero in terms of technical art and learning how it looks visually. If you're someone, maybe even like you, who already has a decent chunk of experience in advance, and you're better than the average Bite Me Games viewer, so to say, I think you can make like an Abzu-like prototype or whatever relatively easy. I think just to pull in the vibes perspective especially, I think you can do small scoped, because half of the student projects at like the Belgian game development school are basically Abzu clones of like very beautiful cinematic underwater, whatever, beautiful self-composed music and whatever. And those are projects made by 4 people in 3 months for like their study project, and they have 0 prior experience. They're just students still. I think it's so. I think it's also just knowing who you are and having a good idea of what you're capable of. And it's like, sure, if you're a beginning game developer, making a small scope beautiful game is going to be very hard because you don't know what you're going at. But if you've made a few like shitty PS1 PSX games at first, and you've gotten to learn the engine more, you've gotten to learn the basics of lighting a bit at that point, I think you can make small scope, like what you can make in a small scope becomes bigger, basically.
Okay, just yes, but do you know who you are? Is it that easy to just is it this, like, because it feels to me like you're somehow a little bit limiting yourself by saying this, because you can discover by trying over the years things, and then you're like, oh, I'm actually good at this. I thought I would never be able to do this. You see what I mean? I understand you need time, you need budget, you need and maybe I'm coming from a different place where I just do stuff while I have a job, and not everyone can do that or has the patience all the time to do that. But it's just like, I agree with you. Yes, like some people, they're just devs, and maybe they're never going to vibe with art. And I'm not saying you should do art if you don't feel like it's fun. But maybe by being a bit naive, you know what I mean? By just being delusional, just like I starting, like my first game was in 2009, I think, and it was an MMO, obviously. First project was this, and I spent a year on it, and then I just gave up. But then I tried again. I kept trying, making like a completely absurd scoped game, and I would say just keep doing stuff, and then you learn stuff, and then you get better at it, and then you see like, oh, okay, maybe I can reduce the scope on this part. But then even with Loya, like I didn't start the project saying I'm going to spend 7 years on this. But
you say that Bite Me Games has gotten better over the past 3 years in the quality of games that we've made, and we've only made small games.
Yes, I mean, you don't have to, like, doesn't matter what games you do, actually. If you keep doing games, you're going to improve.
Yeah, because I feel like you were like, oh, you can only, like, your talking point felt like, oh, you have to make big games to push yourself. But
absolutely
I think you
can
push yourself just as much with making small scoped games as well.
No, I'm just saying this. You can do whatever you want. It's more like this. Like, if it depends what the goal is, right? If you want to be, like, if you want to make money fast, of course, don't do big scope game. You're not going to make money. You're just going to fail. But Yeah, if you just want to make games because you like making games, and just make games. That's all I'm saying, basically.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I'm still missing
And
the
you're gonna,
question, I feel.
yeah, okay.
We've just been talking about long scoped games, small scoped games, I feel.
Yeah. I mean, I forgot. Like, yeah, it's more like, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It depends on what you're trying to do, right? Because I cannot just say like, yeah, don't follow this advice or that. Because like, if you're really trying to make money fast, but then I would say, yeah, maybe are games the best way to make money fast? Though, but
No.
yeah,
the answer to that is no.
Probably not.
100% no.
If you have fun making small, and it's also fun. Like I'm saying, it's not like it's just me.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe there's no question here. Maybe there's no question here. Right?
I think also, there is this almost elitism, I don't know, where game developers have this problem where you have what you define as the perfect game and the only game, and everyone should make an MMORPG or an open world survival game, whatever.
Yeah.
But developers make a lot of stuff, and one of the common complaints, criticisms that Bite Me Games get is like, all you make is garbage anomaly games and streamer bait games. And it's like, but I enjoy making those. And it's like, and it's like, oh, but certain genres feel like, oh, you can't make these. I think there's still a decent amount of gatekeepiness almost with game developers, where it's like, if you're not making the MMO or the whatever genre that the developer who is giving the commentary basically on is developing, it's like you're always going to get that. You're always going to get people who will be like, oh, this is a stupid idea, this is a dumb game, this shouldn't make money or whatever.
Okay.
And I think you just need to get over that as the game developer who gets that feedback and just make whatever you want, kind of. Because like you said, it's like, for the most part, probably you shouldn't bank on making money, especially those first few games anyway. You should just make what you want. Because that's going to give you the fun and motivation to want to keep working on the bigger games, basically, because you fall in love with game development.
Yeah, maybe I felt the same about, like, in the other way. Like, maybe I felt like people were telling me to stop making big scoped games and to just be realistic, I mean, we're gonna agree. Like, just make the games you want to make. At the end of the day, that's probably what matters. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, of course, people are gonna be jealous if you make a small game and it just makes millions and good for you. And people are gonna be jealous anyway. Yeah. Like, they're gonna be mad. It's fine because they have their own games that they spend time on it, and they're angry that they didn't make a lot of money. I mean, it makes sense, right? Yeah, I had another subject I want to talk about. How much time do we have?
We still have 6.5 minutes.
Oh, okay. It's more about prototyping. I said, it's not prototype. Sorry, iterative design. So I'm curious. How do you find? Like, do you quickly test with testers? Like, and do you watch them play, or do you just send keys and just ask for feedback? Like, how do you improve the game? What's the process?
I have to be honest, I don't think that it's something that I'm actively trying to work on for our next games, but I think it is something that to the current degree we're trying to improve upon, but we are by no means good at it yet. My virtual friend, which, some people don't even call it a game, that was, I think, the first time that we actually tried to not only use the Bite Me audience, because it's kind of like, the cheat code. It's like, I kind of want to, with the games that we make now, I'm also trying to make them without leveraging the Bite Me audience too much. I'm still going to use them, but I wanted, like, to a certain degree, be like, can I make this without my audience? And my virtual friend was the first example of that, where we didn't announce it on the main YouTube channel until it was, like, released, basically. And there we just used itch. We had playtesting, we had analytics. I think that was a big one to see what are people selecting in terms of items, upgrades, cosmetics. We also did like one round of playtesting for Kyoto Anomaly, but that one was already pretty late into development. Now, late into development in a 1 month development cycle, it's like 3 weeks into development or whatever. That's a different story, of course, than early in development for a long-term project, maybe like 3 to 6 months. But I think for our next games, we want to do even more of like the whole flow of like itch, Steam playtest. Also, something I want to play with more is visual validation, mainly through short form content, is I think my next step of making like very simple, shitty, crappily edited together visual videos basically, and join them on Itch and YouTube Shorts, and not on Itch, on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, because those kind of give you automatic not revenue, but like automatic discoverability way more than YouTube does. Like you're gonna get at least some 100 views, and then you can pick up like how does the algorithm work there to see, do people care about this? Way better also than like having to have a Twitter following, because Twitter, once again, if you have no following, you're not gonna go and blow up there. I think short form content for validation is something that I would try out more for mechanics or whatever.
Okay, well, if I can give you my insight, since I've been trying this as well, maybe that can help you since you're still searching for it. For me, what I did, like I would do a post somewhere because I don't have like the live audience, but I would just post on Reddit, for example. They would bring some testers, like maybe 10 or 20, and then I would just watch the data and try and optimize with the data. But the problem with this is it's too early. That's what I learned. I need to, like, now what I do is I just take those testers and I just do a call with them and just watch them play. Because there's so much information in watching someone play your game, like live, that you need to fix first before you can try and look at what the majority of people would say. So that's probably like first step would be watching people play in a live play test. Then bring me 10 people. Yeah.
I think you're right there. I think one thing that we do there that's like very normal for us is like, because we're 3 people and then we're not all 3 working on the same project. So like we have like a small side of project. It's like we have a meeting every Friday and then we kind of just let like the person who is not involved with the project play the game. And then kind of we already get like that first blind look. Like for example, for Overtime Anomaly, I remember the first time we let Thomas play the game, he was like, he had no fucking clue what was going on. And he kind of was that outside person for us, but we had him inside and we could like call him, we could talk with him and all of that. And I think that was a benefit of just also, I mean, it's also an edge case because even if you're not solo, you generally have like someone you know.
Yeah,
I think it's almost better for that than to kind of have like a little mini private community, not even try to make it like a big scale thing, because you need like 5 people or something. And you're already going to get way too much information of like, they all want a different thing basically that you need to figure out of like, what's the actual good solution here? And then try to reuse them a little bit, I would say. But yeah, I think it's always a struggle. And I think it's something that's not a lot of game developers do, because it is a very high barrier almost of how do you get those first Reddit people? How do you get that first feedback? Getting someone to want to hop onto a call with you, that's already like a pretty high barrier at the end of the day. Like here also, we have like 110 live viewers, and we have like 7 out of those who want to hop on a call with me. And these are, like, this is a bit of a different context, but even then, you know, those conversion rates are a lot lower.
Of course, I agree. Yeah, it's not easy to find people to test. And maybe that's already part of this marketing aspect of the game, right? Where you have to convince people to even come and try the game.
To care enough about the game, If you're making a shitty 2D platformer, you're not going to find anyone who wants to jump on a call with you, most likely.
Yeah, I would say it's part. Yeah, it's probably part of executing an appealing game, like trying to find ways to motivate people. I don't know, with a hook or something. Now that's a whole other subject, but I agree. I don't think I had other questions.
Okay, what would be the video you want me to make?
Oh, yeah. I like when you talk about, like, maybe interviews with other indie devs would be interesting.
Yeah.
Like smaller ones. Because, like, every other big YouTuber
every
does
Jonas Tyroller talks with Chris Sikowski, and it's just one big pool.
Exactly.
I get what you mean. I think the problem, or like, it's not a problem. Those videos just never perform that well, I feel, because I've done them a few times now. I think like one of my favorite Bite Me videos of 2025 was the one with Andrew from Alpine Lake here at Bit Summit. It was like 40 minutes long or whatever, basically a mini podcast. But the views on that aren't like great. And then it's also like, I'm not just wasting my time. I'm also like, you know, I have an obligation to them to, like, you know, they're taking an hour or whatever of their time.
Yeah.
If that then like is like the worst performing video, it's like they can feel bad as well. So it's something that I'd need to maybe, I don't know, change the formula, add more clickbait. How this game developer got 10,000 wish lists in 48 hours or whatever. But I think in the the current thing, something needs to change. It is something that I do really enjoy. Like, I like talking to also Bite Me viewers and whatever, because I think, it's more diverse than sometimes I think, like people like you and whatever. And I think, my heart requirement, and I think that's part of what makes the interviews, in my opinion, better, is like I want to do them in real life, because you get those like body language, tonal cues, and all of that as well. Which of course is a problem, because game developers don't want to leave the house in general. So I need to figure a solution out for that.
Okay, yeah, that would be nice for sure. Well, if you can't do the interview, maybe for those reasons. But I like when you do games review. I know you still gonna do that, but I like when you review viewers'
Game
games, because that
roasting.
gives, yeah, it's good. It's good information. Like, it's good feedback. It helps other devs to know what not to do. I think it's nice content.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much for being in the queue here. I hope you're enjoying your lunch break.
Thank you for having me. That was fun.
No problem. Thanks. This is a +1 XP in the public speaking part.
Yep, exactly. Appreciate that.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day. See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. I like the Bite Me roast too. Egoosey and Dark Code, I have, unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait a few minutes. I'm going to get my dinner now. The roasts are golden. I sometimes feel like, are the roasts too much? Like, sometimes I feel like I always say the same thing as I think the problem. But it's like, these conversations also make me realize, like, not everyone watches every single video and every single thing that I've made. So it's like, sometimes we do need to keep reminding the dumb stuff. Hey, Marnix, is Press Kitty coverage bot worth it? So first of all, I do have an affiliate code that gives you like discount. I think code BiteMe10. As for is it worth it, I think it can be worth it to get it for like 1 month right before your release, or like whenever you're doing a big content push. I don't think you need to get it for like a year or whatever, because you're not a big publisher. But I think if you're like really going hard on content creators, it can be maybe worth it for a month. Like, I enjoy using it as well. Now I get it for free, but I think even if I didn't, I would probably get it for like the month, or like the 2 weeks before release and then the 2 weeks after release, because that's also the point that you want to have the most. I think my favorite thing about it is being able to get like the notification of like, hey, this person is live on Twitch, and immediately jump into their Twitch call or like their Twitch stream and kind of interact with them, talk with them, and you get like more feedback about the game. You can also like, hey, you want to leave a review or whatever. So I would do those things potentially. So yeah. Now it's time for my dinner. It's a tuna mayo onigiri. I'm gonna, in the meantime, do I still have my Skyrim music? Let's put on some little vibey Skyrim music so I don't feel as lonely. The video is extremely motivating when I work on my game. Sometimes someone out there understands what solo dev feels. Except I'm not a solo dev. I'm sorry, Rensemel 81. Oh, you must be old. 81. That's like 44 years? Damn. Around 200 kilocalories? Maybe. I think I can check. I have 2 though, because I'm a hungry boy. I think it says calorie count. 157. With a full 2 grams of protein. Let's go. Dinner and music. What sort of stream is this? It's a mukbang stream now. It's just a quick break. So we'll be back to our regular scheduled feedback in a second. I'm thinking, I feel like I've been doing a lot of Patreon plugs recently. Tuna mayo onigiri is goated. It's in my onigiri tier list. It's like #1 by far. It's now an ASMR stream. I don't know if my mic is good enough to pick up the ASMR parts. Simul, I've worked 20 years in the gaming industry, lost 1.5 years as solo dev. But I understand how it works. Well, I guess I wasn't wrong with the 44 hours. Are you planning to do the sort of live stream chat thing again in the future? Any place but here? I'm thinking probably one more in the US time zone. Because right now everyone is like from Europe. This is a very Europe and like Australia, Southeast Asia friendly time zone. But not like everyone in the United States is sleeping right now. Like I think the East Coast will be waking up right now, but nobody's gonna wake up at 6 in the morning and be like, oh, I'm gonna hop on the Bite Me Games call. Are you liking this format? I just barely got the end of the Lost Chatter. I think it is fun. I mean, this is kind of, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is slightly an advertisement for just like, you know, if you're too scared to go on live stream, here. This is a little bit of an advertisement for the pro game developer tier, which is 50 euros a month on Patreon, where you can just have these meetings, but then twice as long. I play your games in advance, all of that, and we just talk one-on-one. And you support us. You get all of the Patreon videos and all of that. But I do enjoy it. Like, that's the thing. I like talking about game development. I love talking about game development. That's probably one of my favorite things, because I feel like I'm good at talking about game development. I've been talking about game development. It's my whole goddamn career is based around talking about game development. So if I get an option to talk about game development and help someone, I think it's a win-win. It is, of course, you know, it takes a while. But I think that's kind of why I like... Yeah, every 2 months would be a good time. Yeah, something like that. Like maybe the US time zone in like a few weeks or something. And then do it nationally. And then like repeat it again. Yeah, like also on Twitch. Hey Twitch, by the way, our viewers are like double of usual. Because I'm realizing more and more, nobody fucking cares about me working on games. Like the streams where I work on games gets like half the amount of views compared to this. So I feel like I should just lean into it more and you know, keep the game dev for off cam. Like I did the game dev on stream because I needed the accountability kind of anyway. But yeah. We're going to make shorts from this show. I don't think so. I was considering it during when I was recording this, like earlier, because I was like, oh, this is a good question for a short or whatever. But I think also my answers are generally longer than 1 minute, and I don't want to cut into the answer and the context. So yeah. I thought for a long time how popular a mukbang simulator would be, you know, like the Nikalo avocado style craziness. I feel like I would be too disgusted to work on that, personally. Anyways, let's take a look at the waiting room. 3 people have dropped in. I think Igusi, you're next, so you better get ready. Then we'll go for it. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Let's do another 2 hours. As long as people keep joining in, probably I'll keep doing it until I'm gonna fall down. But let's go and go for the next one. Yo, 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 Igusi, how are we chilling today? You are live on the Bite Me Games YouTube channel.
Oh my god, I will die right now of a heart attack. Hi.
Hi, how's it going? I guess you've been tuning into the stream for a while, so you kind of know the format already. What are you working on? Give me your pitch. Give me your situation.
Oh my god. Well, so 2 weeks ago, I had 2 full-time jobs.
I don't like where this is going.
3 side projects in the work for about half a year, all of them. and one is pretty close to the release, at least of the demo. So if you remember, I already asked a question about the power wash simulator with the mending spell from the Harry Potter.
Yeah, you were like, how hard would this be? Or something like that, right? And then I asked you, like, are you a technical artist? Because you have all of the destruction stuff.
Yeah, I am a bit of a technical artist, VFX artist, sound designer, programmer, and all of
you're
that stuff.
a true solo developer.
Yeah, I am already more than 8 years in the commercial game development. I passed through some mobile indie game dev companies, through some AAA projects, and actually at the moment I'm working on one. And yeah, I'm a bit tired of doing something that I don't want or I haven't decided to do. So yeah.
So what are you looking for? Because you're working on 3 side projects as well. I think the realistic answer is that probably the jobs in the current economy are more important than the side projects, unfortunately.
Well, 2 weeks ago I lost one full-time job.
Yeah.
And
okay. I felt like it was going this way.
That probably by the end of this year, the current project, AAA project, will be shut down for our team. So, yeah, it's
the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're kind of looking on like, what the hell do I do next? Should I go in on the project or?
I have some other companies I'm looking for, but the main dream is to get my own project. Yeah. Or several at the same time.
You have 3 side projects. Are any of those visible? So I have an idea of what we're working with here.
Not yet, because one is still with the temporary art, and I'm waiting from the artist to complete their part of the job. And another one is on pause because when I almost finish it, the click holding, if you know, was released. And I was like a bit confused that it was about 2 weeks before I was ready to press release demo button, and it was released, and I was like, oh, okay, I think I will pause and wait a little bit to release it.
Why would you do that? Why would you not try to ride a wave?
I don't know. It's now I'm looking like on a mistake.
Yeah.
With this decision.
What you're kind of doing now, it's kind of the same of like, you know how Megabonk is like the hot shit right now. You're kind of like, you were working on a Megabonk like, and now you're also like just delaying the demo because, oh no, a similar game just came out, and what if they think I'm a clone or whatever? I wouldn't have worried about that. So you're saying that the demo is basically done for that click holding like?
Yeah.
But there's no
but I haven't
Steam page or anything yet.
A Steam page yet at that moment. So yeah.
And it is like a horror clicker game.
Yeah.
Or what? Can you give me the quick pitch? If you would write a store page description, what would it be?
I think I will go with the description of the mix. It's like you're sitting in your comfy room and you're trying to beat some sort of the cookie clicker game, and something is going on around you. It's a very dumb and bad pitch, but yeah. It's just because I'm not a native English speaker, and for me it's a bit hard to convert my.
Yeah, like when I put you on the spot, it gets a lot harder. Don't worry about it. Next question. You may have thought about it. Why not itch.io? Because I can understand, hey, I don't want to spend $100 on the Steam store page on the incorporation. But what it sounds like is you have kind of a perfect game for itch.io, where incrementals are popping up on itch.io right now, and horror games are eternally popping up on itch.io right now.
I think I will go with this way, maybe. It was actually the main path for the Power Wash simulator with the mending spell. Yeah, to publish at the first time.
But you already have something that's basically done, which, or like at least the demo is basically done, which is like right now you're kind of losing out on the market validation, I feel, where that would seem to me to be kind of a clear, easy win. Or am I missing something about that?
No, it's just like I didn't had enough time to prepare the game trailer, to collect screenshots, and to prepare the store page on Steam or
I see.
itch. Yeah.
I mean, you are working 2 jobs with 3 side projects, so that does make sense. I guess that, even that takes some time. So what's kind of you really want to, I feel like, keep working on the Power Wash simulator like first then, almost. I feel like you're kind of purposely procrastinating the demo launch. Am I wrong here? Am I calling you out, or is there something that I'm missing here, I feel?
Yeah, it's I'm not working alone.
Yeah.
And there is another guy who is a bit hard to push to do some things, and he was helping me with the level design and some side things, and he's a bit hard to push to do something, and I'm like trying to reschedule my day-to-day life to try to
pick up the slack that
gap.
he kind of screwed you over with. I see.
Yeah, a bit.
Okay. Yeah, that's a rough one. I think I'm very lucky for Thomas and William, and the fact that they work pretty. I think that's very powerful. How did you meet them? They also are professional game developers, and it's just like their life got in the way, or is it more like you picked up some stranger from Discord and went off from there?
One is the stranger, and she's like working on this project like on her free time, and I don't have anything to say to her about this project because I also don't have enough time to do it. It's the third one. And with the Power Wash, I know this guy from the 2005, like when I came to the first form, and
he's kind of still working fine.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. We raised the company together from the ground up, and with my wife. So it was
he's like my Thomas. Then I think that's
he knows what to do. He's great game designer, level designer, project manager. But when it comes to self projects, side projects, he's very hard to push. Yeah.
Could it be a motivation thing where it's because you have no sort of external validation right now, it gets harder to want to work on the project? Where it's like, oh, if we could see that, like, hey, we upload something about this game or whatever, it gets 1,000 views and people seem to like it. You think that would help with the push? Because that's, I think, what I feel like is maybe going on here as well. Of like, if you keep working just like a few people and you're never sharing anything, you're never showcasing, and you don't get like any positive feedback loops, because you can kind of get sick of that game and not really want to work on it that much anymore. Is that something that could be happening here, you think?
Yeah, maybe. I think actually his first thought on this game was that this is not the best idea to try.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, like I spent 3 days to basically complete the base gameplay loop and the core mechanic.
Yeah.
And when he joined, he said like, okay, maybe this will work, but we need to work on the additional stuff. And I was a bit scared because of the scope creep, because it could expand very fast. Yeah, and I feel like it's just because his first thought was that it's not the best possible idea to make. But from my perspective, it's like a tiny small project which can like grow in perspective in the other universe a lot of money, especially because there is no such project at the moment except the Hogwarts Legacy, but it's another
Very
genre.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you have that one game where you have to yell your spells no. I don't know the exact name anymore, but yeah, I think it's pretty
Oh, yeah.
Limited. I'm thinking, because this is honestly extremely relatable for me. When we started working on Overtime Anomaly, I went to Thomas with the gameplay idea, and the first thing he said was like, "This is a stupid idea. Work on something else." And I was like, "What the hell? What's going on here? Why are you so mean?" Basically, I don't know. It was, we kind of not like fought about it, but I remember taking him to the side or something and be like, "Thomas, you're the CEO. This is not acceptable behavior," of like how he kind of lashed out or whatever. Like there was zero support at all, and it took like some kind of convincing. And he never was like full on developer of the game, and he kind of still to this day, even though the game made money, it's like, yeah, this ain't it. And I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm gonna leak something. That happened, well, less than 24 hours ago. I had another call with him about, I want to make another Anomaly game. I think it can be a quick win. I think it can be good timing. We have the experience. We've been able to make a good Anomaly game. And once again, he was like, I don't like this. Just because of, his personal thoughts, his personal biases. And he was like, he could recognize, like, yeah, maybe on paper it's a financially sound idea and it's what we need right now. But he's always kind of going to be the antagonist inside of the project, I would say, within the studio. And it's almost like, it's hard to change someone's opinion. And it's more what I'm focusing on now is kind of just, I'm very spite driven. Now I kind of just want to tell him to go fuck himself and make a better game. And I think part of what I want to do there is you need that external validation. You need to be able to go to him and be like, you think Kyoto Anomaly is a fucking dumb game? Well, look at this. We're 98% positive. People love this game. You just have no clue what you're talking about. Give me more trust in the future. I think that's a big thing. You need to have trust with each other. Of like, even if you don't like the other person's idea, you need to kind of support him. He's also come to me with dumb ideas. And I've been like, you know what? I trust you. Give it a go and we'll see about it. And I really think you should try to find that external validation that you can go to your partner and be like, go fuck yourself. People want this game. I was right. Eat a bag of dicks. Probably you want to say it a bit nicer. I can talk to Thomas with this. I don't even talk to him.
No,
like this,
I can say the same way. Maybe even worse.
That's basically, I think, the only great way to go here. Because right now you're always going to be in that hostile, almost hostile, I would say, relationship. Even though, on the grand scale of things, you're business partners. You're there for each other. But business partners, like co-founders and things like that, you'd never want them to be like 100% of the same thing. You need to have clashing ideas sometimes because that's how better ideas come as well. And I think that would be kind of what I would try to focus on. Take that click holding put it on itch.io, make some shorts about it, make some reels about it, what I care. Spend limited time on it, even just if it's a few hours. Like especially getting screenshots and setting up an itch.io page shouldn't take a long time. And same thing for the mage thing, even if there's no demo out right now. One of my favorite things that I talked about with someone who does like it's like a publisher, and all she does at the publisher is like making content content creation for the publisher to get like validation and to get wish lists. And one of her favorite formats is you take your phone, you point it at your engine on the screen or whatever, and you just record like 10-15 seconds of like one of the core things about your gameplay, like the spell. And then you have like a little caption that's like, I'm working on this game about fixing broken stuff with magic. And then you make like 10 different formats of that. So like you're still looking at like 15 minutes of gameplay or whatever, because it's just very simple variations. And you push all of them to TikTok Shorts and Reels. And you just look at, okay, what does this do? It's a format, like the formula of point screen or like point camera at screen. These are giant publishers with fuck tons of money and giant marketing budgets, but they're still doing this because it feels authentic, it feels indie, and it's something that is currently working on TikTok. And I would try those things out and try to get some validation to go to your partner and be like, I said, like, hey, look, maybe you're not fully convinced in this, but I was really convinced in this. I wanted to see where we could take this, and I think I've gotten good results for you. Let's take this a step further and try to kind of get him back on board, not just by talking to him, but by showing him that, hey, here's why I think you're wrong, in kind of a more statistical way, and not just, I think it's a good game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think this
actually,
would be
Go ahead.
the quick win to do here. So yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. What did you want to say?
It's fine. So in 2021, I came up to him with an idea about a project. Yes, it had to be a big project, but try search fellowship in the Steam.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 fellowships. Is it the one that's released or the one that's unreleased?
Unreleased.
So the one that comes out in 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like an MMORPG, but without the main aspect of the open world and quests RPG.
Multiplayer
it's
online
just,
dungeon crawlers.
Yeah. And I came up with this idea, with the same idea. And he said that it's a good idea, but I don't think it will work anytime soon.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting because the whole part of the MMORPG industry right now struggling because of the main part of the MMORPG. And everyone was interested for the last 2 or 3 years in such game. And that's why they are coming up. Next one is the clickholding.
Yeah, I feel like you have a talent for finding trends before they become trends.
Yep. And it was the same point even when I worked in the hyper-casual mobile game development industry. I also came up to our director and asked him, like, let's do this game. And he was also always saying, no, if you want, you can do it as a side project and we will try to push it. And like after 3-4 weeks, my idea was released and it was a big bang. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I feel
like you have like some trauma and like all these times you got so close. I think you just almost need a bit more rebelliousness of like the fine, I'll do it myself approach. And I think especially just put shit out there, especially on itch.io in the beginning, to validate at least. Because you can look at Fellowship, and I think one thing, of course, is like Arc Games is a giant publisher. They probably had more budget than you had and all of that. And sure. The idea is one thing, but the actual execution is, of course, a different thing. And I think right now also, that is what I'm missing kind of from you, of like what would the execution be looking like for your click holding like and for those similar style games? And I think it's just getting people to see your games and see if they're actually, if it is truly just the idea or it is the execution and you're capable of doing that I think you shouldn't wait with for too long.
Well, I can't say that I had problems with the execution when we were working in the hyper casual mobile industry.
Yeah.
And actually, you can see one mid-core game, which I was almost the only one person working on with the artist as a main programmer. It calls Bullet Night.
Bullet Night. How do you write it? Bullet Night?
Like bullet?
Yeah.
And Space Knight, like the...
Is it on
Knight
Steam?
in armor. No. It was a mobile game.
Okay. Yeah. Let me take a look.
And actually, it was the almost three-person made. Me, this game designer, and my wife as an art director. So yeah.
Because I think 500,000 plus installs, but I think it's a big difference to go from mobile to Steam as well.
Sure.
So I think that's something that definitely PC versus mobile, I would not blindly trust on. I've made a mobile game before. I would put it out on itch as well as soon as you can.
Yeah, sure.
So I think you're on the right track, definitely. But I think you just need to get that validation. That's what I feel like it boils down to. You almost feel like a tortured poet where nobody appreciates your genius. And you just haven't had that validation of, hey, actually people do really like what I'm doing here. So I would do that and just go from there, basically. I think if you even really want to take a step further, you upload it to itch. And if it has some sort of success, reach out to some horror game publishers. Reach out to a Critical Reflex. And if they respond to your email, probably you're also doing something right. Doesn't mean you need to sign to them, but kind of just as a feeler of like, hey, what do other people in this niche that maybe have a bit more opinion than just some random guy on itch.io think about this game and the potential it has? So,
yeah.
I think those are it. Thank you very much for having tuned in. I have other people in the queue, so I'm going to have to, unfortunately, keep going. But it was very nice talking to you, and best of luck still. Best of luck with fighting, or not fighting, but, it's fighting with love with your co-founder, I would say.
Yeah.
Anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe I'll catch you in another stream. Let's go. Dark Code, it's you. We go straight back to back. Konichi, what's up, Dark Code? How is it going to you on this beautiful afternoon? Hello.
Actually, wait, let me mute the stream.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue otherwise.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Noise.
You're famous.
How are you guys
now.
doing?
I'm doing great.
I'll bring the camera on the internet.
You should know how I'm doing. I've been talking nonstop for 3 hours about everything, so
that's what I'm asking you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm still feeling good.
Great.
If you do 8-hour live streams, what is a 3-hour live stream instead, right? It's easy peasy. I just get to talk.
Yeah, but talking constantly with people, and you never know who you're gonna get on the call. And it's,
maybe I get like
it's a bit exhausting.
Some weird dude who has a profile picture of a raccoon. You never know.
That's rude, man.
Anyways, what are you doing? What are you working on? What can I help you with? Give me a bit of the rundown.
The rundown is this. Currently doing tech support for a big company for customers that I cannot say, but it kind of rhymes with Schmugel, and it's it's horror. It's straight up horror. Now I've been trying to get into the game development industry for a while. Many times, multiple times. Unfortunately, none of them actually stuck. Either dead hard drives or completely lost passion for a while. But no matter how many times how many moons go by, I still kind of circle back to that idea of getting back into it. I'm currently working on 2 small projects. I mean, small, yeah. One is a match 3 game. I thought, how difficult could it be? Joke's on me. And another one is I've decided to drop it for a small period of time and to work on a Duck Hunt, if you remember that, on the NES.
I wasn't born, but I know the game.
Damn. I feel old now. Yeah, so I thought I'll pause the match 3 game for a bit and work on the Duck Hunt for a bit. I figured that I can finish it within a month and post it so that I would have some sort of presence, some sort of portfolio, and hopefully I would be able to land a job in the industry. Now, hopefully something better than just QA. I had some experience. I worked for Ubisoft, but mostly QA on Far Cry and Breakpoint, Ghost Recon, I think. And then I moved to a different company and I worked on some mobiles games as well. But I would like to, yeah.
Yeah, you've worked in games before at least. What's your engine of choice, if I may ask?
It's weird. The majority of my time I've spent in Unity, but I think I'd go with Godot. Okay. I'm currently trying to learn Godot.
I think that's a very normal pipeline to follow, so don't worry about that. I was just curious about what we're dealing with. Mm-hmm. Is your goal to go to big companies, AAA, indie? What's the, like, I guess the dream would be to become Eric Barone and just have infinite money and never have to work again.
Right, exactly. To sleep and to get paid for it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure yet, to be honest, because I still suck at prototyping. I'm still not sure which idea should be followed and which not. I'm still kind of walking blindfolded, trying to feel the room, so to speak. But I'd love to make something. I'd love to be a dev to publish. I've also thought about the idea of being a publisher. This sounds like an interesting thing, like trying to look what other people do and what kind of games they make, and trying to guess the market, what's going to be profitable and whatnot.
You know, publishers usually need a lot of money, right, to get started?
Yeah, that's the problem. Sadly. But yeah, at this point, I'm just curious. The main question that I had actually was regarding the financial side, especially in the beginning when you have not yet published anything, or for example, you've published the first 2 or 3 games, but you're still not there to say that you're able to do this full time, right? I followed your videos for a while. I've actually, this morning, I watched your QA while on the treadmill. I actually love those. That's one of the... It's a bit 1 month old, I think. But I love the longer formats. Yeah. So that was the main question.
Like, how do you make money in game development? So you get money while you sleep. Okay.
So I get money while I sleep, yes.
It's just about making games, is the more I realize. There's like a bunch of like alternative thoughts of like, oh, I'm going to start a Patreon and I'm going to do like the monthly games or whatever and just submit the Patreon and like people will buy it. And I think that's a dumb idea. You're a programmer first, right? I guess if you're like in QA, yeah. So that's that's immediately something that artists can do that we unfortunately can't do as programmers. It's like, oh, I'm going to make some asset packs and I'm going to sell that as like easy passive income. I think in your case, it's most likely just going to be make games and try to sell the games that you make. And if that is the goal, then probably the goal would not be to make Duck Hunt and Match 3 games in 2025, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, I know. The thing is this. I'm currently situated in Romania. I'm not sure how many people know about the situation here, but it's going worse to worse. And the overall economical state of the world is a bit worrying, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I've crunched the numbers. Technically, I would be able to survive on 300 euros a month.
That's so low. Jesus Christ.
And technically, I would be able to survive for about a year on the savings that I have. But at the same time, given the whole situation, I'm not sure I want to burn through my savings, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it's good point for that either.
And at the same time, I don't really want to to deal with the customers that I'm dealing with now. So my thought process was that I would make at least some sort of portfolio that I would be able to show that I at least know what I'm doing ish.
Yeah.
And hopefully land a DevOps or Dev QA position.
Okay, so
that would give me more.
Yeah. Let's assume then we're not talking about the goal of making money, because I think we need to know, why are we making games? Are we making games to make games for passive income and the game dev dream, like the solo indie game dev dream? Or are we making games to land a job? Because that's also the thing. If you're making games to land a job, you should drop Godot. Because there's like one real studio that uses Godot, and that's it basically.
Right.
Is DevOps even still a thing? I feel like it kind of got merged into like some other things since it's been a few years since I was in the DevOps world, because I studied system administration.
I'm not sure about the gaming industry. I know that it's still in surge here.
Yeah, I know the person who did DevOps for Baldur's Gate 3, and they were 2 people out of the entire, Larian. And that was it. So I feel like maybe it's I still see it in job posting, someone in Twitch had said so, perhaps. But I think, then what you would almost do then is like, just if it's pure portfolio thesis, you take like the sample projects and you just DevOps pipeline the shit out of that, I would say. If that is kind of the goal. I think the problem is just that right now is a fucking miserable market for game development jobs. I think there's no other way to say it, where you're going to be competing with people who have had 5 years, 10 years of experience. There's like the horror stories, and I know like developers as well like that. Like, oh, I'm a senior developer, but I'm forced to pick up junior jobs for like junior salary because there's just no other option basically. And I think that just having Duck Hunt isn't gonna fix it there either.
It's not, but it's a first step. It's better than nothing. Nothing to show for, that was my mentality, that I can finish it in 1 month and I'll have something playable, something on itch. Ideally, the long-term goal is to be an indie dev and to develop games that I enjoy playing myself. But again, at this point in life, I'm not sure that it's a very good idea to just drop everything and jump into the gaming industry as an indie.
I think if you can avoid it, honestly, I would try to avoid indie game dev. I know this sounds like a horrible thing because I run a game dev YouTube channel, and like game dev is awesome, but like I'm gonna be honest with you, game dev right now, and like in the world, like you said, right now, is kind of a miserable place. And I would honestly like, games at the end of the day are also a luxury good. And it's like almost a recession indicator of whatever. Like if the world is going to shit, people are not going to spend as much money on games anymore.
Yeah.
And games are it. I'm in this now. I'm kind of stuck whether I want it or not. That's what I've been realizing as well. Like, I don't think when I quit my job at Cisco 2.5 years ago, I was like, oh, I'm going to find another job easy because I have 3 years of like Fortune 50 company experience. Even I think that right now that would be a way harder sell, basically. So I'm kind of in this now of like, this ship has sailed and we just have to follow along for the ride. But I would honestly try to advise you to not get on the boat if you can, and try to find like the bigger, safer ship. And just keep doing game.
Safer ship is soulless. Like it's.
But at least you have food, and you don't have to eat noodles every day for a year.
True, I do enjoy myself some foods from time to time. Yeah. But it's so like it's. I'm not sure if you've worked with customers, and it depends from person to person, obviously, but how well you take it. But there are days you just kind of stare at the wall. There's nothing. The lights are on, but there's no one home. And it's just I've tried to kind of mix and match where I can, but it's I can't. I'm just too drained mentally. That's why I was thinking about doing something, or at least trying to find like a part-time job that would at least cover my expenses ish. But yeah.
It's a rough one because also, we have to be honest, I'm an indie game developer. I never got any formal training in game development. I could not get a job in game development even right now, even if I tried. But I would try to, you keep making the games on the side, I guess. But I really can't just just go into full-time game dev. And I don't really, I feel like, Duck Hunt would have worked in 2020, 2021, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think now it's just not going to be enough.
Okay, again, it's like no more than a month, super short. I mean, it takes me a month because I like the experience.
You can still make the Duck Hunt, but if you want to keep making it on the side games, I would start thinking about games that could potentially make more money. That would be
that's
better
why
fits.
I was thinking about the match 3 because I don't remember who was it. There was a guy that I think you talked about him in a video, but I'm not sure. Don't quote
Solitaire guy.
Yeah, the one that kept making only solitaire games and they started changing as well.
Yeah,
because I was thinking about doing something similar with the match 3 though. Because
I think that's
there's a lot of
catastrophically bad idea to go into match 3. Yeah, unless you make hentai games, that would the only time that it makes sense to do match 3 games if it's a hentai game.
To be fair, in that kind of genre, it doesn't really matter what kind of game you make.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a YouTube comment as well. Match 3 plus horror. I don't know, but I think the traditional match 3 games would not fit here because these are also genres that are suited for mobile. I think I'm gonna see if I can find it. I think one of the least performing tags on Steam ever is match 3 as well. I'm gonna see if I can find it in the average revenue. Can I find? Because there's a tag for it. Can't seem to find it immediately, or maybe it is just the genre itself. No, okay, whatever. I know it was catastrophically bad. Yeah, match 3 is median revenue 470. Wait, let me pull up. Let me reduce the sexual content one just to take a look at what that would do. And then suddenly we're looking at, $100 less in median revenue if we get rid of the adult games. I think I wouldn't go for that if you could. Just being honest with you. Because the goal is at least to get a survival thing. And the benefit is that, you don't need a lot of money to live in Romania. Of course, you maybe not want to stay in Romania.
But I think I don't have a girlfriend. I mean, sadly, I don't have a girlfriend. But thank God, my parents are healthy. My friends are okay. There's not a big expenditure so I can just survive by myself.
Yeah. Would you say you're a decent programmer?
Ish.
Because
it depends.
That would probably be the alternative. Getting a
sorry, go ahead.
Game dev job. Not a game dev. Just get a programming job. And then do game dev on the side. You generally have better work-life conditions. Of course, it's easy to say, I just get a programming job. I know it's not that easy, but it's going to be
able to.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
It's still easier comparatively than game dev at the end of the day as well.
I finished university in Italy on front-end and web development. Then I returned to Romania, and I was unable to find a job. I spent about 6 months through interviews. And only then I landed a job because of my cousin knew a guy that needed a website done, And I managed to work there front end and then full stack for a while. But that's why I returned to QA actually, because simply there was simply no job.
This is a downer of a conversation.
Imagine you're watching an indie dev team saying, "Just don't do indie dev, guys. Just if you can, don't jump on the ship. Just don't."
It's like if you're banking on game development being the thing that makes you money in 2025. I think that's kind of more of the thing, especially if you're getting started. It becomes harder. It's the thing of the best time to have started would have been 15 years ago. But it's thanks for the advice, buddy.
Yeah, at least I appreciate the honesty, though. That's why I actually decided to join in. So
I don't know what else I would say. Yeah, there's no good solution, I feel, unfortunately.
So Eternal says best time to try out is part-time.
Yeah,
I was
but
thinking
then
about that as well.
It's getting hard to find part-time stuff, I feel, as well, unless you do like freelancing style. But then you need to also deal with the stuff of finding the freelance customers and all of that.
That's actually the second question that I had, which I noticed when joining the Discord that you guys have a playtester tag or role.
Oh yeah, that's just for us, kind of. If we make a game, we ping everyone who has the playtester tag to be like, hey, please play my game. But that's just for Bite Me Games benefits, basically.
Yeah, understandable. I wasn't gonna ask you to pay me for anything, but just the question was as an indie team. I can't speak. As an indie team, did you guys ever think about hiring freelancers for playtesting?
Oh, because as an indie team, you don't have budget for that, and even if you do have budget for like spending it on it, it's like probably there's other stuff like art, like music, like
art and music, yeah,
marketing, whatever, that is probably better spent than QA, I would say.
All right.
Yeah, that's another womp womp.
It's fine. All right, that kind of covers all my questions, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to give you hope and optimism and happiness.
I came here for honesty, not for hope and happiness.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
So yeah. Anyways, happy thoughts. What would be the video then they would want me to make? What would, like, as you said, you like the Q&A. What's like the general style of content that you enjoy the most of Bite Me, if I may ask so?
The Q&A and the tier lists.
Okay, yeah, tier lists. I don't know if you were joining earlier in the stream. We have another tier list coming probably in the next month or so, I would say.
That's huge.
And I think
it's
gonna
watch them.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's gonna be a topic I think that people are gonna like. I don't know if I should leak it. I'm not gonna leak it yet, but I think it's gonna perform well and people will enjoy the topic. So yeah.
It's huge. I usually enjoy watching these. It's either you guys or gaming news channels on the treadmill, but usually because you guys have a longer format and you go into topic, and I can, especially while walking, I have a clearer mind and I can think through stuff.
Yeah. Have you ever seen our Patreon? Send me a DM after the live stream has ended. I can get you a free month of Patreon. There's like every video on there is like 40 minutes long. You're gonna like it.
I've been trying to save up a lot during the last period of time.
I have figured
services or not.
I can still get you a free month, so you can still binge all of that.
I'll probably. How many do you have there?
How many videos? Like,
yeah, I might finish them in a couple of weeks.
I think like 90 at this point. So we've been doing it for 2 years. So you're going to be spending some time on it at least. I'm gonna see if I can figure it out. It's a decent chunk. I'm surprised myself. We're looking at.
I think during the Q&A video, you also said that the best tutorial. Oh, you touched upon making a tutorial, and you mentioned that the best tutorial you guys have at the moment is the Patreon.
Like instead of a course, right? Yeah. We have 84 podcasts and then another 30 videos that is like with like screen that you can't just listen to, basically. And then we have another 22 business reports where we talk about money. So I feel like you're gonna have a lot of treadmilling to do then.
That's good.
Yeah. But yeah, right. Send me a DM and I'll get you sorted later. So yeah.
Thank you, man. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. And best of luck still, unfortunately. I think you're going to need it.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Fuck, I forgot to watch whether Tommy Tombo or ASDF was first in the waiting room. So I feel like I'm gonna maybe make someone happy or maybe give someone someone's gonna get mad at me. But wow, that was not no happy vibes here. Tombo was first. Okay, Tombo was first. Let's put Tombo in then. Hello, Tombo. What's going on this beautiful afternoon?
Hello. I just have to mute the stream, so I'm getting you twice there.
Okay, no worries.
There you go. How are you getting on? All good?
I'm all good, absolutely, yeah. How's it been going? Do you have happy vibes for me after this train wreck of a previous call we had in terms of
Don't join the industry. I'm right on board. I'm run away from it as quickly as you can.
Okay. So what are you working on?
I'm working on a first-person shooter called Pulp Action Shotgun. I've been working on it for just over, I think, a year and a bit. It's at a very rough stage of I have a very basic itch demo out, and I've got a Steam page out, and I'm working on the demo that'll then go on to Steam. That's a bit more fleshed out, and I'm sitting at the point of if I just let go and just walked away from this, nobody would be like, "Where is this game?" And I can move on to other stuff. Or if I go into it now, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be working on this until I'd say like 2027, maybe mid 2026.
Is this your full-time thing, or you're lucky enough?
I teach games development part-time at like a technical college, so it would be below university level, but like I don't know what would be the equivalent. Yeah, it's right in that middle. So I end up teaching general Unreal Engine and 3D modeling, mostly Blender, but it is people who have never used the engine or done any 3D modeling before, so it's very much the basics.
So you're kind of stuck on this thing now, I guess, of like, should I keep going or not?
Yeah,
is that kind of the big struggle?
I'd say it's the one at the moment, because whenever the project started, I was very much in the same frame of mind that yous have been with a lot of projects of make it small, get it out fast. And I wanted to do that and then get a response and move on. And I sort of done that. And then I was like, oh, maybe I can tweak this. Maybe I can do this. And now it's been a year and a half. And if you asked me, actually, I bumped into you in Develop Brighton like a year ago.
Yeah, I feel like the name was familiar.
Yeah. And I was chatting to you then, and I was like, oh, I might have a demo out, and I might be putting it into Next Fest. And now I'm at this stage, like a year
later. Yeah.
More than a year, and I'm like, I'm less likely to have it out on Next Fest or on Steam anytime soon.
Yeah.
So it's the longer I've sat with it, the more I've realized I'm going to have to do more, especially as a solo developer. I have an artist that does our character designs. He is just a friend that does comic book drawings. So anything in engine and doing actual work is me. And a lot of this stuff is kind of dependent on freelance animators and commissions, which
so you're also it's a money pit game also, kind of. It's not like the only investment is your time, because that also changes the equation, of course.
Yeah. So it's an interesting enough spot, at least for now. For Halloween and for October, I'm taking a wee break to work on just a small game to get out, where I'm just using my same skills but trying to make out something small to put on my itch page and be like, that's another thing to work on. Basically get something out, and always taking these breaks to make something small, put it out and be like, well, if any of this gains more traction, I can just put Pulp Action into a drawer and be like, I'll get back to that later, and then focus on the thing with interest.
Yeah, the problem then is, of course, you risk that trap of keeping changing the shiny objects in of what if the next game suddenly I'm sick of it after like a half a year or whatever, and £5,000 sunken into it.
Exactly.
How long is the gameplay right now? Because I saw that on itch you're charging $2 for this game, which I think is a unique choice. I don't know if
I do have a real itch will get mad at me. No, I have a real broken itch strategy, which is if you put your game up for free, it just goes up as free or a prototype. If you put your game up for $1 or $2 and then put it on sale 100% off, it goes into a different category and it gets you higher listings. And there's also
because you're
Reddit.
In the on sale category.
Yeah. So it's been on sale.
Trick.
Yeah, it's been on sale twice, 100% off, and I've gotten like 90% of my downloads from those sales.
Okay. Good thing that nobody works at itch anymore, so they can't patch out the meta, because I think 130 developers just took notes of that strategy, including me.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found it entirely because I took an afternoon and was like, I'm just going to see what does well on itch, and I just kept seeing all of them have, it was like a progress bar at the top of their screen that said like, our sale goal is $100, and it was what percentage of like $30-40 filled. And I was like, how is that happening? Because all these games were on sale.
But they get like the tips, right? As well.
Yeah, the tips. But you only get that banner if it's on sale. So like you can't just have tips up and have a sale goal. So these other people had found out that if you put it on sale for whatever amount and then set a sale goal, you actually get some people that'll just tip to contribute towards the goal.
That's something, yeah. H.io people, they tip. I'm always so surprised when it's like, okay, thank you. You want to pay more for the game, but we take it.
But no, at least on my end, because we were kind of talking about, my background is programming, and you're talking about how a lot of people at this stage where the industry's bad, they might go back to software. I have found from roughly 2 years in the industry that I'm not as good of a programmer, and I don't necessarily find I'm providing the most value in a programmer role now. Because I applied, I'd done a job interview, and I was like, oh, I'm going to do all the research on the company. I find out news, things that were going on, and was like high level strategy stuff. Like I was looking at what possible competitors they were going to have hiring talent in a new country, and I was like, oh, this is all really cool. I went into the interview and they're like, yeah, how do you make a web page? And I was like, I completely forgot to look that up, and that is the most bare bones simple answer. And I was like, oh dear, I don't think my mind is calibrated for programming anymore.
You should have gone for the project manager or project lead role instead, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I never considered that my skills had changed that much since, because I was doing programming before, but now just years of trying to run your own indie studio just puts you into that project lead mindset. And I ended up I really enjoy the skills I learned in that, but it means I am not programmer material.
I get that, where I was recently thinking about it, sort of like I quit Cisco 3 years ago because I was put into a more of a sales role. And I feel like if I were to go back to software, like traditional IT, I feel like I should take a sales role, because it's just, I've changed so much with the YouTube and running a studio. Anyways, I feel like I missed the answer of how long does your game take right now, like start to finish?
Oh, sorry. Start to finish, it is a wave-based round survival similar to Call of Duty. So depending on how well you can...
Oh, more like a zombies game than like a true like boomer shooter, like, the Duke Nukem series or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, so it is just waves. But right now, the way you would basically describe the game ending is if you reach, I think it's like 10, 15 minutes of a round, the difficulty scaling plateaus, because right now it is not, the enemies don't get additional health, they don't do additional damage, and they don't, there's not different varieties. Right now, all they do is increase in number. So you'll get overswarmed if you're not experienced enough. So, but because of that, it is reaching a plateau that once you're able to kill 100 enemies in a round, killing 110 is actually quite easy, whereas going from 10 enemies to 20 is a lot more difficult. So it tends to plateau at around the 15-minute mark. I'd say the median for most people would be like 10. So 10 to 15 minutes. If you're still alive in that round, you could go for the next hour. So I'm trying to figure out either how do I scale, as I was saying, it was like, how do I change those values of your damage, the enemy health, and the enemy variety, or do I start to take in new systems to improve that? For example, like it's like you know the clicker and the incremental genre. Like, can a round-based survival introduce a
make
prestige?
this a roguelite where you get the 3 cards to choose from, kind of riding the Mega Bonk wave. We've seen the top-down 2D survivor likes. We've seen the 3D survivor likes. Now we get the first-person survivor likes.
But the roguelike is the perfect example that for the longest time, whenever I introduced round survival, I was like, this is like COD Zombies. This is like, was it Made of Scare or Scare Ritual? Like, this is about round survival. It is not, you're not going to have a deck of cards and you're not going to pick the things, because I feel like that is what people immediately go to. It makes great games, but I didn't want to immediately go down that path. And now I'm sitting here being like, if I do, that's adding the other year of development. It's basically continuing what we're saying. Like, anything I add more that could be better is just redesigning the game and pushing that deadline further on.
Okay. Because do you have any metrics on this game, like at all, of like average playtime and whatever? Because I feel like that's the point where if you want to make those decisions, I should start thinking about that first, of like, do people just play this game for 8 minutes and then never return? Or because you have kind of that round-based thing, I feel like you can get decent numbers in terms of like retention almost and playtime. That you may not need as much content as you think you would need, is basically what I'm trying to go for.
Yeah. It would be more interesting. It's like, I don't know, I'm trying to remember now, if whenever you put demos up on Steam, does Steam track it the same way it tracks player time?
Yeah, so you can see the player time of the demos as well in there.
Okay.
And then you can, of course, add like bonus analytics of like, how many waves do they actually survive? What kind of weapons do they took? But I think especially playtime would be an important stat to have an idea about here. Because you don't need to make this an 8-hour game. Like, at the end of the day, Call of Duty Zombies, when the game launches, I think like Black Ops 2 started with like the transit map and then like 2 more maps or something, and then like 1 DLC on launch. They generally don't have like giant amounts of like levels and content and whatever, because that's if you make a true traditional boomer shooter, that's the problem of the linearity. Whereas now it's more replayable. At least you have your arenas, you can like take some challenge modes or whatever. And I think if you can turn it in, I think it's way easier to get this game to 10 hours of content, so to say, than it would be if it was a true boomer shooter in its core, where it was linear, story based, and all of those things.
Yeah. No, well, the interesting part of research was I played like Black Ops Zombies, which was the cinema. I always forget
first one, Kino, and it's like that's Kino, a relatively small map and all of that as well. So
that is kind of, I think, the gamble, at least for now, is if I just make it with exactly what I have and just fill out the content, will it be enough to basically garner any attention? I do kind of, the problem with Itch is that Itch doesn't have that player metrics, so I'm just going off of like the odd YouTube video that has covered it or people who have played it in person. So having actual quantifiable data on how long each play session is would, I think, definitely help.
I mean, I think you have a good indicator that people are at least like still kind of playing it, even now, without you trying to, okay, there's not a lot of content on YouTube, but even then, I was going through your itch comments as well, and it's like people seem to like, they're giving suggestions, which mean they want more of the game, basically. And I don't think there's like any bad feedback of like, this game is dumb. It's more like really constructive, that I was kind of surprised by. So I feel like you could almost count this as like a first round of like validation. And I think my question would be like, if you wanted to get more of a real demo version out of this game, how far away are you from that stage of like that real point to decide, getting some data of, is this game worth it, yes or no, to keep working on?
I'd say I am definitely closer than I think I am, because it's very much that every time you're adding stuff, you start tweaking. I have a map that is currently designed and whiteboxed, and I'm going like room to room, filling it out, and I am like 50%. So it's like 3 out of the six core rooms have been replaced with actual assets. It's just every time I do a room from what I've done already, I re-edit the format layout a little bit. The gray box doesn't always line up to the dimensions of the assets I have, so I'm like, oh, this corridor is actually too small now. Once I put in the actual assets, I have to tweak things around. So it takes roughly a day or two to finish each room. So I'm like, I kind of have to sit down and be like, all right, I have this deadline for the demo coming out. I have to just work and get this map sorted, and then I can put it in front of people and get their reactions.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking at this definitely is like maybe not even the demo, but like Steven's like the playtest feature as well, where I would almost just lift the current itch.io build, even though it's older, and put that up as a Steam playtest, not the demo, so it's still a separate thing. And then even if it's just in our own Discord server, which is, I don't know if you joined just for this stream, but it's a really cool Discord server, I would say. Where just getting like some more people to play it and get some more metrics and feeling and submitting it to like the Bite Me games, like when I do prototypes and whatever. I love boomer shooters. You should have known that by now. Like if you would, you get bumped up to the top of the list because I don't want to play another goddamn roguelike deck builder. I want to play shit like this. And I think that validation is kind of what you should go for before you actually start thinking about like, hey, I don't know if I'm ready to continue working on this until 2027.
Yeah. And it's definitely just getting it in front of people is like the main goal and like the main validation point. But I think compared to what it was a year ago it was 100% like, it doesn't matter if anybody looks at this, I'm going to get it out and I'm going to make it. And now I'm at a point of almost as you're saying, I have some validation points, and that makes it more worrying because then I'm like, oh dear, I'm going to have to commit and actually deliver some of the things I've promised because they're like, as you said, like a boomer shooter, that's perfect. And I'm like, uh-oh, can I deliver a boomer shooter on my own, or am I going to have to start bringing things in? And is that going to be more difficult? And do I have the funds for that? And things spiral like that.
I feel like you're worrying too much because I'm going to be honest. It's like, yeah, this is great, this game. If you just disappear, people are stupid at the end of the day. I think you're over worrying. Yeah. You're not going to get people showing up at like your door and in your claw suddenly of like, hey, where did this game go? Why didn't you not release it? How dare you? You're a piece of shit developer. That's not really what happens. And I think you're kind of worrying about problems that you don't have right now and that you probably won't immediately get. It's kind of like, I go to the gym and then sometimes it's like, oh, I don't want to go to the gym because what if I get too big? I don't want to look like all muscular and like super ugly and whatever. It's like, chill. Let's take it easy. You can barely bench right now. You're not going to like immediately grow like a 6-pack abs and giant muscular and like bodybuilder style look. And I think that's kind of the analogy here as well of like, I don't think you need to worry about that fact until you're at like 10,000 wishlists or whatever. And if you're at 10,000 wishlists, then it's like, then 3D Realms, or like, I don't think they exist anymore, but like you can start shopping for publishers. You can start looking at other stuff, but right now that's not a problem yet. I think you have a really good art style because I think that's a big thing that you need with a boomer shooter right now. It's like the art style is a big thing, and like it's not 100% boomer shooter, I guess. Like kind of yes, kind of no. It's also the round based thing. But I think like from just screenshots and marketing potential, I think you're doing pretty good.
Okay.
I just wouldn't worry too much about like, oh, what if I upload this game and now suddenly I have 1,000 people knocking down my door that they want this? You're at like 50 wish lists or something right now. I don't think we're there yet. And I would look at working towards that first. And even if it's a semi-shitty game, you already have a build as well. So I would just give that a go. Yeah, you have 5-star rating on it. Sure, it's only 2 ratings. but it's honestly still more than a lot of Bite Me viewers have. I think you have some good first indicators. They're still extremely limited indicators, but at least you don't have someone saying like, oh, this is a piece of Unreal asset, like Unreal Engine garbage, woke DEI, whatever, which is a good start to begin with, to be honest. So
it is. Yeah. I know definitely for it's like I came from like a Unity background and then went to Unreal, and whenever I was moving over, it was very much whenever I was doing Unity, it was all making my own assets, and moving over to Unreal, the community in Unreal is a lot more like use the fab market. Like this is basically part of the engine is using assets, and I was like, oh, if I get like that asset flip kind of tag, I'm like, oh, I feel like that's going to discredit a lot of work. But as you said, like people seem to be perfectly fine with it, and I'm like, that's good, and I can just continue working on that. And it saves me having to design a lot of assets that I know would not be half as good as the stuff that's on the market.
So I think you're just overthinking it, honestly.
Yeah.
In this case. And maybe, don't pour in like a few more £1,000 right now because you don't have that validation. But I think you're like you said, you're closer to that ability of getting validation than you think. And don't worry yet about Steam Nexus and whatever. We're too early for that, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the core thing we want to get now is get this game into people's hands and get an idea of how long are we actually going to be playing this? How long are people interested in this? And take it from there.
That sounds good.
So
how are we on time?
We still have 2.5 minutes. So if you
that's
have any other questions, feel free to go for it now.
I think I'm pretty good with questions. I have a general thought on because I've been looking into more business stuff, and if you look into business things, you realize how bad the games industry is. But
the PC games industry is. Mobile games is a different story.
Well, that's kind of my interesting question is like, where are the moonshot locations do you think games are going to start popping up now? Because most of the time, if you look at the history of businesses, it's like computers were terminals in offices, and then they ended up in the home, and then they ended up in your pocket. Like,
and then it's kind of like, is it going to be like VR? It's like VR going to be the next point. Is that kind of what you're thinking about?
Or is it going to be something crazier? Like, are you going to play Skyrim on your fridge? Or the things like that. Does it turn out that the way I've thought about it is I know Duolingo used a lot of game dev techniques for language learning. That was their big thing. Like, are we going to start voting on like voting and running governments off of like an MMO guild system or something like that?
I would like for my country's prime minister to be decided by a Quake deathmatch, and whoever wins.
That would be good. Yeah, Colosseums.
I think for now it's gonna be mobile, but I think it's also different. I think there is that thing as well of like, I think in the previous call we're like talking about like, don't make a match 3 game for Steam, and it's like the opposite thing is also true of like, don't make there's like some like Poppy Playtime, but don't like horror games or like a Unicycle Pizza Time for mobile, because it's just very different. I don't think right now we're at a new device meta that is like popping off either. We're too early for smart glasses, and I think smart glasses are kind of going to not be as big as we think it is. I think for now, I think PC and mobile are going to be the big ones for the next 5+ years, I would say. By which time you probably want to have Pulp Action Shotgun out, at least.
Yeah.
And then reevaluate.
There you go. It's early access for the next 10 years. Don't worry.
Please don't. Please.
No. I'm pretty much certain that it won't be early access. I say that now.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, you see it sometimes as well, the early access, but the games that do like early access, they start with like 20 hours of content or whatever.
Yeah.
I think Sub-Zero makes a good point of like something that maybe is in between is like handhelds. So like both Switch Switch 2, and then like Steam Deck, ROG Ally, PlayStation Portal also has one. Like that might be something, but it's not like you need to design specifically for it. It's more of something you can kind of see, how do we convert this to work on handheld as well, I would say.
Yeah, I do say, with chatting to a friend of mine, I was miles off the mark, incredibly wrong whenever the Switch 2 came out, because I thought, since so many Switch 1s were bought during lockdown and it was a different market of people that wouldn't have bought it, I was like, Switch 2 is not going to do as well because it didn't have a pandemic to go along with it. And then it knocked it out of the park, and I was like, I was way wrong. I did not expect it to do this well. So yeah, I actually think handheld's a very interesting area that games can go down again.
I think once again, it depends on the game as well. Certain games will perform way better on handheld than other. Like I didn't get to talk to the guy earlier about it because we ran out of time, but I don't know if you've been watching the entire stream. But there was a guy, Mind Hamster or something, the puzzle game about a hamster, and he's like, yeah, this is fucked on Steam, and I'm kind of like, yeah, but this would be perfect for Switch.
Yeah.
But in your case, Pulp Action Shotgun is 100% a Steam game, I would say.
Yeah. There's a slight, like, down the road, or it was an earlier considered thought that basically it makes it more visually interesting, but the blood is like that Grimace shake, like neon pink instead of red, purely to have that idea of, like, if this was ever ported to Switch, it would be sold as like baby's first boomer shooter, and it would like go down that route instead. But like you said, it's like, I think it fits itself into the Steam market good enough that I can just worry about that for the time being, and trying to like shape it or do it for any other platform is like not necessary.
Last question. What's the Bite Me video you want to see? I feel like I can partially guess, but I would still like to hear from you.
Well, mine's an interesting one because I sat and thought about it whenever you asked it for the previous interview. I would love to see more videos of game conventions. The reason I'd want this is because it's very expensive and it takes a lot of time out of you, so I probably wouldn't get it. But like, the stuff you do at Gamescom's great, and the Tokyo game show, but like every country has their own event, and they have all the different stuff. There's a channel I watch called like Swell Entertainment that entirely does conventions, and it is like niche ones. It goes from Comic-Con to like people who specialize in like UFO horror, and the entire channel is just reviewing conventions because there's so many that occur in America. And I was like, if we had something like that for games conferences, I feel like there's games conferences that would be really valuable that people don't realize are down their street. So something like that would be cool. But as you said, it's a complete ballpark because you wouldn't have time to develop. You would be running around the world going to every conference.
You seen the free Patreon video I did last week? That was like the vlog of me exhibiting at a local event here in Japan that I live at.
Oh no,
it's completely for free. You don't need an account or anything. It's just I was showcasing Unicycle Pizza Time here in Japan, and I just made a little vlog about it. So that's on your up next list, I guess. Yeah, I think I kind of think, I'm going to be honest, I think the event coverage is going to be dead for a while, unfortunately. Because our latest videos at Gamescom was kind of like combined with like the YouTube had like that whole view apocalypse thing where like ad block views didn't get counted or whatever. It never fully got resolved, which led into it basically started 2 days, that apocalypse 2 days before Gamescom started. So every single Gamescom video I did is like at 2,000 or 3,000 views. Even though these are videos like sitting down with Unity, talking about how Steam is changing, all of those things, like super, honestly, like mega valuable stuff, PR and stuff. But because the views are so low, it's too low for me to go to a sponsor and be like, hey, you want to sponsor my event coverage? Because I do like it. I went to like develop Brighton, like you said as well. That was also sponsored. But the company is not doing good enough at all for me to fund those things regardless. Like I didn't even go to Tokyo Game Show, even though it's in the same country as I'm at, because it's like about $450 still. And then it's like, yeah, we're going to spend $450 to get 5,000 views. there is no world where that makes sense, even with like a sponsor. So yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. But yeah,
but no, it's I think it's an area, especially because if I would have known what Gamescom was like before the first time I went, I think I would have put it lower on my list of places I would have wanted to go, because it's such a business focused one.
You need to have a plan.
You
need to have a schedule. You need to have all of those things basically before you get it done. I think we have a Bit Summit vlog as well on Patreon, which I think is also free. Generally, I put the vlogs for free on Patreon. I think this is also not paid, so you can check that one out as well, where it's more behind the scenes.
That'll be good.
But yeah, I have like a lot of ideas. I want to go back to Develop Brighton if I could, because I think it's probably one of the better events still, especially within Europe. Because Gamescom is almost like too much, where I'm almost like, I don't know if I want to go to Gamescom next year. I wanted to go to Unity Unite as well, and then meet up with like Code Monkey or something, because I think there's like 10 banger collabs we could do in there. But it's just like, it's in Barcelona. I live in Japan. You are not just taking a quick stroll down for less than $1,500 or whatever. It's like, unfortunately, it's not happening. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at there. But yeah, I do like the events. I think it's something that did set Bite Me apart from other game devs who never leave their room and like have a YouTube channel. But yeah. Anyways, thank you very much for having dropped in. Me. Getting those statistics is probably the next step, and then go from there.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. No, here, this one. Okay, we're gonna take a mini break because Jesus Christ, my voice is dying, and we have 4 people waiting in chat, or like waiting in the waiting room. God damn it! Why am I doing this? Wow, I feel like I ended that call on kind of a downer, unfortunately, with the event stuff. But I think guy had a cool game. Is there like a trend that you guys notice with the Bite Me Games viewers? Like something they have in common? I feel like I'm starting to notice some trends where a lot of people are overthinking putting their game out there. Maybe I'm like, because we also haven't. They are depressed doomers. Guys, be nice. I think we had some happy people here as well. All of our games suck. No, Fabian, you have a lot as well. I can create and release Imposter System is strong. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Also, I missed it, but shout out to, I think, Adrian. Thank you for the €5 donation during the stream as well. I actually just realized I put the TTS on in the message text, but I disabled TTS so it doesn't like go over his guy. Yeah, Mornix Ramsey. Huh? Imposter Syndrome looks at video post Magical Girl Guardians. Yeah. So yeah, anyways, you guys seem to be enjoying this. So let's pull in ASDF, I think. Was it ASDF? I think so. ASDF, it is your time. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are. Welcome to the Bite Me Games viewer show. How can I help today? Oh, we have nothing. That's awkward. Are we gonna get there, ASDF? He's taking a generational dump right now. Or he's screaming out. Did I hear him? I'm hearing him.
Hello? Oh, you can hear me?
I can hear you. Perfect.
Oh, hi. Hi, yeah. It's 5 a.m.
Oh, you are one of those people that I was like, nobody's in the US is gonna roll out of bed and immediately join. But
no, I've been up all night. My sleep schedule's messed up, but I should have gone to bed an hour ago. I actually don't have anything to say. I'm just here because I don't have a go-getter attitude. and I want to cultivate a go-getter attitude.
Okay.
So it's like, if I can join this, it's like, why not, you know? But yeah, 20 minutes of this, feel free to go to the next person.
What's your game pitch? Do you working on a game right now?
I have aspirations, but to be honest, I'm kind of embarrassed to talk about them.
Okay, why?
That's because I'm solo developing an MMORPG.
Okay.
And I don't have anything to show for it.
How long have you been developing said solo developed RPG?
I don't know. I've been dreaming about it.
Oh, you haven't started yet.
Well, I've done like 1 month's worth of work.
Mm-hmm. I like how chat is completely blowing up right now.
I'm popular. Let's see, is my mic clipping?
No, it should be fixed already.
Okay,
so don't worry about it.
Ironically, just do it. Yeah, that's why I'm here in this live stream. It's like I can sign up, just do it. The MMO guy is real.
I think we figured that out already before. Okay, so what kind of MMO are we talking about? Walk me through your dream game.
RuneScape on crack.
On crack, okay. Similar style visuals?
2009.
2009. What was I playing back then? I don't know. Anyway, what's your background? Do you have like, I assume programmer? Because that's most of the Bite Me audience.
I'm a programmer from birth.
Okay, from birth even, okay.
What that means is that without a doubt, I'm a programmer, but I don't have anything to show for it.
Okay, so what makes you, so you had a 1 month stint of working on it, you said. How does it look like?
Oh God.
Like, what were you putting in hours-wise? What was like did you just spend the entire month writing your game design document? Did you?
No. Like I've done one week worth of like technical stuff, and then I take like a 6-month break, and then I do another week of work. Oh, jeez.
You're being put on the spot now. You're like, just let me go. Just let me go. I don't want to.
Well, you know, like I talk about myself to myself, but then I talk about it, you know, to a live stream, and it's like, oh, dude, what am I doing?
I mean, on the one hand, it's like people like RuneScape on crack. On the other hand, I feel like you need to take a lot of crack to get that one over the finish line. What's the engine? Are we doing custom engine with this one?
Okay. WebGL in the browser. I'm making my own renderer.
Okay.
Yes, everything custom.
This is exactly what I expected the answer to be.
Best interview. Oh God, it's 5 a.m. I'm totally unprepared. I'm just doing this for fun.
Yeah. WebGL. Okay. How do we build from here, guys?
Well, look, I have the renderer enough where it will like load a model.
You just need the entire multiplayer section, and then the entire rest of the game. Oh, that's easy.
What am I saying?
Do you want to release this game, or do you like the idea of the game more than actually making the game? Is I think something that the question is here.
Well, during the brief 1 week stints that I've actually done work, it's been kind of exhausting.
I can understand that because you're making a game from zero using WebGL.
Dude, it's hysterical, I think.
Yeah, because I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to see what we can work on.
No. I don't want help. I just called in because
you just want to share and make it more relatable.
Like,
okay.
Like I do nothing. So here's my opportunity to do something. So here I am.
Yeah. So do you have a better pitch than RuneScape on crack? Like what is the environment? What is the main gameplay loop? Have you thought about those things? Do you have some sort of a game design document?
is gathering food and then using it in combat.
Okay. Have you thought about making an incremental game to bring it back to small scope games?
No.
Okay. It's truly the I want to make the MMORPG, and that's it.
Well, you want to hear some? No, never mind. I should probably stop talking.
No. If you want to share something, as long as it's not a slur, I can live with it.
Well, like I take my time because like it's my destiny to make this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was part of
I'm
the.
thinking like, what if I get into a car accident? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
you're gonna only have the dream that nobody knows about. Well, now 140 people know about it.
I'll finish it in the afterlife because it's my destiny.
Okay.
There's something compelling about this call. I'm so tired. It's 5 a.m. Like I should have been in bed.
I think we're gonna leave it at this potentially. I don't think that this game is gonna come out anytime soon. I feel like you're just here for the ride. No. But what makes you look at Bite Me Games and like all of those videos we make about make small games? Does it like make you angry? Or you just don't watch them?
I don't really watch them that much.
Just stumbled in here.
I watched some videos a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Are you related to Terry Davis? You know, maybe.
Guys, let's not be nice. Anyways, maybe I feel like, yeah, like you're right. Maybe it's time to go to bed. 5 a.m. Look back at this call where you slept. Go to the vault. And then, yeah, I think, look, it's like Loya said before. I think not everyone should make small scope games. I think people will get some people will genuinely want to kill themselves if they had to make anomaly game slop or whatever, in their opinion. I feel like you're maybe one of those people who has indeed like that vision, that destiny to make RuneScape on crack. And I think, honestly, don't let anyone bully you for that. Because I think for you, making games is not just about money and like, maximum return on investment and whatever. I think it's better to not go crazy and then like have 1 week yes, 1 week no. Definitely, that would be my advice. Find like some more of a daily consistent goal. And I think it's just slowly crack away at it. You're always going to be at a disadvantage, but you probably have, let's say, another 20 years minimum to live. So I think you...
Well, like I need money. That's the problem. I need money.
Yeah. That's always the problem. But then you need to release games, or you need to rob old people on the streets. That's the alternative. But I would not legally suggest you doing that. I do not condone it. But I think just keep working on it. I think that's it. Just keep going at it. Good. That's honestly the best advice I can give you, I think, for where you're at right now. Don't give up. You clearly have the passion for it, at least. Channel that divine destiny. Maybe don't assume that the afterlife is going to be where you finally get to sit down and open the engine again, because you're probably going to procrastinate that as well. Try to get started here. But I think apart from that, just keep going at it. I think that's it.
Thank you.
So, anyways, I think it's time for you to head off and go to sleep. If it's 5 a.m. you haven't gone to bed yet. But yeah. Thank you very much for having called in.
Thank you very much.
I think it was definitely an entertaining call. So,
thank you very much.
I think Kyle R has a good response. Maybe you have it already. Get a repo, like a Git repo or whatever, and just do a commit a day or something, even if it's a small dumb thing. And that's how you eat the elephant at the end of the day. You just eat it one bite at a time. It's going to be a big-ass elephant, but I think if you just keep chewing at it, you're gonna get it. So yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for having called in, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Have a good day or night, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's night here already. So, anyways, guys, this was an experience. I love it. Honestly, I don't mind these calls as well. They're part of the Bite Me audience as well. It's amazing. The most chat active I have as well. What's the app for the big to-do list you showed in the last video that helps to cross the scope? I was using Trello, but it gets kind of messy in there. I think it's called, it's like just something wiki. Let me see if I can, I think it's wiki.js or something. What is this? Can I see what thing this uses? Yeah, it's wiki.js that we use. This one. Just we self-host this and that's it. So that's that. It's part of the Bite Me experience, indeed. I think it's Troingle next. So Troingle, let's go. Hello, hello. You are live on the Bite Me Games Show. Please tell me, are you making an MMORPG or are you doing something else? Well, it's still muted. We'll get there.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Perfect. How's it going?
Cool. Hello. Sorry, I have to compose myself after that previous one. It was quite something. Yeah, so I'm 17. I've been making games since I was 13, and I'm currently doing it like alongside studying. So right now I think I'm a bit lost, maybe not as lost as the previous guy, but I think for like 6 months I've had like kind of this feeling I have to start a Steam project. But I feel like thing holding me back right now is my art skills, because
do you have something we can look at?
Yes, I have troingle.each.io. I'm not sure if it's the best representation of like my skills, because most of them are like game jam projects that have been like made in
the project you're the most proud of.
I think maybe Lurker's Woods, perhaps, but it's a game jam project too. It's on the top.
Okay.
So, but most of these are just assets as well. So
I guess
as you can see,
you're finished.
It doesn't look
by
very
any chance
good.
As well?
Yep,
okay.
I am.
Okay. So it's always going to be weird ass games that you're going to be making, because that's in your blood.
Of course, that's like my goal, to get on the same level as like Cruelty Squad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so
I feel like, yep. Go
ahead. Go ahead. You're on the Steam thing kind of stuck, right? Because you feel like your visual style is not good enough.
Yep. This uses like assets. So I tried. I think this is like my best looking game yet, because it uses assets. So I feel like my question to you is, should I just log in with 3D modeling, since I feel like that's something I'm not naturally like good at all, anything like artistic. So I feel like it would be quite a big undertaking for me. So do you think it's better, because like the games I'd like to make are a bit more like artistic, like critical reflex type games. So I feel like assets wouldn't work that well with them. So my question to you is like, just kind of, how would you approach my situation right now? Like, would you like work on 3D modeling skills for like 1 year more, or would you jump into a project now? I can tell you about the project I have in mind soon, but like if that helps. But
maybe, yeah, if you can tell me the project, I think then I should be able to have a pretty decent idea.
So, do you know Grun by Sockpop?
Yeah, of course, I know Grun. Let me just pull it up.
So my idea is kind of like that, but it's like a psychological horror fishing game.
Sounds like a critical reflex game.
Yep, definitely. Like critical reflex is my biggest inspiration, I'd say. So with these kinds of games, I feel like the shaders and stuff can do some heavy lifting, but you still have to have some sort of a 3D modeling background there to make it look good.
So the benefit is you're going to be working in PSX, and I think you have a good idea when I was looking at the Trauma Foundry, at least, of like vibes and level design are honestly better than some of the guys I've seen before. I think that is solid. I feel like what I would do is, and I dabbled around in PSX assets as well, and like making a PSX game, I'm going to be honest, there in the past few months. And there was this one, I think the benefit of PSX is that it's a stupidly easy genre to make art for, in comparison to most of the other art styles, at least. I think the only hard part is going to be characters. I'm not sure how many characters you want to include in your game. Because it is so much simple shapes and just slapping textures on it, and then, like you said, letting the shaders do most of the heavy lifting and more of the, the finished stuff that comes up, the weird stuff that you think about. I think you don't need to be like, I'm going to lock in on only 3D modeling for the next year, because I think genuinely you don't need a year to learn PSX modeling, at least not to the capacity you need. I was going with this. Oh yeah. Let me find my library of like, where did I find on itch? Yeah. So this is just me. I'm not telling you to like go and buy this guy's stuff or whatever, but this was the thing that I got. There's like this guy on itch called Pizza Doggy, and he has like a whole bunch of like bundles, and I think I got like this one or something that has like all of his PSX textures, PSX models, and all of that. And one thing he has included in that is like also just a full-on course of like, here's my style and how I make my own assets, and it's like 2.5 hours of content. And I think an approach like this, where you don't have to get this exact guy stuff, but like you start working on the game and the vision you have using mainly assets, because there's no point in you learning how to make a wall immediately. Figuring out the core of the game, kind of, and then piece by piece running into, hey, I want a custom thing, hedge scissors, like Grunt, for example. Then you are like, okay, let me now figure out how do I make a simple shape version of this, and kind of incrementally start working on it that way. Would be what I would do in this case. I don't think you need to take a year for this. I think you're honestly already really solid, and you're way ahead of most of the other game developers at your age.
Okay, good to hear. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking as well, with like sort of just, I mean, for me, I feel like the thing I should just in general with game development is just to stop overthinking and just make something. Because that's kind of what I struggle with the most right now. So yeah, I feel like I should just look into PSX stuff a bit more and then just start the project and then learn along.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing. As for Steam, I'm not exactly sure. Like, I know there's like one other, he's American, so he's not in chat right now, but he's usually on the live streams, like other like underage developer, and he got like his Steam page set up through like, I think his parents or something, because you can't start a Steam account technically if you're under 18, if you want to release games for like tax reasons and whatever. On the other hand, you're 17 now. Is your birthday coming this year still or next year?
Next year.
Okay, I
but
think
I feel
honestly,
like
just wait for the Steam thing, I would say. Keep it on itch.
Okay,
like the age difference doesn't really matter. Like, having to wait one more year in the grand scheme of things is like really not the big issue. You can build up, because you have a perfect genre for itch anyway, build up an itch following. That's what he did as well, because it's kind of a tax issue. It's like he just made free-to-play games on Steam then. And he now has like a very big following already. And it's like, yeah, now for his next games, he can start worrying about like actually starting to ask money. Like, yeah, he's at like 760 reviews, overwhelmingly positive. And if you can do that for 2 games in a row, then you can like the guy has like a decent audience already, which is going to be able to convert. You've seen
I've
these
seen this when this one, it wasn't like in the Bite Me Awards, right?
I think this one, the Cryptis one, was in the Bite Me Awards.
The Harbinger was, I think,
Harbinger,
in there.
Yeah, one of them at least.
I've heard.
But he's also, I think he's 17 or 16. I think 17 as well. And once again, it's like you just get started, because this is also, I think, starts with assets, and then I think he does some custom modeling as well, but also, once again, shaders and things like that do heavy lifting. And I think that is an approach that would fit very well for you as well. Learning more about also things like color theory would be a big one, of like, how do we make these things light very well? I don't know, are you using Unity or Godot? I feel like Godot.
Godot.
Yeah.
I started with Unity, but like, I think 1 year in, I switched to Godot.
Yeah.
Godot.
But just like looking at like, how do I get better there at like having ambient lighting, having nicer colors and whatever, like having my lights be more like shades of purple or green to depend on the mood and things like that. I think that is also going to be a higher return on investment than going all in and being like, how do I learn to 3D model these specific custom, like not custom, but like more generic things, so to say.
Yep. That sounds perfect. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Yeah, there's still 10 minutes left. I'm looking at my notes to see if I have like anything else to ask. I mean, like generally, do you think, how viable do you think the PSX style weird horror game stuff is like on the Steam market, especially like looking at the future?
So that is a good thing, because I was thinking about that as well. Where I wanted to just try out the PSX style. But I feel like making a PSX game successful on itch, relatively doable. But I think converting from itch to Steam, expectations are very different. Of like, there are like, I think hard caps. Critical Reflex, on the other hand, can pull it off with like more expensive. Like, I don't know exactly how expensive. Like the Troller is like 10 euros. I think you're going to be like, you know, a highly realistic looking game you can always charge more money for, even if it's the exact same game as like the PSX game mechanically and all of that. But I think you do get that benefit of being easier to market through like an itch.io first. I don't think like short PSX horror game experiences have a good place on Steam, because that's the thing with itch, you can make like a 15-minute or even a 30-minute game. Actually, no, I think not, because I think Mike, I don't know if you're still in chat. We have this viewer, he made the Boba Tea Shop. He was in chat earlier, and this is also a PSX style game at the end of the day. $5, 650 reviews almost, and then his previous game was also a PSX style game. Both cases, itch.io, I think, did the heavy lifting, at least for Boba Tea Shop. And this was also €7. So I think maybe it still works. Maybe, Mike, if you want to chime in, what do you think about PSX on Steam? Is it fucked? Is it good? Is it cooked? I think he also has a better opinion on it than I do. I think you can still pull it off. I think you just need to... I think it only matters for pricing mainly, and I think queso and things like that make it more approachable now for regular gamers. I think it sells better than like pixel art, for example. Pixel art, you see this a lot, where a game is like, it's a pixel art game, and it doesn't matter that it's the most pretty pixel art ever. It's going to be like all comments of like mainstream Steam gamers of like the 1980s cult. And it's like, this is not even 90s, 80s art style. Because I think it's better at vibes to do the PSX style.
Yeah, I do also feel like I could maybe, when I've got enough experience with like 3D modeling, kind of transfer to weird art styles that aren't as explicitly like PSX. For example, Inscription, I think, because it uses like very heavy shaders and stuff. So wasn't there like this thing where the developer could use assets, because like many types of assets, because the like shader,
it all gets crunched together.
It.
Yeah.
Yep. So I feel like something like that could work for me in the future also, and make it like raise the possibilities of potentially bigger success.
Yeah. Also, Mike got back and he says that it's definitely still viable on Steam to do PSX, pull it off, but you need to have itch as the gateway. And I think that is fine. Like you have to go through itch, I think, with like demo and all of that. But if you deliver the quality of like a real Steam game, I think you should be fine for the most part.
Yep.
So yeah, like the difference. There's this game. I forgot who the developer is, but I know like the style of like not exactly PSX, but still like uniquer styles, like maybe like a Beton Brutal or something like that, which is also like different. Would probably be also like styles that maybe this is already too high poly for you, but like similarly very simple, unique style and things like that.
Yep,
So,
looks cool.
But I think you can pull things off, and indeed, Hammer also pulled off that the PSX Easy Delivery Co. is like a more of a cozy PSX game, because yes, those exist as well, and absolutely smashed it as well. Came out last month. Now, this publisher, I know them personally. They're very solid at what they do, and they make games kind of focused on marketability on top of just the actual gameplay. So they definitely had a lot of marketing power behind it, but I think, people are just throwing PSX games that are performing really well at me, so I don't think you should worry about it too much.
Okay, yep, that's good. Yeah, I don't think I have anything big.
All right,
like
then you know
left
what's
to say.
coming next.
Yep.
As the question, what would be the video that you would want me to make the most?
So I'd say by far my favorite video from you so far has been the really long Patreon free the game idea video. I'm not a Patreon member myself, but
the mini course. I know which one you mean.
Yeah, I think it was really like, because I like the previous guy, some previous guy I think also said they like to listen to the videos while they like run and work out and stuff. I do the exact same. So I feel like the long form, very much long form videos that have like lots of content. Yeah, 1 hour.
Yeah, it's 1 hour and 8 minutes.
Those are my favorite.
Indeed. So.
But yeah, they obviously take like a lot longer to make.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the problem is they also appeal to less people generally, so that's why we generally put them on the Patreon, unfortunately. Because those are the videos that people like you like it, but you are unfortunately, like, I'm gonna be honest, I think you are top 30% of Bite Me viewers, I think, if I would put a number on it. So I think you're already doing pretty solid in that regard.
Okay, fire.
So yeah, thank you very much. I mean, if you have any questions, then still go, but
I think I'm done here. Thank you so much for this.
All right, no problem. Enjoy the rest of your day, Troingle, and maybe catch you in a future stream.
Fire.
Let me disconnect you. I don't want to ban you. All right, perfect. Just to give you guys an idea, so I'll dump the link to this one again. So it's a video that I made out of spite for another game dev YouTuber who wanted to charge $37 for a similar thing. So I was like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. And it's like a 1 hour plus course on how to figure out what your game idea is. I can put some URLs in it if you want to put it in there as well. And take a look at that at a later point. Anyways, I still have some water. It's time for the next one, Jan Man. I don't know if the guy's called Jan, but let's go for it. We're not backing down. Let me quickly check if I got like any messages in the past few hours that I need to deal with. I don't think so. Nope, I can just keep going. Perfect. Jan Man, it is time. Jan, what's going on, my man? How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Right. I'm doing good. I'm having a blast with this, and hopefully we can keep up the streak.
Yeah.
How are you? What are you working on?
Well, right now I am working on a desktop game. I guess a bit of backstory. I am working with a crew I met at uni, and we started making this game still while doing our studies, and kind of while doing it, and also before that we decided that we want to do it professionally, and so we kind of went in and said we want to try to do a game for every Steam Next Fest. I think we started off saying we want to do a game every 3 months, but that's a bit utopic. So now we are saying we've got this like hard deadline with every Steam Next Fest. And we also kind of want to do a bit of a thing where we always look at what's trending right now, what's working, and then do our own little twist on it. So do something that we actually feel and that we like to do. And so our game is called Desktop Town. It's going to be part of the Steam Next Fest today, starting at
it's starting in a few hours. Oh, I've seen this one before, I feel.
Ah, nice.
I don't know why anymore, but I recognize the capsule from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Did you submit it to like our forum? Is that maybe where I've seen it?
I am not sure. I don't think so. I mean, we've definitely posted on Reddit a few times, been active on TikTok, more or less successfully.
Is this the... you also have another game, but that's coming out next year. Okay.
Yeah.
So roguelike deck builder. Oh no.
That's a puzzle game, actually. It's like a puzzle stacking game. We started off with... it's also kind of our... Stacklands, our main kind of inspiration is Sock Pop. So that was like what we wanted to start with. And that's kind of on the back burner right now because it's a bit of a bigger project. And Desktop Town is actually something we can do in 3 months. And I mean, we are pretty happy with what we have right now. Just not on the marketing side. Like the wish lists are still a bit lacking. We're at like 260 now. So we're going to see what happens now at Steam Next Fest. And if it stays at a similar kind of point, we're going to just focus on the next one for the next Steam Next Fest. And if it works well, then we're going to add a bit more content. Yeah, we were on Itch as well, I see.
Yeah, because I kind of relate to this. I did the same thing for My Virtual Friend early at the start of this year, because we also made our own desktop idler. So I wanted to take a look. I think 2 things. I think you're kind of late on the desktop idler trend, I have to be honest there. I feel like it's good that it's coming out next month. I don't think there's any point needed to delay it more. Second off, have you by any chance watched the entire stream, or you only tuned in midway or something like that?
I tuned in 1 or 2 hours ago, so I've not seen it all.
Okay, perfect. Then we just redo it. So there is something that I want you to do in the next probably 4 hours until the next fest starts. Wait, your demo has a separate store page, right? Yep. Okay. So what you want to do is you're going to want to update the main game store page, not the demo page, just the main game. And you're going to want to localize more languages. So you have like the languages box, and you have English, German, and simplified Chinese right now.
Yeah.
What you would want to do is you want to increase that to more languages. You don't need to localize the demo, just the store page, and then check those boxes. Those boxes are the most important thing, because this is what Steam uses when it wants to feed people and players your game. So right now, if there's someone who has their Steam in French and they go into the next fest, they will not see your game. Never, ever, 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 because you are not included in the French version of Steam right now. So it's not going to be shown algorithmically to the French person. By checking the box, and basically just checking the box, you will show up in their Steam pages as well, or like in their trailer TV and all of that. And then ideally, of course, you want to localize the store page for the full game as well. The demo you can ignore. Generally, demos, it's more acceptable that, it doesn't support every language. You're not pulling that off probably in the next few hours. But especially store page, I think you want to do as fast as possible to still have those boxes checked, because you're going to get that spike of visibility in the first 2 days in terms of the Steam algorithm.
Oh, okay, interesting, because I actually have the page localized in a few languages, but I didn't do the boxes, so that's...
The page localized does nothing algorithmically. Fuck all. You need to check the text box. That's, I think, a thing that's... It's kind of unclear, because also it's like... It feels weird, like, yeah, but the game doesn't support it right now, but you talk just about in the future it's going to support that. You localize the store pages, and then you have to check those boxes as well.
Okay. That's some really good advice.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think apart from that, yeah, I'm looking at it. It like looks pretty okay. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if the screenshots are selling me on the store page 100%. It feels at a certain point a bit too raw, almost.
Yeah, there's been a bit of switching out for the screenshots. We've had screenshots before that were a bit more, I guess, they were more the same. Like we had the same screen background, we had more of the same stuff, but then we felt like, okay, that actually doesn't show what the game is. Like it doesn't show much different stuff. And so we switched it out for things that actually show like different things you can actually do with the game while it's playing. But yeah, I mean, I see. I had the exact same thoughts, but I don't really know how to fix it, I guess.
Yeah, because I think the first screenshot, the second screenshot you have is, I think, a really solid one, where you have like also the different styles, and I almost like the pixelated version more, because the lighting also feels kind of off, I would say, to me. I'm not a great lighting artist, but that's like kind of one thing that I would kind of notice about this game, with like how the lighting operates. Is this made in Unity or Godot?
It's made in Unity, and if you look at the trailer, you can see we actually did some visual changes to the game, because it was a lot darker before, and we had shadows in the game, and we actually put them out to make it a bit more stylized. But it's there's a lot of visual things with the game that are still like always changing, kind of not sure what's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I see. How do you, marketing? Because that's, I think, the big problem by making a desktop idler. That's what I realized as well, is it basically becomes impossible to do content creator marketing. You have to rely on festivals, which is a big problem, because it's just such an unfriendly format for content creators, because nobody wants to record their desktop.
We tried a lot of TikTok. Nothing really happened there. Nothing at all. Like we had some TikToks had like 2,000 views, but nothing converted into wish lists.
Not really good.
Yeah, and then we did Reddit, and on Reddit we had some minor successes. There was one post on the SimCity subreddit that actually got a couple of views, but also it's like we felt like, oh yeah, people are actually interacting. There was a lot of people commentating on it, but then we get like 20 wish lists out of it, and it's like, okay, I guess that's a success for us, but it's not gonna like actually make us anything.
No.
So yeah, it's been a bit hard actually finding people to play, or finding the market for the game.
Yeah. I don't think I have a magic answer for you. I think it's gonna ride or die on Steam Next Fest.
Exactly, that's our thought as well.
And that's of course not like great odds to have.
Yeah, that's also what we're like taking into our next project, because we're making an incremental game with a bit of a twist next, like a 3D twist to it, a bit different from all the like 2D incremental games that are coming out. And for that, I mean, first of all, it's going to be actually a game that streamers can play, which is a big advantage. And then also we have actually put a lot of more thought into the fantasy, like so actually we like try to tell the idea to people and then see how they react. And this time people actually go like, oh yeah, that's actually pretty cool. So yeah, it's going to be a game where you have a train and you travel through time and shoot at people in the time periods, and by shooting at the people you get points that you can spend in a skill tree, and then you go into a run again. So like classic kind of incremental stuff game stuff, but visually it's going to be a bit different.
Yeah, I had some ideas for like a 3D style incremental game as well a while back. I just don't have the time for it, but I think that would definitely be the next iteration of that. I think honestly, in the case of Desktop Town, I feel like you've done most of the things right on paper, especially in terms of like marketing, except for like just the thing that you're starting off of, the game you're starting off of, and the art that you have to start off from. And that's not like a slight to you. I think it looks pretty decent still, I would say. It's just that you have these things going against you as well, of like the marketing being harder, of the genre being at the end of the curve, I would say also. But I think you just need to keep going. I think for a first release, you're still doing pretty decent. You're still pretty young as well, like early in your game dev career. I think just keep going at it and then learn from it. I mean, I feel like you've probably learned from it already. Do the localization stuff. And that's it. I know my virtual friend wasn't a giant success for us. Now for us, we spent 2 weeks of development time on it. So it was, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely, that's like also exactly our thoughts.
Yeah,
like we never expected anything from the game. It's just, seeing what happens, getting the learnings out of it, and going into the next project.
Yeah, because I've been wondering sometimes, like, how would I reimagine a desktop idler? But more and more, I'm coming to the idea of, I feel like these games are honestly just better as full screen games, almost. Even if they're very small full screen games, but the marketing makes it so much easier. Or I would almost think, but I don't think that's happening now anymore. I think I killed the stream. I did not kill the stream. Of adding a windowed mode as a bonus, but starting the game as full screen, and then kind of having both modes to advertise it. I know I've tried a little bit of that with my virtual friend, but I didn't end up shipping it. But I think I would almost focus on that, making a Townscraper. Is it Townscraper? No, a game like Summer House, and then just have that have a transparent background mode, basically, where you only see that, and then also have the more immersive full screen thing. But yeah, I don't know if that's in a month. It's a big recreation. It's kind of just a background on the other hand, potentially.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but that is just I'm just giving you some of the thoughts that I had when I did the mental exercise of how would I have remade this, made my own version of a desktop idler. Because I had recently a desktop idler game where you had a little birdhouse and there were different birds flying in, and I was like, yeah, but I think I should just have made this full screen game. Is what it always comes down to. I think the gimmick has worn off a little bit, and yeah, that's the main thing I think as well. Because I think that's the problem. You're competing with so many games right now that have come out in the past 9 months, and I think you're just I don't know if your twist is good enough here of it's being in Greece.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry, I feel like I've been hammering on it too much. I should be nicer. I don't know.
That's all right. It's the exact same thoughts we've been having. So it's actually kind of good to see that we're not running into wrong thoughts. I mean, I do value your opinion, and it's very right. I think it's very, very valid.
Yeah, I think, are there you have Next Fest, and then what?
I think there already was an Idler Fest. We missed that one.
I'm so goddamn mad about the Idler Fest. Steam refused our store page 3 times because they said it was adult content. And then I'm like, there's no adult content, whatever. And because of that, we couldn't submit to the Idler Fest on time anymore. And I'm so goddamn mad because we missed on 1,000 wish list, I would say. I will never forgive you, Steam. There are still events. At the end of the day, keep thinking about the long tail as well. What are you thinking about pricing this game at? I think that's maybe an interesting question as well.
Well, right now we are planning at 5 to 6 euros. Not sure if that's a bit too high, but we didn't want to drop beneath the 5 euro bar because then we don't get all the sale things. I think it's you can't do high sale percentage numbers or something like that. So that's kind of between 5 and 7 euros, somewhere there. That's what we're thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking almost because one thing that these idlers are good at is concurrent user numbers, and that is kind of what Steam also looks at for the new and trending. I think it's new and trending tab as well, where I would indeed maybe even there go a little bit higher in base price, and then do 30-40% discount maybe even at the start, just to kind of psychologically warfare people into immediately buying the game. Because the drop-off of people who are like, oh, this game used to be 40% of, and now it's only 20%, is not as big as you think it's going to be. Also because, in Steam, you have like, if you're in Europe, you have the lowest price in the last 30 days, but you can only discount like once every 6 weeks anyway. So like that number kind of always disappears again of like, what was the previous discount? Yeah, they can go to SteamDB, of course. But even then, it's like, well, maybe it goes on discount now, maybe it doesn't. I think it's mainly about the long game once the game is out. And it's always going to keep making some money, I would say. I'm actually curious. I'm going to pull up the stats for my virtual friend if I can find them. Because I think we've just kept discounting it as well. Okay, last month we've made $23, which is not amazing. But if I look at the last year, we're still at 1,300. And this is I think this was a week-long sale we did. Like, there are still certain spikes depending on how you discount it. So I think, just keep going at it low and slow. Don't worry about it too much. Don't worry about like too many post-launch updates, and just move on, I think. Would honestly be the best approach. You've still learned a bunch. You just have to keep making games. Our first game at the end of the day also was kind of ass. I think yours is better than ours. I think you've spent less time on yours than ours and gotten a better result. So I think you're already doing better than us. If you nail the localization, just to increase the chances that you do have, I think you should be fine. Or like, it's going to be decent, I would say. Also, maybe one stupid thing, change your outline chainer in Unity. There's a free asset that does really good outlines, because I think right now you have like a custom implementation or something, which doesn't really handle corners well. I forgot. There's like it's something with normals or something, but there's a free asset on the Unity Asset Store that does outlines really, really well. And you probably want to go for that instead. But it's your shader. It's not like it's the entire thing. Look into it. It's just something that I noticed. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'll look into it. All right. So, I didn't really prepare any questions because it was more of like an opportunity thing to jump in. Mm-hmm. I did see you at Gamescom, by the way. You walked like by our booth. We're sitting at the Indie Arena Hamburg Game City booth, and you walked by, and I was like, "Oh no, I want to talk to you," and then you already went off. It's very sad. But
did you have this game there? I don't think so, right?
No. We were helping somebody else who is right next to me in the office right now, who's making another game called Frisia.
I did not remember that one.
That's all right. I think you basically ran past, so that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. But this is Is it this one, Frisia? Is it out?
It's not out. It's called Frisia Tales and Tides.
Okay, it's a different one.
Yeah, it's a sort of Anno-like city building game.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, you should have come and said hi. I would have given you a free month of Patreon. I have like on events, I always carry discount coupon codes if you come and say hi. Anyways, I would have asked you this question then. If you would have met me in real life, what's the video you want me to make the most?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I thought one of the guys who said you should do more of the events. I thought that was a good idea, but then you already said that it's not going to happen, so I was very sad.
Sorry to disappoint you.
That's fine. And I also really like all the videos where you just sort of sit down unscripted and just talk. Like I think for DevCom you did a video where you talked a bit about just like what you experienced and how you think about it, and I really enjoy those videos. It's a bit like this kind of unfiltered opinions. Like I really like that because it feels very authentic. So yeah, I think those videos are what I really like.
Okay. Yeah, that's indeed. I like those as well. I feel like the main problem I have with them is that they're often a bit too negative to my liking, almost. Of like, I can't do too many of them because I find myself spiraling into game dev sucks, everything sucks, we're all gonna die, life is meaningless. Like, not that bad, but still, it's something that I know I enjoy them the most as well, but I think they need to be done with a little bit of moderation. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe with an interview partner. Those ones are already good. So.
Yeah, I do like those a lot as well. I just prefer to do them like physically compared to online. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna hit up
you.
the next one then, Jan. And thank you very much for having joined in. Best of luck still with the launch. I'm sorry I didn't have like the magic wand to wave and get you 10,000 wish lists. But do the localization still before Next Fest starts, just so you have as much of the alt stacked in your favor as you can.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, enjoy the rest of your day. See ya.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Lee, Construct Games, give me a second. I'm gonna eat my second onigiri, if that's fine for you guys. How long have we been going? I feel like it's been... Oh, Jesus Christ, it's been 5 hours of me non-stop talking. Well, in the meantime, Sinful Bobcat in YouTube chat asked you, I often hear from people remaking games is good practice. Is it really true, or should I focus on building a unique game of mine? Remake, but do something different is the important thing, I would say. Jonas Tyroller has a whole video about it. If you can either be better or you can be different. Don't make a brand new, entire new genre. But take a genre. Like, I like the guys' mentality, Jan, that we just had. I think he's kind of very much like Bite Me in the way of looking at what works, still figuring out a way to make something new and unique with it, but also having that reality of like, hey, we do kind of want to at some point be able to earn money, and then, yeah, that's I think the point. I think they have a great spirit. I think it's just a little bit of an unlucky timing. Like I said, I consider making some desktop idlers as well. I think they have a decent visual style as well. It's like not 10 out of 10, I would say. I think had this released half a year earlier, the release would have probably gone a lot better, I think. In the meantime, here's some ASMR. Austin also is like, don't tell me you're here since the morning. I didn't start in the morning your time. I started at 5 p.m. my time. It is 10 p.m. right now. I should go to sleep at some point. I'm going to end up like the dude who's making his own MMORPG in WebGL. Where's the mukbang tentacle ASMR? I have no tentacles. So, yeah. So you're going to wake up at 5 a.m.? I am not going to wake up at 5 a.m. No way. I'm going to sleep longer tomorrow. The legend, the mythical Bite Me viewer, who ignores every single video we've ever made. I also ask him, what do you think about our small games features? Like, I don't watch them. And I'm like, I can tell, dude. I feel like I can tell. Sub-Zero, you're going to save your call for the US stream? I just feel bad because there's 3 people in queue right now still. And I just don't know if I still have an hour of call in me, I guess. So we'll see. I think Construct, I am curious about you. Also, can you guys hear me? Because my YouTube is like saying like, oh, you have 0 bits of audio stream coming in, but I guess it's working. Who knows? Austin is like, make it quicker, but I feel like I feel like if you do it quicker, I can't really understand what like the whole story is. Like sometimes, you need to dig a little bit deeper, if that makes sense, before they actually come to the root cause of like what is actually going wrong here. I think a good example of it was the guy who had the 2 jobs and 3 side projects. And it's like, I needed to go a few layers deeper to figure out what is the actual problem here. And it was like, oh, it's his business partner kind of pushing back on the project he's doing. And I don't want to just be like, slap through and go straight through. When will the US stream be? I have no idea. Whenever I want to do it. I don't have a real stream schedule for it. Also, the US stream would probably start pretty early. I am basically out of water. I'm gonna refill my water, and then we'll be back. I'll give you some smooth Skyrim music in the meantime. I feel like you've been a part-time therapist for some of the people that joined. That is unfortunately part of my job as well. So I'll be back in a second. Don't run away. Is everybody doing? What did I miss in the meantime? If you got to 15 minutes, most people seem to be flagging by then. Around to say, yeah, maybe I'll do it for the next stream. If there's 5 minutes, pitching up 20 minutes, it feels like good. That's good. Yeah, maybe. If you guys felt like it's more venting, not bad per se. Yeah, I try to help them still, but sometimes you just need someone to vent to. You don't need a full solution. Like, game development can be lonely if you're a solo developer and you don't have a local friend group. And I mean, I definitely strengthened some parasocial relationships, I think, today. But I think it is also kind of good. Also, like Twitch, thank you very much, by the way, for all of the follows. Recently, like Snappy.IrishJohnGames, Arinbu, and Eugene KX. I feel like we've gotten a lot of new followers to stream. So I guess it's a format that people do kind of seem to enjoy. Anyways, what's up, Walla Bing Bong Lee? How are we doing on this fine? It's gonna be like 2 p.m. for you, right? Because you're based in the UK.
Zach.
Hello.
Hello.
How is it going?
You doing right?
I feel like you're one of the ones I have a little bit of a parasocial relationship the most, because you've been an active chatter, active showcaser for a long time. So how's it going? How's the Anomaly game? Because you're working on one of those, no?
Yeah, it's been going. It's near finished now. It's going into Next Fest tonight.
What's the name of it again?
15 minutes.
Yes,
ever so slightly threading the needle on this one.
Oh, this is different. Oh, wow, this changed a lot since I saw it for the last time, I feel.
Yeah.
So walk me through. What's the thought? What's been going on? How are you feeling for the Next Fest?
A little bit apprehension, but you know, it always is that way. I've been trying quite a few different things for this project. I'm actually going through Meta's ad board at the moment, trying to see how that works.
Oh, trying to like run ads for this game, or what? Paid ads?
Yeah, yeah, paid ads. See how that goes. I've set a budget for £30 for like 3 days. Just see how it works for asymmetric advertising. I've done the influencer push. I sent something like 60 emails out over the past month. So
yeah. You know what that is, right? Those are rookie numbers at the end of the day. 60.
I know.
What's the plan for release date for this game, actually? Coming soon. Oh, you have no release date yet.
23rd.
23rd. So 10 days from now.
Yeah.
Oh. Any reason why you haven't specified the release date yet?
Because when I did specify it, I noticed that my Steam actually pushed it down further than having it unspecified. It actually had quite a large dip when I had it specified before. both in views and also impressions. Which I'm not
pulling this data from like the Steam marketing analytics, because I feel like
it's from Steamworks directly.
What do you call pushing down?
Like 25% reduced visibility through impressions and both visits to a page.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Okay. Because I left it for like 3 or 4 days just to make sure, this is actually a thing. And then I changed it back again. But yeah.
Because I feel like your sample size is pretty small. No offense, of like total wish list and impressions, because you're sitting at like what, 150, maybe 200 wish lists right now?
Just about 210.
Yeah.
So it's pretty tiny in terms of sample size, but I can only work with the data that I have, you know.
Yeah, I see. Do you see any trends that you know by any chance of like where your viewers are from or anything like that, or like the wish lists are from? Have you looked into that?
Most of them are coming from the United States.
Okay.
China is starting to become a bit of a rising star for
so
visits
basically
as well.
Pretty standard distribution, I guess, at the end of the day. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you struggling with? What's the worries?
In terms of like industry, I think going indie is probably the best option for me at the moment. I've tried doing contract work, I've tried working in studios, and you've probably seen all the trends going on at the moment, the whole layoffs, and now with EA getting bought out by Saudis.
I'm still waiting for my call from the Saudis, to be honest.
But yeah, I was wondering, what are your thoughts about asymmetric marketing? Because I know you do a lot of influencer outreach, but have you tried paid adverts before?
So I've talked about this with the GOAT himself, Chris Zukowski, to a pretty big length when I once had like a one-on-one call with him. And then some other people who've done like it themselves. For 15 minutes, most likely it will never be worth it. Because of it's the math problem, right? You know, how much are you going to price this game at? It's an anomaly game, so realistically, anything over $5 is going to be hard.
Yeah.
Which means that the problem is like your cost per conversion often is about $1. It's like a very broad baseline. You can bring it down up to like 70 cents or something, but that's a wish list conversion, or like that's a visit to your Steam page. General conversion rate from wishlist to purchase is like 10%. If you're very lucky, 20%. If you then do the math, okay, let's say 20%, which is extremely good. 1 in 5 people buy the game, and I have a 70-cent conversion rate. I'm bad at math, but that's like $3.50 cost per purchase. Then you're still losing money in this case, because Steam is taking 30% and then Taxman is taking 30%. And that's kind of the problem here, where if you're making games that are like over $10 end goal, generally it's worth it. You can kind of break even, and even if you're like, you know, just break even is good enough because you get more wish lists, which put you higher in the Steam algorithm, which has that kind of snowball effect. This is why you see sometimes it's like the only time that making a loss on advertising can be worth it, if you can do like the orbital laser cannon of like, let's pump up the money and put like 2,000 wish lists in a few hours, or like a few days, ideally, to get into that new and trending category. Or like popular upcoming would be the right one. But like $30 a day is what Chris Zukowski told me. I think start with $50 a day for like a month to figure out what is the best format that converts. So every 3 to 4 days, you make a new kind of copy, you make a new kind of image and whatever. Testing all of that out, because there's so many things you need to try out. And then only once you have a clear idea of what is the best converting one, then you're talking about hundreds of dollars per day if you want to do advertising the right way, basically. And that is not super, like, it's kind of indie friendly if you're like big enough. Like, we kind of could do it. And we're working now on like kind of an RTS-like game that we may want to consider just for like research purposes ourselves to do advertising as well. But yeah, for like horror games and whatever, it's generally not really worth it, I would say.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at it is based on what it says there. I could see somewhere between 30,000 and 150,000 impressions through Meta.
Yeah.
Which, if I go through the influencer outreach that I have been, maybe like 1 in 10 will do a video. If I get like 2% of 75,000 impressions actually go through to the Steam page, that in itself might help push Steam's algorithm to be like, oh, there's actually outside visitors now, similar to what you get with the influencers outreach. So I'm not specifically looking for wishlist per se, more visits to the page. And the campaign that I'm doing at the moment is just £30 for the full 3 days. It's like £10 a day.
Yeah.
So I'm not spending too much on it at the moment. It's just testing the water to see what kind of response, see how Steam handles it.
I feel like it's not going to do anything impactful, because at that point we're looking at 10 wish lists a day that would get from Steam, which is nothing. It's peanuts at the end of the day. You can have a Reddit post go not even semi-viral and probably get 10 wish lists out of it.
Yeah. One of the videos that Steam put out a while back, probably about a year or so ago, they talked about momentum. So it wasn't just wish list in itself that did the work, but also how much activity the page would get. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Not exactly. I know that Game Discover Co. I think has the concept of like follower velocity, which is a thing. It's paywall, so I can't show it on stream because I don't have access to it. But I'm not sure. I haven't seen the exact Steam talk itself. But generally, what they look at is just who clicks on this. Like, do the people who buy these games have money? Have they bought games before? Who do wishlist? Like, wishlist quality is something that they told me behind the scenes they do actually care about. And then just how much money do they spend? That's the core thing. If you make Steam money, Steam will make you money. And that's kind of what Steam is all about.
Yeah.
And
that's fair enough.
Yeah. Because I think the conversion rate that you're thinking of, like 2%, is still extremely high, especially for this style of horror game, I would say. That's what we realized with Kyoto Anomaly as well, of like the conversion from view to wishlist and then to purchase being way below average compared to all of the other games we've made before.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on your guys' work with Kyoto Anomaly and Overtime Anomaly, and it's been interesting to keep an eye on it because it gives me some sort of ballpark on where I can sort of aim for with 15 minutes, and also see what worked for you guys, see what else is on the market, because I've been keeping an eye on quite a few of the games that are out there as well to try and figure out what I can do.
Yeah, because I think like from a visual perspective, your game is fine. Like it's Unreal Engine at the end of the day, so of course it is. But I just think that, that's the problem. I think I talked about it in like our postmortems as well. Of like, but it's an anomaly game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Which is just a very niche subset of horror games in general. And Kyoto Anomaly made sense for us also because of the very short development cycle. We could reuse a lot of the code and whatever. And I think at this point it's kind of break even because we're at $4,500 lifetime revenue with like 1 month of work.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, but it's like it's not exit 8 numbers, and even exit 8 numbers, and like maybe the sub tier, not exit 8, but like the cabin factory and those things are a lot less as well. So I just think paid advertisement, asynchronous ads don't really make a lot of sense for this style of game, I would say, at all, especially if you're throwing in like the very low amounts of money at it.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes, and if you want, I'll put in the chat, give you like a post-mortem of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably follow as well with like what's happening here. Like I try to keep up with viewer games when they release games, so probably I'll look around as well. Something, by the way, on your Steam page, I think you messed up the language checkboxes between interface and full audio. Because I strongly doubt you're going to have Norwegian, Korean, Hungarian, and Greek localized full audio voice line in your games.
There is no voice lines. It's all sound effects.
Yeah, so maybe before the next fest starts, you want to kind of clean that up and go from there. I think, it's too late now to reach out to content creators because it's next fest you're releasing in 10 days.
Yeah.
Like, it would be 100% Hail Mary, but with no guarantees of success or anything.
Yeah.
I think it's an unfortunate timing.
Yeah, I've had a couple of content creators reach out to me, and some of them have started working on content. I've given them a embargo date of the 20th. So if anything does come out,
it's going to
be around that time.
Yeah, I think the embargo date definitely does help. Maybe it's something that I'm changing my mind on before I wasn't. But yeah, if you're looking at 60 content creators reached out to, it's still not going to be an amazing number, I think.
No.
Which
it's a learning process, isn't it?
Yeah, because I'm kind of surprised because, on the surface, I guess it's because it's an anomaly game. I'm not sure. Is it just an anomaly game? Who knows? Like I said, visually, I think the game did have appeal. I don't know why it didn't exactly hit. Maybe it's because it's an anomaly game. Maybe because content creators didn't want it. So yeah.
Yeah, I need to update the Steam page because it's changed quite a bit since those screenshots and GIFs. It's
you have like 3 hours left for that, my brother.
Yeah, I know. I was planning to put a new build out for the demo last night, and I've had this one intermittent issue that only shows up in launched builds, and it doesn't even show up when it's a non-shipping build.
Yeah, those are miserable to fix. I had one of those recently as well. It's like, what do you do then? Yeah. Any other questions that you have, or?
So, here's a question: are you planning to stay in Japan permanently now? Because I think this is probably one of the longest times that you've been over there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the goal. Like, I'm still going back and forth, probably sometimes to visit family, but I'm living here now.
You enjoying it so far?
Absolutely.
I've got a friend that's moving over there next year because she just wants to get out of the US.
That is a fair point, I would say. Like, Japan definitely has some struggles with like getting there, living here. Support is very limited. They kind of do hate foreigners. But yeah, I enjoy it. But that's the benefit is also it's nice to live in Japan. That's what I always say if you don't work for a Japanese company. So
work culture is very different over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's like it's the same culture as I have at Bite Me. At least I run the company and I get to stay at home and I don't have to wear a suit every single day. So
congratulations on promotion to CEO.
Yeah. Not yet. Thomas is still my daddy there. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to ask you the question then, because I feel like we're running out of things to talk about. What would be the video that you would want me to to make the most? What's something that you're kind of feeling like Bite Me Games is missing right now?
Announcement that you're moving over to Dark Basic.
Dark Basic?
Yeah, Dark Basic game engine.
Is that a new engine? I do not think I will be changing anytime soon. I'm curious what it is.
We know how much you love PSX style graphics.
Oh, it's an old school one. I see. Yeah. It's basic. This engine is older than me. I am unfortunately not going to be using this. So yeah.
Take a look at the screenshots.
I couldn't find anything. Their website seems to be down.
Yeah, if you go onto Google Images, you'll see quite a few games made in it.
Yeah, it's the old school PS1 style.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I see. All right. Well, time to update the build, the store page, and the localizations.
Yep.
And I think, just go, pray for the best, but expect the worst. I don't know.
Yeah. Hope for the best, expect the worst. Try and land a plane as it's coming down without the wings coming off.
That's the strategy. So, all right. Thanks for having tuned in. And best of luck still. Yep, will do. Enjoy the rest of your day. Meanwhile, chat had an entire conversation about Anomaly games, which I think, as a certified developer of 2 Anomaly games, I want to chime in on for a second. Let me pull up chat again, what people are talking about, mainly in Twitch chat. So, what is it? I hope this is not harsh, but the game is, from looking at it, reads to me as a walking sim with horror. That is exactly what Anomaly games are. I'm going to raise you one even. It's not just a walking sim, it's a hidden object game with horror elements in a walking simulator. It's maybe not a game for you. It's a game that has been performing decently, at least in the last few years on Steam. Also, games like I'm on Observation Duty and whatever are just glorified hidden object games with a horror vibe set. And yeah, you can, at the end of the day, walking is a very big part of game development as well. I'm actually not sure, Marcus, which games are Anomaly games that have multiple environments, but I do think indeed that was one of the biggest challenges that we had with Kyoto Anomaly, was to make like all of our screenshots, because we just had one scene, look visually interesting. So if you have some examples, I would love to know about those for research, because I haven't really found a lot of those where you actually have a bunch of different environments and how they would implement that. Anyways, let us go back to, I think Muhammad Ahmad is going to be the next one. Hi, Muhammad. How's it going? We're going to get there. Don't worry. I'm surprising him. Maybe. Hello. How's it going?
I'm good.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How's it going? And what's the game that you're working on right now?
It's the psychological walking simulator type. I don't know. I'm not confirmed what to say about it, because it's my primary goal is like I usually focus on telling stories, so that's why it's like very heavy story-driven game.
Do we have like an example game or something that you've made before that we can look at?
I don't have an example game which I have for like this type, but the game, I can show you the project. Like the game is like a little playable. I have submitted the Steam page. It's in review right now.
Okay,
Probably it will live in 2-3 days.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Can I share my screen?
I'll figure out how to make it work in the stream. You may just need to give me a second.
Yeah, okay.
We can look at it. So, a horror walking simulator. How long have you been working on it in the meantime?
2 months.
2 months. Okay, so you're doing the small scope development. That's good.
Yeah, I was actually, the scope of this game was very big before, but then I like watched a lot of videos, and I didn't want it to make the project so big, and I actually watched a lot of your videos about this, and then I realized that I should go small first, and then because it's my first project on Steam. I have been working on web games before, and I've made a 2D game before on itch, but yeah, it's my first Steam game. So I wanted to go, like, I thought that I should just go small first and then maybe go on a bigger project later.
All right, if you can share your screen, we can take a look at it just to know what we're working in. Is it PSX style? Is it realistic style?
Yeah, it is a little realistic,
Okay.
probably.
Okay, I can see. Let me figure out how we make this work, the screen share. I think like this. All right. Here. Okay, so I can see it. What do you want to talk to me about it?
The main problem with the game is like I don't know how do I market it, because the main problem is that the main thing is the story, but how do I market the game without spoiling the story?
But that's where you kind of how long do you think this game will be once it's released? Like, what's the kind of end goal time wise?
In terms of release?
Yeah, like how much content is there? Because that's the problem. Making a demo for a 30-minute game is almost always going to be impossible.
I don't think I'm gonna make a demo for it. I'll just go for a full release. I have like 1 hour gameplay. Like the target is like 1 hour gameplay for this game, and I will just go for a full release. That's what I have in my mind, and probably by January, because I'm thinking of participating in the next fest in the February next fest next year.
You can't participate though if you don't have a demo. And you can also not participate in the next fest if the game is already out.
Oh, so you can just only participate with a demo?
Yeah, so Steam Next Fest is only for upcoming games, hence the next part, with demos. So the whole goal is you play demos for upcoming games. And that's where the whole visibility comes from for Next Fest as well. Marketing this game, you ask like, hey, how do I market this? Without a demo is going to be a very uphill battle because you only have one big shot at content creators as well, and that is it mainly. Having a demo allows you to use extra platforms like itch.io, for example, because it's a horror game. It allows you to join the Steam Next Fest. Are you joining the Scream Fest? That would probably be one that you have to join as well if you haven't submitted to that yet. I think actually you can only submit for an appeal once your game store page is approved. But those would be the main things that I was focused on. So, for example, we have the Steam Scream Fest, which is starting October 27th. So basically, Steam has to approve the store page, and then you can go to like the register thing, and then here you can appeal at the bottom of this event, basically of like, hey, I think my game fits this vibe as well. And this will probably give you some extra wishlist, extra visibility, but these events also are kind of tiered, where you have the main event page, and then on top of the main event page, you have like a tab for demos, you have a tab for released games. And if you don't have a demo and your game is not released, well, you're not going to show up in either of those tabs, for example. So you reduce the amount of shots you have at visibility. For horror games, I think that was one of the biggest mistakes we did for Kyoto Anomaly, and it's something that we're trying to change now if we're making more horror games, is you want to think about the demo. You need to have some sort of a demo. Even if it's just 10 minutes, you need to have something to give people already and to kind of kickstart that marketing machine so you can put it on itch, you can submit it to Next Fest, you submit it to other festivals and all of that. And having that demo is always going to help you in this regard.
Maybe I can get a demo out of it, like probably 15 minutes. I don't know. I have put some content for it for marketability on YouTube, like two videos, and those are like not part of the game. I just made them and I just put them on my YouTube. And also like I have the Steam page ready. Shall I show you the Steam page?
Perhaps, yeah, I think that's a good one actually. If you can show us the store page in like beta modes. Take a look. Okay, so this capsule, I think, is very hard to read. So Abyss Occult is the name of the game. Can you perhaps zoom in a tiny little bit as well? Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. So yeah, you have standard thing. You don't have a trailer yet. Are you planning on releasing the store page with a trailer?
Yeah, probably I will add a trailer and then I will start marketing it, like pushing out on my social media and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you have the wishlist thing. Steam kind of doesn't like it that you do that anymore, but it should be fine. So then, can you scroll a bit down? I think your GIFs are probably pretty good. Football on the eve of your career-defining match, you have an interesting plot, 40-60-minute experience. Okay. Big things that I'll see on first regards of this game is, one, you probably want to check more localization boxes because you can just expand your audience. Like Turkey, Portuguese, Brazilian are very big horror countries as well. And then second thing, if you can go back up, I think the capsule is just not up to par for what you want. I think readability, contrast is extremely low. The font is very narrow and thin as well, and then very stylized as well. And then the soccer thing, I don't know either. I think what I would almost do here is like take a screenshot in game of like your bed or something in your house and have like a soccer ball on it with like some blood effects on that ball, and just take a screenshot of that and make that the background art of your capsule instead of this drawn thing. It really doesn't feel scary at all. And then find a different font, increase the contrast, because right now the gray on top of the yellow makes it almost impossible to read what's actually going on here. Getting a font that's a little bit more clear would be the thing here. I think your screenshots itself are fine. I think it's mainly the capsule that I think needs another pause if you want to put this game on Steam later on.
Yeah, I just I made the capsule art in like one night, and then probably 3-4 hours, and I don't know, I just because I wanted to submit the Steam page. So
yeah, I get that, but I think this is definitely not up to the minimum standard you should have for yourself if you want to put games on Steam, this capsule. I think the rest of the Steam page is pretty good, apart from the localization, but that's honestly a pretty common one that I see. But I think the capsule would be the number one thing that I would worry about in regards to the Steam page right now.
I have also like a video I posted yesterday, and surprisingly, it like got 2,000 views on the short. It like just spiked all of a sudden. Should I show you?
I can show that one, I think, myself, which should be better or
Yeah.
easier because I can do it higher quality. Just give me 1 second, because I have like shorts disabled by default.
It is both in like short and like long form.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So yeah, it's never like 1.8K. The problem with this as well is like you don't have a link, like you don't have a pinned comment or whatever. You don't have a call to action for this as well. And like 2K views on shorts is not an immense amount.
Yeah, it's the thing is like, because I didn't do any specific thing, because I just checked, and then a lot of the views came from like some different language.
Yeah.
So,
YouTube Shorts works that way, where like suddenly you get the spikes and it's very kind of hard to explain. Yeah, but the videos are kind of... I'm honestly not sure that I would put this game on Steam immediately. Because like what you have right now is very... There's just not much of the game. like also your other videos, it's just like one single scene, pretty dark. It doesn't really explain much of the game to me. And like 2K views on a short, conversion wise, is also practically zero. Where I feel like you're better off working a bit more on the game now. Sure, you have the Steam page approved already, which is good. So you can go live whenever you want. But I wouldn't go live yet, because I think if you were to submit this right now to like a Steam Screamfest, I think the impact would be near zero if you compare it to all the other games that you're comparing this to. If this was on itch, I think this would be a decent game. Or like it would have a somewhat of a chance. But I think especially on Steam, especially if you're going to want to charge money for it, I think it becomes a different story, unfortunately. And I feel like this is one of your first games, and I don't want to just keep hammering on you here. That's not really what I want to do, but I just think that the current state isn't there.
So I should like develop more and then probably make a demo out of it, and then I guess I should expand the game a little bit.
Yeah, and also things like your level design, like Sub-Zero in YouTube chat said as well, of like, this does not look like, a real house, because it's just empty. It's extremely sterile. It doesn't feel like it's lived in. And I mean, I don't really have much gameplay to like go off on. Where you're at that weird point where if it was a 100% PSX style game, you could get away with like the heart shapes and being relatively empty. But that's not really the case here. It's still relatively high res, but it doesn't feel really immersive. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel lived in. And I think that is kind of the problem that we're looking at here as well.
We have currently, because I have one more person with me and who has done most of the like level design for it. I am mostly done working on the programming and stuff. So I guess I have to like go in and add some stuff into the map. It's basically, it's just like the current map is like you can just turn the story at any point and make it into any game. At the current map design is like very generic. I think so that it's in this, I can say in this way, and maybe I can just turn I have to add a lot of stuff, because I guess there's a lot of stuff I need to add according to a story, because it's probably it's a story of a footballer, so I guess I have to add pictures.
There's nothing showcasing that right now, and I think that is also an extra part of the problem. Like, yeah, you have the Steam page capsule, but nothing in your screenshots showcases it.
Yeah, so I guess I have to add more details into the level design and probably add go in like and increase the gameplay time of the game. I haven't started making the gameplay. I have like a type of a document in which I have like laid down all the events, but in which way I will go through all the things. But I don't know if I would start laying down all of those in the game, and then I will see like how far the gameplay time will go. But I think that will be too short, so I have to increase it in some way. If there's a like option in the end, it's an hidden option. So like you saw that you can watch like you have a watch and you can see time on it.
Yeah. Is it going to be a gameplay mechanic?
Yeah, it's a gameplay mechanic, and it's like you can have an option in the end. So it's like this way that either you can do a specific event before a certain time hits, and there's a hidden option that if you just wait and the time ends, the other option is automatically selected.
Yeah, I see. Okay. So you just told me that there's no gameplay yet.
Yeah,
right?
It's like yeah, there's no gameplay. I have added all the gameplay items and marked them as like I have to go through this and this and this, and I will just implement them now.
Okay, so right now you can just walk around in the house basically, and that's
walk around and basic interaction like doors. So.
I think it's too early to put this Steam page live because you have nothing to show, like just the house and tone. You need to show the gameplay. You need to show the mechanics. A trailer that is just you walking through the house, There's like
if I would make a trailer like the video I made, if you have seen that, it's just like I have made it and it's not in the game actually.
So it's not even gameplay. It's just like a demo scene or whatever that you recorded.
Yeah, I just made it just for like put it on social media.
Yeah.
So I guess if I can make these kind of things, because I don't think so it's very necessary to add all the stuff which I showed before in the game. I don't know if
I think it's necessary. I think because you have a very limited game right now. You have basically something that you can make in like 2-3 days, which is just environment design and a free first-person controller from the Unity Asset Store, and then you made a Steam page out of that. But that is not going to convince anybody to want to buy the game. It's like, what makes it special? Okay, you say the story makes it special, but the story also ties into gameplay at the end of the day, because you're not making a visual novel. And I think this game is a little bit undercooked right now, and it just needs more time on actually making the game before you start worrying about the marketing. Because what you try to market now isn't a game. And it doesn't matter like how many content creators you send this to, they most likely will not play the game because there is no game to play. Or if they do, they're going to play the game, they're going to complain about the fact that it's a bad game because there's no gameplay. So I think your biggest problem right now isn't marketing. It isn't getting the Steam page live, but it is going to be to just make the goddamn game first, even if it's just the first 10 minutes. And once you have that, try looking at making a real trailer of the real game and going from there, basically. I hope I'm not too mean. That's all
maybe
the problem.
Maybe I can focus on making a polished demo first.
It doesn't need to be just a full-on demo. Just for what you have for the trailer should be the actual game. What you have right now it's not a game, I would say. There's no gameplay. Moving around isn't gameplay on its own. Making movement is not the pure core gameplay mechanic of your game, but you're not showing what is the core of this game. Is it that story? I don't know. Is it pick up puzzles or environmental stuff like that, getting your keep cards? I'm not sure either, because you haven't implemented these things yet. And until you've actually implemented these things, it's kind of hard to also talk about what your game is, because yeah, you can talk about it's going to have a super deep story and all of that, but right now you have nothing in that regard. There's nothing implemented. If it's just written out on paper of this is going to be the storylines that I'm going to be following, or it's just in your head, you can't sell that. You can't market that. It needs to be more tangible, and right now it's just not tangible enough, I guess.
Also, there's another problem, because most of the things which I have added in the game, I have planned to add in the game, they're usually just basic interaction, go there and get this thing. And it's not there's a puzzle aspect into it. I don't know if that's something that would hurt the game or not, because basically it's all the dialogue that will tie the whole stuff and make the story. But having this kind of interaction and making a trailer out of it is, I think so it's it's a little difficult, because just showing the gameplay like that, it's just because it feels so generic and normal, but the basic thing is the story of it.
Have you ever written stories before? Have you have experience with novels, visual novels, short stories, whatever? Or is this also the first time you're writing a story?
No, I have experience in writing stories.
Okay.
And actually this story is written by a person who has written a short novel before.
Okay. But you can't just make a game that's only dialogue, because then you're making a visual novel, or you should just write a novel if there's no gameplay that ties in with it. So I think you need to figure out, is there something that I can tie into the soccer story or whatever that influences gameplay? Maybe it's a dumb thing. Maybe it's collecting soccer balls, or maybe it's, I don't know, kicking balls into the light switches or whatever. But I think you need to have something that is not just a story, because people do not want to read it. You have to throw in some cheap jump scares if that's the point it gets to. Of you need to show a little bit more about what is actually going to be this game?
That's actually the biggest problem, because I actually didn't wanted to add a lot of jump scares and stuff, but then as I'm progressing and doing more stuff into the game, I just feel like I have to do that, because the story doesn't primarily have any jump scares or anything. It's just basically the, like the end thing, the moral. It's like it's very effective.
Yeah. But yeah, you need more. You need
the problem is,
ambience,
like,
you need atmosphere, you need visuals, you need cheap jump scares, even if it's just like a lamp falling over or whatever with a loud noise. You need something more to make this a real horror game with like all of the horror games that are coming out at this point as well.
And also, I don't know, I wanted to switch it because actually started working on it last year, but then I left it. I just made like I started the project, I submitted the Steam piece last year, and then I left it for the whole year. I was working on other stuff, but then I recently, like 2 months ago, I started working on it again, and I thought that should I just switch it, like made it something, make a PSX style game, or like switch it. I don't know, because still the Steam page is not out yet. I don't know if I could just switch the style, and
you're stuck with the name. The moment that Steam approves it, you can't change the name anymore. You can still, if you keep the name but you change like the screenshots or whatever, you can reuse the store page for that. As long as it's like similar genre, Steam doesn't do too difficult usually. If you're making suddenly a different genre or you want to change the name, then it becomes a harder problem. They're often going to say, no, we don't do that.
Yeah, but I know I didn't want to change the name, but I wanted to change the style, because
you can do that. You can change the style. I think what you need to do is go back to the drawing board with this game, almost of like, okay, we have this story, but how do we actually showcase this story in a way that is not just a walking simulator with no gameplay? I think that's going to be the big thing. It's not a book, it's a horror game. It should make the player feel scared. It should do that through ambience. It should do that to level. And right now, none of those things are really there. And I think you need to focus more on bringing those in the game, figuring out how you're going to do that, and not just saying, oh, I'm going to implement these later.
Also, one more thing. I don't know if the lighting is like good. Is it like too dark to market, or is it like just okay?
I think it's very dark. It's kind of like a weird blend. I'm not a technical artist, of course, because you have like almost a stylized art style at certain points as well when I look at your game. Like with the arm, for example. I don't know if it's because it's dark. Like these lights as well. It feels like a PSX style of lighting. It doesn't feel like a realistic style game lighting, which I think is another thing of like, if you would have swapped all of these models to PSX, probably the lighting would have fit better than with what you're looking at right now. So yeah, I think those are the main things, because our time unfortunately is up. But I think don't worry about marketing yet. Focus on the game first. Right now, the game is not in a good enough state to want to actually market this, I think.
I think I have to like restructure the whole thing and probably focus, because I have to increase the gameplay time and maybe like add make a demo first. Probably 20 minutes. I can make a demo of 20 minutes first.
Yeah, and upload the demo to itch, upload the demo to Steam, send the demo to content creators, submit the demo to the Steam Next Fest, and you're going to have way more shots at marketing as well.
Yeah, because I'm very new to Steam. I don't know a lot of stuff. I usually learn a lot of stuff just from videos.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult thing for me.
Yeah, no worries. I get it. It's the first game. Steam can be confusing, especially in the beginning. Like for me, it feels obvious now, but of course back then, I get where you're coming from. But I think right now it's too early to put this on Steam. I think platforms like itch.io would be a much better fit to get feedback and to do all of those things right now.
Okay,
so
cool.
Yeah, I hope I've helped you still in some degree.
Because I haven't got a feedback from anybody else like this. I don't have any person who has like experience in games. So yeah, this feedback is pretty impressive for me and helpful.
Okay, yeah, I know it wasn't maybe the nicest thing, but I think it may have been something that you kind of did.
No, I'm very open to these kind of feedbacks, because the actual feedback, criticizing feedback is that actually works, not just everybody saying that your game is good, because probably if I would show it to my family and my parents, they don't have any like background in games, they would just say, yeah, it's looking good.
Or they're gonna say, what are you doing making video games? Go back to studying. That's the alternative.
They don't say that.
Okay,
They don't say that.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, Mohammed, and best of luck still with the game.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, see ya. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be back in a second. Guys, I'm being nice, but I feel like I'm already like a horrible person, like with the stuff that I'm saying now. Zach, we are coming to you in a second, so we'll be there. So I'm sick and tired of standing up the entire time. Hey, Zabi, how's it going as well? And Centaurian Mudpig, thank you very much for the following. Everyone starts at 0, absolutely. I used to be miserable as well. Kyle already noticed it. You guys are doing this to me. I think, Zach, you're going to be the last guy. I'm going to pull you in a second, don't worry. And I think maybe then we'll just do a little bit of a chat, an after retrospective with you guys. Have a little bit of a brewski. I didn't even have a dono goal for alcohol. This is just what you guys make me do. But I think it would be a nice end of... Jesus Christ, it's actually a 6-hour live stream. Crazy. Thanks for the follow also, Tipsy Monk. I feel like that's a good fitting name as well. So let me take one sip. And let's hope, Zach. Perfect, you're back. Let's fucking go. Hey, Zach, what's going on? How's it going? How's your evening? Or day, probably day for you, no? Damn it, he's still muted. One day I'm gonna have like a clean smooth interaction. Oh, hey, how's it going?
Sorry. It's going okay. How are you?
Wait, let me...
You must be exhausted. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I just put you down because I feel like you made everyone slightly deaf.
Oh, okay.
No, my fault, because the previous guy was very low in comparison. So that's why.
No worries.
I don't know how long... You've been waiting in the waiting room for a while, I feel. I'm sorry for that. But thank you.
The thing is, I was actually working on my game, and it's like, oh, this is like the most I'm getting done today, so that's good.
Okay, so what are you working on?
I'm working on it's right now it's just a prototype. Just a little history. Back in April, I entered like a game jam. It was kind of like a contest, and my team won like second place. And they were like, okay, yeah, let's keep in touch and maybe we can work on something else. So like last month we all met up and kind of like discussed things. I'm like, okay, well, I watch your videos, not a lot, but like, a good amount. Especially like the short games videos. So I'm not like that other caller, It's like sometimes I listen to them like too much. That's the thing. Like like over and over again. It's like just like when I'm taking a walk or something, because I've been going for walks and stuff. And yeah, so I'm like I was like, okay, so this is what we're doing. It was like, okay, I'm gonna try to take like a month to like prototype something. And then we're going to do like 6-month release or something like that. And it's like, okay. And the thing is, like, we're all kind of professionals in our own right. So everybody's like they work for like other things. Like we have an audio music guy. We have an artist, and then we have a more business guy, but he also works in like translations and other things like that. And then I'm the only developer.
That's why you watch Bite Me, because you're a programmer.
maybe. But yeah, yes, I mean,
it's the game, because you haven't told me the game yet. You've given me the entire backstory of how the team was formed, but you haven't told me what you're actually working on right now.
Okay, so right now, I'm thinking it's like an over-the-shoulder kind of horror game. And the thing is kind of like, the theme is like kind of low lighting and like ghosts and fog and all this other stuff. And the mechanics, I've kind of worked it out to 3 kind of I guess mechanic loops in a way. So the first one is you're doing like puzzles to get ghosts into like different like targets to like send them back into the Nether realm. So when I was explaining it to one of my teammates, he's like, "Oh, they're kind of like Zelda puzzles." I'm like, "Yeah, kind of like, so they're 3D like Sokoban kind of things."
What's the other 2 mechanics?
Yeah, the other 2 is like so you're trying to make your way through a forest, and
I'm gonna stop you right here. All you've described to me so far looks like it's like the basics of a horror game, of like atmosphere.
Yes.
So, what's the unique part about this game? What is something that makes your game stand out? Because this started as a game jam, right? Or is this just a team that worked on the game?
This is completely different from the Game Jam game. Yeah, our Game Jam game was a dating simulator using AI.
Okay.
So
that was a very succinct and short description. Can you give me a similar description for the game that you're working on right now?
It's anime style horror game where you rescue your friends and send the ghosts back to the Nether realm, and also you throw a frisbee.
Okay, that's a lot of things. Let's unpack this. Number 1, what the hell is anime horror? Is it like the next iteration of cozy horror? Is it like anime Ghibli style?
I think it's just the art style, like kind of like I don't know, like I don't want to say gacha games, but
you're gonna make the Uma Musume of horror games.
Yeah, but it's in 3D, so
okay.
But I'm not sure actually. Just like I'm not like the major art guy, but our artists said like I don't want to do a lot of like detailed modeling because I'm a technical artist. I'm like, okay, cool. So we can do a lot of other technical stuff, and it's kind of my first like big 3D sort of game. So there's just a lot of fumbling around. It's already been like a month actually. And I have like almost the first 2 parts done, and it's
So what's the main question that you came into this with? What are you struggling with right now? I think I already know one thing you're struggling with, but I'm curious about the rest.
I think it's mostly everybody's busy, so it's like a lot of pressure on myself until like something is actually working, and like I guess I'm just struggling with like I don't know, just not getting it.
Do you feel like you're underperforming compared to the rest of the team? Or do you feel like the opposite, where you're doing more than the rest of the team?
Well, like I said, everybody else is like not doing much. We're in the prototyping phase, and they can't really dedicate a lot of time
to
this until like, something like.
So you also like don't have good assets to work with, for example, which then makes it harder to have a clear idea of what is the vision for this game.
Kind of. I mean, I've been using like some Unity assets and stuff. I used what is that? Vimroid or something like that. The
Vroid ones, yeah, the ones that VTubers use. Kind of what? Do you know Magical Girl Guardians, the game we worked on last year?
I don't know that one actually.
Oh, we actually were working on a survivor like using Vroid models. It was top down though, so I kind of just wanted to get a frame of reference. That's it.
Yeah, so I made a character and then I popped it in. I took the Unity asset, like the starter asset controller, and then I switched out the skeleton and all that stuff. And then I tried to like learn how the animation rigging and everything worked. And I feel like I'm doing like way too much like technical things before like getting everything like I set up like this grid system where
why are we doing a grid system in a horror game, my dude?
No, it's for the forests, so I can control how the level is built.
Give me how the level is built.
So
what engine are you using? Maybe just as an extra.
Sorry, I'm using Unity.
Okay, okay.
And like it works on a grid, right? But
it doesn't. It uses Unity terrain system. And you have brushes to like place down the trees. I don't think you want to procedurally generate the environment. Is that what you're trying to do right now?
I am doing that.
Is that the smart thing to do right now?
I'm doing that with data and everything. I don't know. I've done that before, like in many games. So I was like, okay, I can just easily like do the data and everything. But I guess maybe that's not the best idea.
I don't think for this style of game that should be done at all, because you're also losing so much fine detailed control of like how are we going to do level design. Level design is a very big part of horror games, and you generally don't really want procedural generation, I feel, especially if like is it going to be like a roguelite where you do multiple runs, or is it going to be more story based?
I feel like it'll be kind of more story based. But that's the thing. Like I'm prototyping, so I'm like I'm not really sure. Like I want to keep it open, so I could do like a roguelike, and you could like just easily build another level because we already have the system here, and the other level is just data. You don't have to do anything else. Yeah.
The problem is that you're always going to want to do more in terms of like placing down like houses and whatever, and it's just not the genre to do that. I feel like YouTube and Twitch chat are already, they have a lot of thoughts and things. I also have some. First of all, I'm just gonna say it. Is this the right move to work with these other people aimlessly on a project when they don't seem to be doing much? I feel like you're kind of almost roped into this thing, and you just couldn't say no. I have a.
I'm the one that kind of got this started. So.
But you don't know what you want to make, even though you pulled it up.
Right, but I want to make something, and we have a direction.
Okay, I don't fully agree on the fact that you have a direction. I think you're very much throwing shit at the wall right now and seeing what sticks. Whereas with a prototype, you're kind of trying to not just throw shit at the wall and see like, oh, is this gonna work or not? But you're like, I have this idea. I'm gonna make a very quick and dirty, easy prototype of this idea, and I'm gonna see if it answers the question, is this a good idea to keep working on and like to make an entire game around? Whereas what you're doing now is almost more like sandbox mode of like, I'll try all of these different things and maybe I'll find something fun, but I don't really know what actually is going to be the game design of my game, which is also what was showcased by like, I asked you what's the game gonna be, and like, it starts with a 5-minute PowerPoint presentation of almost of like explaining me every single mechanic that you've prototyped so far. And then, it's the same thing of like, why are you generating things on the grid? It's like, I don't know. It's the best thing I do so far. And like, it screams to me like you're very much cluelessly milling around. And it's not going to be a way to... You can get stuck on this for months on end and getting like a very bloated project and not really know where you're going anymore. And I think that's the biggest risk you're running at right now, that I really think you need to take a step back and go back to like the drawing board of like, what the hell am I actually making here? What is the style of game that I'm working on? What is like the goal? What is the end goal? What are the core mechanics? And what do I want to do with all of that? And once you have that idea, you can look at, okay, does procedurally generating my random forest make sense? Or is it just a bespoke single forest? Or you can have that fine-grained control of like, these are the different points of interest. But you don't know that right now because I feel like you don't know the exact game that you're trying to make for as well.
Okay.
Does that kind of sound relatable? I don't know.
I mean, yes and no. Like, I have a clear idea, like, in my head. Yeah. I kind of wanted to just do, like, a frisbee, like, golf game, but also a horror game at the same time.
And an anime game at the same time. And I think you're just...
Well, the anime thing is part of the... It's just the style. I don't...
I just want to tell you this now, from one person who made tried to make an anime game to the other, it's gonna be rough to make Vroids match with like your environments and all of that. It's going to clash so extremely hard. I'm gonna see if I can, just for stream, also pull up the store page for Magical Girl Guardians again, because it's been a while where we felt like, we can make this work, but even within Vroid models, unless you handcraft all of them in Vroid Studio, they visually still look very different as well. My God, I'm looking back at the game and it's like, how did we ever think that this looked good?
Yeah.
And this is like Vroid models. This is anime stylized assets. And like the anime like stylized, what is it? Like enemies. But it's like, it just doesn't match with each other.
Yeah.
And I feel like, if you were to take just a few subsections of that, like Frisbee horror could be something, haunted Frisbee, whatever the game is, where you're playing Frisbee in a forest and that's it. Very small scope, just to figure out, okay, we have our main Frisbee mechanic, we have an environment, and we have an end goal. What's the end goal? If you hit a ghost with the Frisbee, the ghost explodes. Or something super simple, just to give an example. And I think we should start with that if we want a prototype, because also a 1-month prototype is no longer a prototype. A prototype, we're talking about a few days, where the goal is not to, out of zero, create your own procedurally generated system and whatever. You just do it quick and dirty that first time. Answer that question of, why would this mechanic or this game make sense, or why won't it make sense? And if it does make sense, scrap it and start over again, knowing what you know now about the game. And if you don't have it, like if it doesn't make sense, then you just move on to the next thing because you've tried it at least, and you now know that, hey, this isn't going to be the game idea for me.
Actually clears up a lot.
Because you're doing so many things at the same time, Zach. You're gonna burn yourself to the ground with all of those things. And I feel like you're almost like just like flailing of like, I need to do all of these things and all of these, and my teammates are relying on me, and I don't even know what I want to do, and all of those things. And it's like, it's too early for this, man. Like,
yeah,
you need to take a step back, I feel, and reevaluate kind of like, why are we here and what is the goal? What do I actually want to make, and all of that? Because to me, it seems like, you wanted the Frisbee game, and then suddenly you got stuck with anime horror without really understanding that. Whereas if you want to focus on the Frisbee, you would do things like, hey, focus way more on level design, because you're almost going to make like challenge areas and all of that to deal with as well.
Oh my God. I should just do that actually. Well, the thing is, like, it feels like I didn't work very much on the game at all because, like, I have a full-time job and I'm doing this, like an hour after work, 2 hours after work or whatever. Like, not even every day. And it's like, okay, now I have this stuff. What have I done? It feels like I did a lot, but at the same time, it feels like I did nothing.
I think it's also because you're starting everything from scratch. You're not leaning enough into like making the quick and dirty shitty first version. And I think you don't need to worry also of like, that's the problem with all of the team of like you do have that responsibility. The question is, do you think that your teammates also feel like, oh no, I'm not doing enough, Zach is waiting on me and all of that? Because I feel like
no, they're not. That's the thing.
What are we doing here? Why are we working with them? I think you're way better suited off right now for a bit more of a like solo development maybe, or like 2 people development, maybe way more of the move here.
Sure.
Compared to immediately being like, hey, this is a giant team. And then, you're like back in high school or whatever with the group projects where you have like 2 people faffing about. You have one person who comes up with a cool project name. And then you have like you who's now suddenly stuck doing 5 people's job. Without having their support, really.
The thing is, like, well, yeah, and I was very honest with them, and they were very honest with me. They were like, okay, we can't commit very much time at all, except for one of them, and like we've been meeting like once every 2 weeks, I guess. So,
yeah.
But the thing is, like, when the time comes, I will need them for polish, like. For the art, for the music, for the marketing and everything. But yes.
Your game is gonna sell just fine without a custom soundtrack. Don't worry about that.
Well,
your game is gonna market way easier if you know what game you're actually making and you have a clear game design goal compared to making something last minute panicky, having no clear goal what to do, and then trying to market that weird concoction.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I basically just want to kind of make a game for
yourself.
Well,
you should make a game for yourself at this stage, I think.
Well, have you ever played Wii Sports Resort, the frisbee golf game?
Not, unfortunately. My parents never gave me a Wii because I was too young. I'm sorry, I'm aging. I'm dating myself.
That's all right. I kind of want to bring that like kind of feeling to a game again.
Why are you making that a horror game, my dude?
It doesn't have to be. That's the thing for me. It's like the game and the style is like very like different sort of things. Like you have a game, you can put any kind of skin on it. Like, but yeah.
But some skins work better than others.
You're right. You're right. But I also like the horror vibes. I don't know. But,
I mean, yeah. I think there is honestly, I think there is something about a horror golf game niche that is ready to be explored potentially. But I think right now the teamwork isn't really the dream work.
Yeah.
With the current setup, I think it's not working, and I get that. I think I even say this in some videos of like, solo development is not the end goal most of the time. You kind of do want to get people that you can work with. I feel like right now you're working with people who are not really good coworkers, and you're kind of just bending over backwards with that little time you have, and it's going to suck the fun out of game development. Because it's been like a month, or how long have you been prototyping? And I feel like you've grown like 50 gray hairs, and the bald spots are gonna start if you keep going at this pace for a while longer.
Sure. Well, when the time comes, I'll get them involved. But at this stage, like they can't really do much, anyways.
Yeah. So I think that as well. Like even if they can't do much right now, I think it's better than now to just be like, I'm gonna make the game that I fucking want to make. And once you have that, you're gonna show that to them or whatever, and you're gonna see like, hey, who is actually down for this? Who sees the vision or whatever? Because maybe not everyone sees the vision, and I think it's also like you don't want to force them to join with you, because then you're gonna get that, hey, they're like, oh sure, I'll help you out, bro, and then a month passed and they've done nothing because they also couldn't say no to you. And I think that's kind of what you need to look at. I think at this stage, just prototype this thing yourself, make it in like shitty PSX style graphics, focus on the frisbee throwing mechanic. That's the only mechanic you need to worry about for this game to begin with. Make a simple game where you can throw a frisbee, and then figure out how you do like level design or lighting to make it a horror game if you want it to be a horror frisbee game.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
And just take it easy. Don't stress yourself out.
I think I did. Yeah, I did like way too much like polishing. Anyways, it's like
the video that's coming out this week Friday is gonna be about prototyping. So you probably definitely 1000% want to see that one.
Yes. What time does it come out, JST?
Japan Standard Time, like 2:30 at night. Are you in Japan right now?
Yes.
Ah, me too. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be Saturday for you then.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, but yeah, just take it easy. I think reevaluate, but I think right now you kind of want to just chill and do some solo dev stuff. Honestly,
I mean it's basically what I'm doing right now, anyways. But
yeah, but without at least the pressure of like, oh no, but I have these other people that are waiting on me or relying on me. It's like, no, it's just you.
Yeah,
it's you against the world. But I think for where you're at right now, that's perfectly fine.
To be fair, they haven't put any pressure on me. So,
but you put pressure on yourself because they exist.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like they like probably don't even care that much about the game. You don't even know that. Maybe you're the only person who takes this game that serious.
Sure. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
yeah.
So
I think just take a breather and then look at what is the game that you want to make. And just go from there, basically. Don't focus. Just plan something. Yeah. Where in Japan are you based?
I'm in Chiba right now. So.
Oh, Chiba. Okay.
Yeah, I used to live in Osaka, but
yeah, I'm still in Osaka. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss it. Well, sometimes I go down there, but
it's better. Yeah. If you're ever down here, let me know, and we can continue our conversation.
That sounds good, bro. Yeah. I mean, I usually go to Kyoto because of like there's like Bit Summit and like some other events and stuff like that.
Did you go to Bit Summit this year? I was there. If you missed it.
Oh yeah, I went, but I mostly did a lot of the tourist stuff because it's been a while.
Bit Summit itself.
I did. I went for like 2 hours on like the last 2 hours on what was it, Sunday or whatever.
Yeah.
So I saw some things. The year before, I actually helped a guy at a booth, because I play tested his game, and he needed somebody to help him with his booth. So
let me know if you ever head down back to Nara, Osaka, whatever, and we can definitely just chill and talk a little bit more about game dev because the time is out now. But I think really just focus on yourself for now. Focus on yourself, King, or whatever the cool kids say right now, and just I think take a break because I feel like you're very tense about this thing right now. Just give it a few days.
Yeah.
And don't worry about it too much. Don't try to do everything in code. Unity has a lot of non-code tools as well that are honestly pretty decent or even great, like the terrain system. Don't ignore the Unity terrain system.
Yeah, but then I have to learn a whole nother system. But
it's really easy. It's really easy. I couldn't even do it, and I'm a horrible developer.
I have used it back in the day, like for like a game jam game to make mountains. It's not that bad, but
so go for that. The actual prototype is gonna be to figure out, is a horror game about disc golf actually good? And if so, sure, we can spend more time in it. If not, at least you've tried and you can move on.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your evening because it's coming close to bedtime for you, I feel.
Yeah, it's way past bedtime. So.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
No, not at all. No, I joined late, so thank you. Have a good night.
Enjoy. You too. See ya.
Bye.
Okay, so we have one more person in chat. I really should close down the waiting room, but I think he's been in Twitch chat for a while. So Zurich, oh, he's ready. How's it going? What are you doing?
Hi, hello. Hi, chat. Hi, Marnix.
You're famous.
Yeah. Thank you for hosting.
No problem.
I'm Zurich. I'm developer behind the Wrong Elevator game. It's a horror roguelike game.
Yeah, wrong elevator. We've talked about it with music as well, like a few days ago, right?
Yeah. I was asking your opinion about my trailer because I'm not really good at video editing. I'm not good at all at video editing, and I was having a pretty hard time editing it and everything, which includes like game recording, like showing to the people. It's always was the hardest part for me because I'm a programmer. It's like 95% of bite me.
I feel like we only had programmers on today. Like
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, and I wish to tell a little bit about my background. I am a programmer for like 8 years, and I always wanted to make games. And I've also had some experience in like commercial game development. I was developing mobile games for some time for a company as a programmer. And that was really a cool time, but that was like the COVID time when the industry was blooming and shining. And then the business got closed and we all got fired. And then I was in the situation I need to find a new job or do anything with my skills. I started to viewing jobs, and in my small country, I live in Latvia, we have like really small amount of open positions and open companies open to hire new people. And and I've decided I have like skills to make something. I've always wanted to transition myself into full-time indie game developer sometime, but after like half a year of trying to land a job, doing interviews, also trying to find like remote job, I've decided the time has come.
We do it ourselves.
Yeah, because doing game dev commercially is fine, but it's really hard to find a project you really like. Because I've had some like good opportunities, but I didn't like the project. And I've decided, okay, I will try it myself. Let's see how it goes. First idea was to make a game in like 4 months, maybe half a year. And here we are, 2 years in, without a demo. But I launched a playtest.
I think that's my main question. Like, I'm looking, how did you get your wish list? Because you're doing really solid, I would say, especially this much months out in advance. But you don't have an H.io demo. In terms of YouTube, there's only a few tiny content creators, basically, with like 50 views or less that covered you. So what's the secret? Where did it come from? I don't see you like any event specifically.
No, not really. The wishes gain is also a little bit mystery for me neither. I've got a pretty good amount of views on my trailer on Twitter, but I was like trying to get if my idea is good. I've prepared like little demo. It's available on my YouTube channel, like Glitchless Games. But it's really bad and it's really outdated, but still, I was like, before even committing to to spend more than a year on a game, I was trying to get like a little bit of information, confirmation that idea is good. Just not to make a game no one wants to play. And I prepared a trailer like showing off the idea that like you have an elevator, you descend, and some bad things happens, and when you descend deeper and deeper, there worse and worse stuff still happening, and it's just like horror survival or roguelike game because you have a meta progression between runs.
Okay, so like the floors are always different, kind of where you land up on.
Yeah.
Or what's the okay.
And I've tried to get views on my trailer, and YouTube does really nothing. Like maybe no algorithm traction, maybe trailer wasn't good. Most likely trailer wasn't good, but I've tried a little bit of paid ads on Twitter and Reddit, I guess, just to show the trailer to the people and maybe get some feedback on the game idea. And the trailer really took off on Twitter, and it's got like 120 million impressions.
Jesus
millions,
Christ.
not thousands, millions, and it converted in like 6,000 wish lists. And then they changed some policies, I guess. And trailer, I can find the link. I think like paid ads you cannot find on the Twitter. But
I can see kind of like the progress. You went from like 500 to 1,000 in like a little bit over a week.
Yes. I was getting
Jesus Christ! Yeah, 124 million views. That's crazy.
Yep.
Something went weird. 19K hearts, 16K reviews.
Yep. And the trailer took off so badly that I was just not anxious about the game. But I've had the real prototype on the hands at the moment. I've had like working elevator system, and I was working on a game itself. And when I seen the traction it generated, my only thought, but I need to make a really great game to meet these expectations of people. And then something went horribly wrong in the algorithms. Maybe that was a bug that
I feel like because 124 million is a disgustingly high number. Yeah,
it's enormous. And and I was sitting and brainstorming what can I do, because I knew I can deliver the game really, really fast because I have a skill set, but I will not be really. I think I didn't want to deliver a really bad game. I could done a bad game because there was a really, really big interest in, but I think that will be not really good for my like mental health. I wanted to make a really great games. That's why we're all here, to make great games, to generate emotions of people's. And then I started to worrying how to make a really, really great game, like how to make it better than I had. And then I was developing this game for like a year more from that moment, and the trailer took off, and things changed a lot because like the first idea was great, but it wasn't really not that deep that I wanted it to be, because you had an elevator, it took you to random places, you just like wandering around that places, and that's it. You find another elevator to move on. And I
now
wanted
it's more like
depth.
you have an elevator as your base, right?
Yes, now you can like upgrade it, maintain it. You need to refuel, repair, like all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, and I need some instrument to push people go deeper and go explore the floor more to find useful stuff to use with their elevator. And the traction goes really, really low because this post not got deleted, but they updated some policies, and I cannot.
You had the one-time bang basically in wishlist, and now it crashed and burned once again. I guess is kind of what the problem is.
Yes. Now I'm getting some wishes, but deletions are more than the wishes I'm generating, basically.
I feel like that sucks to see it disappear the entire time.
It's okay, it's alright, I guess. And now I released a playtest. There was some traction also, but not as big as when the trailer was.
Doesn't give much either, yeah.
Yes. I got like 100 plus players tried the playtest, and I got like 11 reviews, and that's basically it. And like 400 people get the access. Just get the playtest button. But overall, I'm really happy with the results. I am a little bit skeptical about the reviews because they're all like overwhelmingly positive. It's like the game is really small right now on the content side, but the systems are working and they're really working great.
Where did you get
combined.
those reviews from? Because your discussions are empty right now, and I don't think you can give reviews for the playtests. Only for demos?
No. You have a Google form.
Okay, you got the Google form for feedback. Okay,
yes.
Well, so 11 people filled in the Google form. I feel like that's a pretty good rate for a playtest as well.
Yes. And I think the people who are playing right now, Rank Elevator, they was waiting for the game for like a year plus, and they're very positively, like on the positive side about the game, and that's why I got so high, so good reviews basically, and that's why I'm trying to get like more playtesters to the game, but I'm having a pretty like hard time to do that because it's really hard to get players to play your game if it's released, and maybe even if it's free, it's by the way really hard. Because there's so many good games releasing right now. It's enormous.
So your question is kind of like, where do you get more people from? How do you market this more? It's kind of what I feel like it boils down to. Like, okay, I need more people to playtest. I need more people to give me feedback so I can make this game the best game that I possibly can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically.
What's your timeline currently on the demo? How are you seeing the demo? What's like... stopping you from I guess 10 gigabytes of build size, maybe a thing. I don't know how big your build is gonna be. It's gonna prevent you from itch.io.
Yep, I have a itch.io page, but it's empty because like I have it filled out, but I am waiting from the itch support to answer because my build right now compressed it's like 2.2 gigabytes. Uncompressed it's like 6 gigabytes, like something like that.
Fucked on itch indeed. You can't really submit that.
Yeah, but there is some games which are bigger than that, and also there, if you're trying to upload the game which is bigger, there is a message like you can contact itch support team.
Yeah, the problem is itch support is run by one dude who's like, I feel like just doing cocaine every day instead of working because it takes so long.
I don't know really, because I sent this message even before I launched the playtest, so maybe like 2 weeks ago, and nothing.
Yeah. I think I reached out to them as well, and I think it took like 5 weeks or something. It was disgusting.
5 weeks.
I had forgotten that I reached out to them to begin with, and then
Okay. And yep, and I'm preparing the demo right now, working constantly every day, like on the feedback I'm getting. But all the feedback I'm getting right now, like the game is great, the systems are great, you need more content. That's all I have. And I think the playtest is a little bit rough to put it as a demo, because it have no ending basically, and it is really random dependent. I need to implement some mechanics to like make random more predictable from my side, so I can put like first of all make a randomizer not to put the same level for like 3 times in a row.
Like make it not real random, but more semi-random.
Yeah.
I feel like you're.
At least. Yeah.
Because I'm just gonna, because I feel like otherwise it's a little bit rambly. I feel because it's like very much stream of consciousness right now. So you're dealing mainly with game design stuff with this game, of like you're worried about the game. It's not good enough. I want to make it better. I have these people waiting for me. How do I get people to make it better, and how do I actually make it better game design wise?
Yeah.
Those are the two main things that you're worrying about right now, I guess. Anything else?
No, not really. Not struggling with the development. It's okay. I live in country when I can live on like 500 euros a month, and I'm pretty okay with that.
Latvia one time. It's a very nice and luckily very cheap country. So that's the one benefit you have as well.
Yes, it's really cool. That's why I was considering indie game first of all in the first place, because like developers in Latvia is not. It's getting pretty high paid if we are comparing to the average or median salary.
But still peanuts compared to Germany or whatever, I guess.
Yeah, because like you can expect the most like 60K a year for a really cool senior high-end position. And yeah, it's nothing compared to like US or Germany.
How many wish lists are you at right now? Like 6,000? More, less?
5.4.
5.4. So probably you're gonna push yourself out of the band to get into the popular upcoming, which is gonna be a big help as well. Are you looking for a release in Q1 in March 2026? I guess because you're gonna join Next Fest, and then a release after Next Fest is the current plan?
Yes.
So you have like 4 months to make the perfect demo. Is kind of the timeline right now. Okay. How much more content do you feel you need for the demo? Is it just the ending, or do you think there's a lot of more stuff missing?
I basically more than a year was working on the systems and not on the content. I've had like placeholders for generation, for loot scavenging, for monsters and all of that. And I was adding new content for like 1 month, I guess. And so basically for the last month, maybe a month and a half, I'm working only on the content. I have some core mechanics need to be enhanced, but to meet like this demo criteria, to make demo shine. But overall, I need just to make more content, more enemies, first of all, because it's a roguelike. People get really used to monsters, because it's a horror and a roguelike. Roguelike is really repetitive, and horror is all about like emotions and
being scared,
like,
finding out new things.
Yes, and if you see the same monster for like 20 times, it's not that scary anymore. That's why I'm transitioning a little bit into like horror survival, to make like the survival in the horror setting more like.
Do you have any idea what the average playtime is for your game right now? With playtest?
It's around 20 minutes median.
Yeah, that's still pretty short. You've definitely, you're lacking content, and I would say.
Yeah. But it's not average, it's median.
Yeah, but still, you want median to be, I think, more as well still.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any clear answers because, of course, I have never played your game, so I don't know, like, oh, this is the magic thing to fix the game design, like have the ending. Apart from it, I feel like, you have a somewhat decent work ethic because you've been working at this for 1.5 years, or like longer, I mean. Which means like, okay, a few months more of content probably can work. What's the current timeline of when you think you will have a first version of the demo out? Any idea about that?
I'm not really sure about that because I really wanted to make a demo release before Screamfest because I don't really know how it affects, like how demo release affects the Screamfest, because even now, even the playtest version wasn't really bad. It was lacking content, but overall a really small amount of bugs, and not so many people was facing issues and all of that. Only lacking content, but that's not a really big issue because I can add it with updates. And that's why I'm wondering, do I need to make a demo happen faster? Like just clear all the bug reports, make a little bit of content and put a demo tag and release it before Screamfest? Or I need to work like 1-2 months, put the demo out, and
I would put the demo out sooner, as fast as you can maybe, but disable the reviews. So have it be an on-page demo only. Because I wouldn't assume Israel is going to get to you. Like also 2+ gigabyte games on Israel, people are going to be less inclined to just like quickly download them. I think if you're probably... but like, is your game good enough for a demo right now? With like 20 minutes is probably like too little for a content creator, a little bit.
It's really hard to say. I've had a streamer playing the playtest version for like 2 hours, and he was having a really...
You narrate everything, so maybe we can make it work. Like you probably want to... Because 2 weeks from now, Screamfest, so you kind of want to do your content creator outreach in advance to like be like, hey, exclusive advanced access to the demo or whatever. I think it may be pushing it. Unless you literally just make the Steam, like the playtest version that you have, the real one. I don't think you've messaged content creators yet before, right? Of like, hey, here's my game, go play it. It was just a playtest being picked up naturally, or have you reached out to them directly?
It was picked up naturally.
So
some of the content creators was waiting for the release from that viral
Twitter post,
text post. Yes, and I've also, when the trailer was viral, I was getting like messages from guys from like 2 million subscribers on YouTube to get like the early...
But there was no game, unfortunately.
Yes, and now I think they're all gone. And I will try to reach them, like, by the way. But I don't know even how to do a really good outreach. Like, if I have a playtest right now and then I transition to demo, I need to disable playtest outreach streamers.
That's fine, I think. It shouldn't take a little long. Like I think it's honestly not too bad. I've made videos on the main YouTube channel about how to do content creator outreach. Horror gaming YouTube channels are very easy to find as well because there's just so many. And I would just reach out to them. Be like, hey, we're gonna you wanna like be like, hey, the demo is coming out for the Scream Next Fest on the 27th of October. You get early access. Just like in advance. Like a few days or whatever. Because I think honestly, just put faith in the build you have right now. I think you're almost like suffering too much of success. Like especially these first versions, I think is not 100% that deep. Like you have something that you have signs of like, hey, people really enjoy this. You still have a few months. I think getting like the demo out in first version and then planning like one big demo update, most likely, where you also then enable reviews could help.
But how the playtest will affect, like this open playtest? Does it break the misery?
No, not at all. It doesn't. Just disable the playtest and turn it into the demo.
Okay.
I don't think you should worry too much about that.
So you mean I need to give like private access to the demo to the content creators?
Like you put the demo live on the 27th, or like you put it live a few hours before the Screamfest starts, so you get included in like the category. But you upload the build in advance, and you send like release state override keys for the demo to content creators. So they can already download the build in advance, create content about it, and then they can be like, hey, you give them more incentive because they get exclusive coverage. They're going to be the first people who can cover this game because nobody else has access to the demo yet, except them, because you gave them the key, which gives them more of a reason also to cover this game, because it means like, hey, I have something exclusive, new and shiny. Whereas you're just like, by the way, there's a demo. If you want to go try it out, like, go for it. Like, that converts way less because it's like, yeah, you're treating the content creator like a regular person. But it's like, we're spoiled little entitled babies. We prefer to get like, even if it's a shitty like wrapper, we still want like something to make us feel more happy. Like having a key that gives us advanced access, for example.
Okay, so basically demos can have a key to have access
earlier
before release.
Yeah, okay. You can give them release state override keys. And you would send those just to like drum up a little bit of interest in the main demo, give them some time to create content in advance, and then go from there is what I would do. And then take a look at like your Steam discussions. Hopefully will flare up a little bit from people playing this and looking at the reviews and all of that. And I think, go from there.
Okay. Yeah, this sounds like a really good strategy for me.
Shoot me a DM after stream has ended, by the way, as well. I'll get you access to our Patreon. We have 2 very good videos on there about making game trailers and also how to get your game trailer on like the IGN and Game Trailers YouTube channel. And that will allow you to make a demo release trailer, which is an extra marketing beat of basically like, hey, I'm announcing now that my demo is out. Just to like, it's not like a crazy big difference of a trailer usually, but it's still like, it's that extra little marketing beat. And you want to get as many of those as you can at the end of the day.
Okay. Yep, I guess my time is up.
Yeah, but I hope I was still able to help you. So
yeah. So it was really cool. Thank you, Marnix.
No problem.
Thank you, Chad. See you next time, I guess.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day. See ya. Chat, we have one more dude in the lobby, in the waiting room. But honestly, I'm so done. It's been 7 hours. I kind of sure. Hey, GingerDev, you are the final caller for today. You got lucky.
I was actually in here earlier.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was like, he's been waiting for like a while before. I should probably like, because I don't know when I'm gonna do this stream again, and like, yeah. So please tell me you're a normal, sane human being who is not developing.
I am. I am. I got the luxury of listening to the guy who sounded like their life was ending earlier. So.
You also missed the guy whose divine purpose it was to make an MMORPG in WebGL.
No, I was there for that one.
You was there.
Particular guy one about.
Okay.
I was the person like just after him who joined, but you picked up somebody else, and then 2 minutes later, my daughter walked in. I was like, right, good time, and I'm gonna have to leave for now.
Okay. Anyways, what are you working on?
So I'm the same guy who did the Crit and Roll, the animal game that you looked at last week.
Yeah. I remember. Wait, what was it called? Crit?
Very social person.
You have a...
Crit and Roll.
I need to change...
I do have a camera.
I see myself twice now. I need to move the camera to you. I hate how Discord changes like the position all the time.
Yeah, it's perfectly standard.
Okay.
No, I am making a game now about with the same animal assets, of course, because I love them to pieces.
Yeah, I remember you talked about the prototyping thing. That's right.
Yeah, so I'm currently in a position where I am making my next game, which will probably take like 2-3 months. I've kind of gone for a management animal game with racing and collection in mind. It will probably do better than Crit and Roll. However, it will take longer and more time to develop, which is the harder part of it all.
Yeah. So, what's the question? What's the challenge that you're dealing with?
From a technical standpoint, I don't have any issues. I'd like to consider myself kind of competent. My issue stems from the fact that I've been making games for 10 years. I have ran and made my own company with co-founders, which I left in January to pursue solo dev. However, I am stuck in a perpetual loop of imposter syndrome where I'm in a state where I need to make money. My whole career, my whole passion, everything I do is game development. However,
you need to eat. Your daughter needs to eat.
So I need to figure out what game idea does well. There's a couple really good videos that came out this year regarding the like general statistics of who purchases what based on what genre, and stuff like dungeon builders are like top of that tier because they're complex to do. So it's very interesting. I've not obviously gone for that, but it's how did you guys get past the idea that a game that you make may or may not be played by anybody? Because I said this to you, I think a couple of days ago. I've been here since like your second or third video. I saw your devlogs for your Forge game, Forge Industries, and it's one of those things where you're building it, but you never actually know if anyone's going to play it at all.
That's a problem. You already described the problem that we try to avoid. Yeah. You know, one of the things that people make fun of from Bite Me Games is like, you cancel so many games. It's like, Magical Girl Guardians canceled, Sons of It canceled, all of these games canceled. I think it's just because we don't have the copium, whatever you want to call it, of like, it's gonna sell, even though we only have 150 wish lists after the next fest. It's like, no, we need to realize that, look, we've spent 4 months on this whatever, and it's really clearly not going anywhere. We just take it out of the barn and we kill it. And I think that is the main thing. You shouldn't worry about this the entire development, because if you're worrying about it, it probably means that subconsciously you know you're fucked. And then it's better off to realize, are we fucked? And if you are, you just should move on. I think that is a big thing. I don't really mind canceling games anymore. Before we were like, but do we really want to cancel this game? Because, like, you know, we kind of have this reputation for canceling. It's like, no, this is part of what you have to do. And the only thing that you can do to make it better is to realize you have to cancel something earlier, because you realize, okay, either we cannot make this game, like, to the technical degree required, or the market does not give a fuck about this game idea either. I think, like, this is why the importance of itch.io is so big. It's like, I think one of the recurring themes throughout this entire stream is like, all of the time we talk about itch.io more and more, because this helps you with that early validation. I think an example of this is like for us as well. It's like not Mate Cafe Simulator, My Virtual Friend, like the desktop pet game that we made. That game, I Vibe prototyped in, I think, 2.5 days. I spied Vibe prototyped it because I saw someone else make a desktop pet, and I'm like, fuck this shit, I can make a better version myself. I then made that one. I put it on itch. I forgot about it for a week. It got like 400 downloads, and I'm like, sure, we'll spend some more time on it. But I was ready to move on at that point. I had written it out of my system. I had put something out there. And that's why we prototype. That's why you figure out, is this a game that's worth pursuing? Is this a game design it's worth pursuing? And if not, then we just move on.
That's a hard one when you want to make complicated games. Like, if you can spend 2 weeks making a prototype of a game, but if your game is something which is more heavy on the programming side and requires some systems involved in order to do it, it's a lot harder to get that immediate response and feedback. And the previous person said before about how do you go about getting this feedback. Obviously, Itch is a great one. You post it on there as free, or you post it, as another guy said, costing something but down by 100% to get to different audiences of people. However,
I have a counterpoint for you, and I just want to shout out. Did you watch? So it's not like a sponsored thing or whatever. I genuinely vibe prototyped Forge Industry 2 as like a second automation game using AI for that Bezzy sponsored video I did a few months back in a single fucking day. I woke up in the morning and I'm like, I'm gonna build the prototype for an automation game. I cannot program. I let the AI do it. I just guided it. I'm like, I know this code sucks. It's not about writing scalable code in a prototype. I just want to see something move from point A to point B, transfer it, have a basic inventory, and kind of get that feeling of what's the visual vibe of the game, like the marketing aspect kind of. What's the gameplay vibe of the game? And that's basically it. I think it doesn't need to take 2 weeks, your prototype. Even if it's a more complicated thing, you just don't need to overcomplicate it. I was talking about this William, one of our programmers for Mid Cafe Simulator now. He's kind of stuck on like, oh, I made this thing way too complicated of like, we have like the concept of we can make food. And he like had made it so generic, the system, that like food could be like burnt, it could be undercooked, it could be all of those things. And I'm like, but we really don't fucking care about that. We didn't need to spend time on that. I just want a goddamn cupcake. Give me a hard-coded, single scalable object that's called cupcake, and then let me just duplicate it and call it cupcake with strawberry toppings, instead of thinking about how do I do my inheritance to kind of have toppings on top of my cupcake and then write the entire topping system. It's like, no. We just make it another fucking scriptable object, and I write like, I don't mind that I have to write like 4 extra strings to be like, oh, the description, the long text, instead of it being automatically generated. Because that's not the goal. The goal is not to make a cupcake topping system. The goal is to figure out, can my customer order an item from the menu, and can I give it to him, whatever it is. And I think that is kind of the prototyping thing of like, you don't need to worry about the code being pretty. You need to worry about, does this game have the right vibes and the right gameplay? And it doesn't matter that like all of it is smoke and mirrors and kind of shitty. It just needs to show that the game has enough like reason of existence to start thinking about, now how would I actually correctly implement this?
I fall under a category of people, which I'm sure a lot of your viewers are like, which is the idea of, it's also just for the reason I'm horrific when it comes to game jams. And I participate in a lot of them, but the idea of writing crappy code hurts. It really just... It just
you want to make money?
It's really difficult.
You want your daughter to eat? I shouldn't say that, but
like, it's true though. It's 100% true, and I completely get. I realize that you have to be able to prove something as a concept prior to investing the time into doing it. Like the crit and roll game, that I know already from the get-go was not going to make any money. The whole purpose of that was doing it because I had a really strong itch to do something with Twitch. I know that the whole genre and the whole niche really doesn't make any money. They are more gimmicky than anything else. I do have a 1-minute video on Win to show you, which is something I worked on earlier this year that I did work on for about a week and a half, and then I sent it out to Reddit, and it got absolutely huge audience of people looking at it. Everyone was like, I need this game now. I want this game now. And then I realized that the game scope was going to be like half a year to a year, and I was like, crap. So I ended up just putting it back to the side, but I still have the project, and I'd like you to have a look at it, to be honest.
Yeah.
See what your thoughts are.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to see
I'll
how
chuck it in. I'm trying to think which channel would be best for this.
Probably
Improve
Showcase would be best. Or
Showcase.
yeah. I can
Sure,
pull
I'll
that
chuck in
one up.
Showcase. So it is just it's 2 months of progress compiled down to one singular week. It was about 2 months. I kind of just went, I'm going to stop this. But this is what it looks like. Wait for it to upload. And loads of people looked at this and was like, this has like Dungeon Keeper vibes. It has Dungeons 3 vibe, like all that kind of stuff. And they were like, I really want to play this game. Is there a demo I can play? And my answer was no.
It's all smoke and mirrors.
But it's the only game I've made where I've had such a huge reception to it. Definitely want to put that on full screen.
Yeah, I want to.
I hate to do that, don't you?
To make it bigger.
Yeah, for context of what it is a dungeon builder roguelike where you are a architect who's been outcasted from a large corporation for having too gruesome and like too much gruesome ideas involved. And so I went through and built out I
can see why this game hit well on Reddit also, just as
exactly. Yeah, it like I put, and this is entirely solo. This is everything in here was done solo. But it's an idea of a game which I think people would be very interested in actually playing. And your whole point is building synergistic dungeons to defend against heroes coming in. And I wanted to do something like Slay the Spires sort of map. However, due to the nature of the fact that the dungeon never moves, instead each turn you do dungeon building, I end up with an oracle system instead. So you choose kind of what path you're going to go down based on what the oracle's options are. But that had like huge reception, and this is the bit that comes back to the whole imposter syndrome. Like, even though I had all that interest, I can see some people here going, that looks really cool.
Yeah, you're like, why didn't I do it?
Exactly, and it really fucking sucks. I've got a pitch deck as well, and I even sent it out. I sent the pitch deck to a bunch of publishers, and I actually got responses from publishers as well. I didn't get any of the like, we'd take on this game. It was more, come back to us in like half a year and show us again, and we'll consider you. And my stupid ass monkey brain just goes, nah, I'm gonna move on to something else instead. And
yeah. Maybe a stupid question, but I think any players here did ask it, because it's also what I've been thinking. So why not work on it now? Because I think you were now working on like a running game with like your animals, which once again, let's be honest, what's the market validation for that? Where is it? Is it anywhere? Do you have any?
So what do you mean by market validation? Are you on about testing to see if people are interested in a game like that, or
yeah, let me see if I should pull it up, because I think you shared it a few days ago. No, from the Ginger Dev.
Oh, are you on about my current game? There's none.
Yeah,
there's no validation whatsoever.
Yeah, so for context, chat, this is the game that you just saw what he used to work on, and this is what he's making now, and this is what I mean with like, where did it go wrong? When you have this clearly validated idea, and now suddenly we're racing donkeys in an art style that's not 100% cute. It's very much still prototype-y, and it's like, you're like, oh, I should have done this back then. Why did I not keep working on it? And now I can ask you the exact same question of like, why not now? I think your dungeon crawler like style game also is a Steam game. It's like almost perfectly crafted in the lab of this is what people want on Steam. It's a game you can charge $15 for, and people will line up to do it. Whereas this game, it's gonna be like a $5 game, and you're gonna be fighting all the way uphill in terms of marketing this game. There's gonna be way less content creators interested in this game.
So Zach Makes Games is asking about the right game that people would buy. The animal one, it wasn't. There's two Okay, so I'll give you just a tiny bit of backstory. I've wanted to release games on Steam for the last 7 or 8 years. I haven't done that. Imposter Syndrome's kicked my ass. So this year, after I left my company in January, I went, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to have a look and I'm going to try and release a game on Steam. So after I left my company, I started working on this project, and I started with a couple people. They all decided to bail because I was more driven than they were. So we end up they were on it for like a couple weeks, but I stayed on it for like a couple months. And then I ran out of money and needed to do client work. So for anybody in here that's asking what made you stop doing it, like if you got pride away from it, finances, money. So I end up having to go back into freelancing, which, you know, I'm successfully doing. It's not a problem. And I'm finding time to do streaming on the side on Twitch now. However, there's two itches I've wanted to scratch. One is a incremental game and one is a Twitch game. Now I've realized that the game I'm releasing for Twitch will make no money, and the incremental game's not even an incremental game, it's an idle game. So a part of me is like, I really want to finish this. I don't want to be that kind of person that's like, I'm going to start something and not finish it. But at the end of the day, I do need to pay the bills essentially, and I think I have a genuinely good game that people are interested in playing. It's a rough one.
Incremental one, you mean?
Yeah. So the animal one was going to be an incremental with it getting with like extra content and stuff like that. But I realized there's only so fast you can make animals run before they disappear or break.
When it doesn't make sense.
Exactly. So there's only so much you can do in a game like that. And I think as a cozy animal collection game, you know, there is an interest in cozy games at the moment, but it just sucks. It just sucks that I can't get myself to look at the Architect of Evil one and go, yeah, I'm going to finish that, because it will be like a solid 6 to 8 months of just straight development, but I have a very high chance of it doing very, very well.
Okay, so now say it again and listen to yourself when you say it.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem with, like, I was talking to a friend the other day.
6 to 8 months is small scope game territory still, especially as a show.
It is. I get that, but I was having a conversation with a friend the other day, and I was like, "Ignorance is bliss." I wish I was stupid, and not like in the sense of programming, but you know, the idea that the more you learn, the more you realize how long something takes to make and stuff like that. I realized I was back in the days of, for instance, the guy who has the WebGL idea to make RuneScape on crack, for instance, where you have this grand idea that you're like, I'm just going to make it because I can, like, because I want to. Now everything is, I need to make something that will make money that doesn't take too long, but that just doesn't exist and isn't realistic.
Yeah. I would seriously find a way to make that one work instead of the animal one. Like 100%. Figure a way, I think. Revisit it. See how you can change the scope. See how you can change the formula or whatever. The visuals, 100% buy for a lot of people, even in the current state. I think you just need to figure out a way to make it work. You're already like 90% there, convinced. I feel like you just are almost too scared of wanting to actually tackle it, and instead you're like, oh, I'm gonna keep prototyping this cute little animal game instead.
It's the idea that validation will become it. The imposter syndrome here is that I feel like if I make it and it does take me 6 to 8 months and it's validated to be a terrible idea and no one wants to play
it's already been validated that it's a good idea. That's the thing. You already know it.
It has, but I know it's scary. It's scary.
That's game development. You just put your. It's one of the worst possible things to do.
Yeah, I know. I've done this for 10 years, right? I did freelance for the majority of it. It's evident that I've got the skills to make something through. It's just, I already have. Like, I'd love to sit in a call with you at some point outside of stream and just show you where it's at. It is complexity-wise ridiculous. And it's something which I wanted to boot my YouTube channel up back again to do devlogs on and stuff like that. But it's also balancing, you know, having a wife and a child and a job and everything like that. It's just, everything is stressful. See, I know there's a lot of people that have even just seen the video and be like, yeah, that looks really cool. I'd probably play that. And I get that.
What do you need? What are we doing here? What are we waiting for?
I don't know. Being the most typical game dev with experience, knowing how long something will take, and realizing where can you see my stuff? For now on Twitch. You can just that's the place where I will be for the most part. For the near future. You like money? Make it. I do like money. Yeah. But I appreciate the time to talk, honestly. I've been watching you since forever. It's really interesting to get your take on it from a personal point of view.
Yes. Yeah. I think find a way to make it work instead. Like, even if that means whatever you have now, start from zero again with the knowledge you have. That might honestly be better than revisiting the code base you kind of threw together then, because that's, once again, it's a prototype. And then figure out...
That game wasn't built as a prototype at all.
Okay.
By the time I validated it, all the code in there is spick and span.
So you kind of got lucky because you didn't prototype it at all. You just ran into something that people wanted to.
Yeah, this exact same thing I was on about earlier. I hate the idea of prototype code. I struggle with it so hard. It's why I struggle with game jams, because I just prefer clean code.
Yeah.
But it does pay off in particular instances like this. And the game's very inspired by proven to work things. It's got the 4 main inspirations of it is Evil Genius, Dungeon Keeper, Dungeons 3, and Slay the Spire. Like, those are the 4 pillars of the game, which are all proven to do well. It's just about executing it and making it look. And yes, perfection is the enemy of good. I do agree there.
Yeah. So I think you just should take a revisit at it, and I think honestly it would be the smarter move to do in this case as well. For the game, it's gonna make your life so much easier and everything, because the game is the multiplier at the end of the day. The game makes your marketing way easier in every single regard, and you have a really strong multiplier to start with this. You've already validated the multiplier, where even with a shitty 1-minute video, you get people interested in it. That same amount of interest from like probably your next 5 prototypes will be harder to get to, basically.
Yeah, and also, just going to throw this out there, for the person who's on about having a dialogue system in the game, I have built my own dialogue system along with a cutscene system and a, what's the voiceover system, that all work in tandem with one another. So don't worry there. I've got myself covered there.
The code is going to be spick and span. It's going to take 3 times as long as it needs to be developed. But at least it'll be tested.
Yeah, but am I allowed to, just before I pop off, am I allowed to post myself?
Yeah, sure. I don't think you can post Twitch like URLs. I think I'm gonna have to.
I'll just say on here. So you can follow me on the gamedev on Twitch if you're interested. I will consider, based on the sheer amount of interest I've got from people here, actually working on my Architect of Evil game. Are you happy now?
I mean, it's your future, not mine. But I'll drop the URL for you instead.
Amazing.
So you can go from there.
It's been a good chat.
Anyways, thank you very much for still calling. I think we had a good end to the stream. So
sad I missed like 4 people. Like, actually, way more than 4 people. I've been gone for like the last 2.5 hours.
Good thing that there's a very long vault you can watch if ever you do. Oh, I can do a shout out.
You should. I will say, for the question that you've asked people at the end, my favorite videos that people make across the YouTube gaming dev space is cost analysis. How well did their games do? What's the breakdown?
The postmortems.
What did they do to get there? Postmortems are my favorite content by far for game dev content, because it gives you a realistic outlook on how even the most professional people have done.
I had a second question, because you're the last guy and we're just chilling now. This is kind of a dumb, stupid question. I was like, do I ask the real serious question?
Go for it.
Of like, what's the video you want me to make? The other alternative question, you're not going to be ready for this. Would you rather have me as a father or as a like son? Which one would you prefer? Really? Okay.
Easy answer there. You have massive father vibes.
That's, I don't know. I've been wondering about that for a while. I don't like what would you prefer? So, yeah.
It's 100% dad vibes.
I don't
Considering
know.
I'm a dad, are you planning on kids?
Nope, not at all. It's just like
No.
a stupid question that's been boggling my mind. And every time I have a call with someone here on the stream, I'm like, should I ask them? Should I ask them? I'm like, no, I shouldn't ask them. It's a horrible thing. But now it's like, it's been over 7 hours. My mental state has crumbled to nothing.
Hey,
So
you have a great following and have the people of interest. I think doing 7 hours with 100 plus viewers on YouTube and about 25 average on Twitch, that's fine. I could sit in there for that. I'm sat at like 5 viewers when
I mean,
they develop.
our Twitch is not doing as hot, but yeah. So
Twitch never does. Twitch, it takes so much longer for Twitch to become more consistent. But YouTube, you guys are smashing it. Obviously, it's a slow grind, but you're doing very well.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna go into like a little after party chat or whatever, and we're gonna keep it at that. But think about the other game. Think about the dungeon creator game instead of the horse racing or like animal racing game. I think that's the.
I will take a very deep consideration, and you'll see the results tomorrow morning UK time if we've decided to.
Perfect. Enjoy the rest of your day, and best of luck still. See ya.
Catch you.
That was a long ass stream. Well, we're not over yet. I kind of just wanna continue drinking my beer, not my beer, my strong zero sugar free, and do like a little bit of a recap of everything that happened. Aimer AM3R in YouTube says like game dev son or VTuber daughter, 100% VTuber daughter, 1000% VTuber daughter, because at least she'll have money, most likely. Strong zero means zero alcohol? Nope, not at all. It's 7% alcohol in this case. This has been a great stream. I think so. Guys, I'm gonna plug it. Look, it's been a very long stream. Please, if you want to support us, there's a very simple way you can do it. If you have Amazon, Amazon, you can link it to your Twitch, and you can go to Twitch. Wait, no? I should have an option. I think I actually have to wait tomorrow. But you should be able to update your subscription, and you can sub for free. It gives us like a few bucks. It makes me want to do these. I can't show you, unfortunately. I have to wait until next time. Uzavi, you want to join next time and chat? What are you going to talk about? That's the question. Because what can I help you with? You have everything you need already. You have 100,000 wish lists. So I think there's less to help you in that regard. Anyways, let me pull up the chill Skyrim music again, just to relax. YouTube, stop buffering. Thank you. Best stream as of date. I think, people who like to watch like the live stream VODs, like during their work or whatever. Oh, it's Umami, not Uzabi. That's why. Yeah. Umami, you can do next time. I thought Uzabi, because he's also in here. I didn't read the thing exactly. Maybe some good examples with all the trauma dumping. Yeah, man. I'm surprised. So I'm just gonna show this. This is the viewer graph, and there was a drop here. I'm surprised it was very consistent, honestly. Oh, you are Uzabi, just a different account. Where I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna name names, but some of the conversations we had were rough. Very rough. You probably have an idea which ones I'm talking about. I'm gonna leave it at that. But I feel like, if we get like multiple of those in a row, it's like, oh fuck, this is horrible. But you guys seem to be here for the train wrecks as well, which I'm grateful for. Honestly, the best thing I've watched, and I've watched many. I mean, it's better than doing game development, I guess, in general. And I think, yeah, it helped me a lot in finding out what you guys are struggling with. I think the thing you're struggling with a lot is, what is it called? Prototyping. A lot of people are uncertain about prototyping or don't prototype at all. And then the second thing is marketing. And that one definitely I felt like as well. So I asked that question, like I said, not just to people here on the show, but also if they meet me in real life. And all of them always bring up either marketing, tier lists, or postmortems. Postmortems and tier lists are kind of harder to do because there's only a finite amount. But I think marketing definitely is something that clearly I seem to have to do more about. Because I think a lot of people definitely weren't sure. Also, Zach, you should go to bed. It's after midnight and you probably have to go to your salaryman job tomorrow, unfortunately. But thank you very much for still having hopped on. What else are we missing? The first step in creating a game is marketing. So that is what I often say. Like, the prototype is where you already have to start thinking about marketing to a certain degree as well. As hard as it sounds, sometimes it's starting to hear people having issues you don't have to deal with and get a bit of a perspective. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you very much, that friendly dev, for the €5 super chat as well.
Thank you again.
When's the next call-in stream? So Shannon, it's going to be. I don't know when. I actually can't tell you, and I also can't tell you. I don't think it's going to be 7 hours, unfortunately. You guys were lucky that my girlfriend, my fiance, she's still out partying somewhere at the World Expo right now, so I could just spend the entire evening myself. She would probably bash me in the head with a hammer or something. Oh, actually, I know. Guys, I think I can tell you when the next stream would be. I need to look at like a time zone converter though. Because she's actually going to go on a 2-day trip with her family, and I'm left alone. Let me just figure out what the time zones are. What are some other ones? Probably, because it's going to be US based, so I'll do Florida. I'll do just New York. It's the same time zone anyway. And then LA, Los Angeles. And it would be at 5 in the morning. Oh god, I'm gonna hate my life. Probably 6 in the morning. Just so I get a little bit more sleep, which is 7. What time is that in Belgium? Yeah, so it's not going to be a Europe friendly stream. It's going to be a basically only US and South America, Latin America stream, most likely. And it would be on the 26th, I think, which is going to be a Sunday. Well, a Saturday evening, I guess, for I don't know if that's a good time zone. Practically, if we want to keep it this length, that's probably the only time that would work, unfortunately. So yeah. I realized people like the idea of making a game instead of the process of learning to make one. Yeah, I think I called that out in the recent video or something of some people are more in love with the idea of making games compared to actually making games and actually putting in the work. And I think that's fine. But I think you just need to be aware of hey, I kind of would like to... You need to be honest with your intentions of don't watch marketing videos if in reality you don't really want to make a game, basically. So yeah. It was a great eye-opener, already a playtest banner for Pass, but it takes a couple days to approve build. Yeah, no worries. Many of the depressed people feel like they didn't enjoy the process. I love Zach and how he was just so worried and stressed about everything. It's take a break. Take a break. Do I think I should get a Steam page up for Architect of Evil ASAP? Not. Give it a month or something. Give it a little bit of time. You want to get a good capsule, because I'm gonna be honest, Leginger Jeff, you like AI art, I feel. Do not use AI art for this style of game. I think it's not going to go over well either. So yeah. Just assuming you like AI art because your image. I've not used AI art for anything ever. What's your Discord profile pic, my dude? It's an AI generated picture. What are we talking about? So yeah. I finally redesigned my capsule art after chat thought it was a capsule. It was AI art for Retro Game Store Simulator. Poor guy. You spent so much time and effort on it and now you have to redo it. Yeah, now it's like, it's a very different style. I feel like the stroke is kind of rough. Like you can barely read the Retro Game Store. Probably you want a little bit more spacing, and then like, why is it a gray stroke on a white background? That's my first thought. Hey, you've been picking up some wishlist at least. Q1 2026 can still work, I think. So yeah. Ah shit. It's all good, Shannon. Yeah. I don't know if I would change the format an awful lot for the streams. I think I maybe... But it feels so shit. We had a few developers who kind of just started rambling and rambling and rambling, and I'm like, what are we talking about here? I don't know what you're saying. What do you want from me? I feel like to a certain degree, I should be more like, yo, what do you actually want from me? What's the actual game idea? Something like that, like kind of have like more of a hard cutoff. Because I feel like it's nobody wants to listen to some guy who doesn't know his game idea talk about it for 8 minutes or something. So that's probably something that I would want to maybe do some screening first. Nah. I think honestly without the screening it was fine, because then how would we have gotten the dude whose divine mission it was to make an MMORPG? I think that's way better. Yeah, the 5 AM guy was definitely one of the highlights as well. The few minutes as a pitch, I think maybe getting like, you know, giving them the format in advance of like, you have to tell me this and you have to answer this question or whatever could work. But I think just getting in the pure randoms, the beauty of introverted, neurodivergent game developers suddenly being put on a stage with 120 or 130 people looking at them also has to do something. I don't want to make it too concise and like, if you have to go in here with a pitch deck, it's like nobody's gonna show up. I think I'm already surprised that like this many people showed up in general. I would like to keep it to the pure random. Just go into the waiting room and then join later on. I think that's fine for me. I think it went better than expected overall still. So yeah. Maybe lower the initial time allotment and expand if promising. Maybe... Also, it feels like I'm too personal at grading them. Like, okay, no, you did not deserve the bonus 10 minutes. You may now leave again. So yeah. It was scary a bit, but people expect it, so they should be alright with being on stream. I mean, yeah. It's like, at the end of the day, you're just a faceless Discord emoji. It's like, you just leave if you don't like it. I think it's still pretty low stakes. Just need to steer the conversation. Yeah, I've been trying to do that more at the end. I think also because I'm just more tired and more like fed up with like, I don't want to deal with this bullshit anymore. Ask chat for a 1 or a 2 if they get extended time. Thumbs up or thumbs down, and then we either kill them or not. You're expecting slurs today was good, probably. Yeah, that's like the... I think we were kind of risking it with the guy who started talking about his divine intervention. Not divine intervention, but like, you know, I'm gonna make this game in the afterlife. Was I think like the one point where I was like, ooh, what is it gonna be? And then some guy in chat was like, oh, are you like Terry A. Davis? And I'm like, oh, this was not the right thing to ask a guy who might be slightly schizophrenic when he's like live with 130 viewers. But yeah. Game devs are not gamers. One like it, I'll do these things that they like their own posts. Oh my god, Tibijibu, you really genuinely missed the best live stream of the year. You also missed me doing this. I'm still not convinced he wasn't trolling. I'm very certain, I think, that he was dead-ass serious about... his divine. Like, the moment he pulled up the WebGL custom engine, I'm like, yeah, this guy's the real deal. So he stepped out for that one. I think it's also like, you know, I'm stuck in this conversation with them on top of it. Like, I need to figure out a clean break between them without them eternally hating me. So yeah. We need to have a short with him. I don't think so. We need to get him on a full, like, 1 hour podcast. Why does Jonas Tyroller only also like Chris Zukowski and like Gavin Eisenberg? He should just get that guy to talk about the beauty of making an MMO RPG as your divine goal. So yeah, it's been a fun night, I would say, in general. Arrange a panel with all the big names and 5 AM guy. I'm not doing that. I like the timer because if I knew that I wasn't interested in the person talking, I knew how long I had to go to grab some coffee. Yeah, I think 20 minutes is honestly, I think, a good amount, because I never, like, you know, I always went over like a little bit if like the conversation made sense, but otherwise it was like a hard cutoff. Like, also, it's kind of how I work on the Patreon as well. It's like you pay for 45 minutes, but I'm gonna be honest, there's like one guy I had as a game dev patron for like 2 years almost, and most of our calls were like 2 hours or something, because it was just like, you know, we could keep talking and we really vibed and all of that. It's like, I don't mind. I like to hear it. The more I hear about the stream, the more I am sad that I missed this one. Yeah, there were definitely some legendary level like moments, I would say. How about taking notes on the recurring topics and stresses that you notice making a video or cover? Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not sure if I can, but like I have a good vibe now as well of like, what are people struggling with? Like I said, I think, for example, the video coming out now on, I recorded it today before the live stream about like, hey, the guide to prototyping your indie game or something. Let me pull it up. What was the video I had? A guide to efficient prototyping. This one. Oh, I didn't share my screen. Whatever. I recorded that before, and like doing this call made me realize, okay, this is actually what Bite Me viewers like really fucking need, because they have no clue how to actually correctly prototype, basically. So yeah, that was a vibe as well, I would say. Yeah, I don't know if I missed a lot of stuff, but I really do think that this was a fun stream. I'm honestly surprised. I've basically once again talked for 7.5 hours nonstop. I'm not sure actually how many people did we like. I kind of feel like Bonnie Blue ran through by a bunch of strangers I met on the internet. Except I'm just talking all the time to them. And that's it. How many people are in the call today? Like, let's do some napkin math. Like 7.5 hours. Let's say like, with it 7 hours, so that would be 21 people if we assume like 20, like let's say 20 people in total ran through me today. Which is still, I think, a very, very solid number. To go there. Boris about slurs also mentions Bunny Blue being red. Sometimes, you know, I'm like, I have a sometimes crass style of saying things of like, oh yeah, this thing of prototyping makes me feel like taking a gun and shooting myself through the head. And it's like, should I say these things on live streams? Probably not. Probably not to strangers I've never met. But, you know, I like to think, you know, we have the parasocial relationship that I can get away with saying those things. I think, yeah, the average Bite Me viewers, I think the one trend that every single person had is every single one was a software developer. Every single one was a developer. I don't think we talked to a single person who was an artist or anything like that. I think you tapped into a possible goldmine for content. Honestly, this was like an idea that I was almost even scared of doing. It ended up working better than I expected because we always had a stream of people. I was honestly scared that nobody would show up and nobody would want to talk to me. But I'm happy that it happened. Now, I don't know if you mean like gold merch for content in case of like repurposing this into shorts and whatever. I really don't want to deal with that. I think just watch the. I think there's more value in me just taking the learnings and then go through that. I think you'll have to do shorter streams next time. I think that's also just going to be a live thing. It's just I had a very high amount of time today, so I'm like, let's just do it this way, basically, and go from there. God, it's almost 1 a.m. It's crazy. I've been working since 6 in the morning. This way. I just mean live content. Yeah. Next time, you can talk to a full-time teacher plus full-time PhD student who's trying to make a game over the span of 5 years and think that's a realistic goal instead of software dev. Yeah. Yeah, the hardcore coding stuff, it's Code Jesus, I think. Someone mentioned it before. Let me see if I can... Coding Jesus. This guy. He apparently does like... Maybe it's in their life or something. Yeah, decent C++ developer called in. I think this is the guy you're talking about. Yeah, mock interviews, Discord, whatever. He's probably earning way more money than me as well. Oh well. I watch him sometime. Really interesting because I'm a CS student. Yeah. We also had a few idea guys, didn't we? We did. Oh, we did. Someone like you, right, Loya? I feel like you also were very weird because you like just called in to complain about small games, I feel, without like a clear question. And I was like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? I have no clue. Where is this going? And then we got like circular where I was like, yeah, but you were kind of saying the thing that you said you were against, but now you're like, oh, it's good. So it was a funny one. Loya was just vibing with me. Yeah, he just wanted to hang out with me and strengthen the parasocial relationship, I guess. You make a clickbait video of the 5 a.m. guy. No, I'm probably just gonna like mention him in like a video of like why your dream game idea sucks or something like that. And like, yeah, there's like, you know, there's people out there and they think it's their divine destiny to make a WebGL custom engine game and deal with that. So yeah. It was a vibe. I just lost it. It sounds like a fun stream. Adrian TBYT. It was an amazing stream. I guess you meant I just joined it or something. I just jumped in. Yeah, I have an idea of a video. How to pitch your ideas would be good for improving game dev's communication skills. One kind of thing that maybe is like tangential to this is kind of like a pitch thing where like you have a stage and everyone gets like 5 minutes to pitch their game and then like chat can like roast them or something. Once again, the problem is I think we wouldn't get enough submissions. That's my main worry, I think, as well. I had some general questions planned, but I drank a Red Bull before my call and lost all focus. You should have used Monster. That's the better approach, right? There's a lot of people who can't summarize anything though. Yeah, I think when I hope he's gone to sleep. I think shout out to Zach. When I asked him, please describe your game, and he starts by, it's a horror game where you walk around and there's fog, and then he starts talking about the what is it? Oh yeah, I'm asking like, what's the gameplay feature? It's like there's a forest, and then I was like, hold on, we're killing this. No. Let's go back to the drawing board. And I was like, I have to ask this guy more specific questions or we're never gonna get anywhere. Well, you have to describe a forest as a gameplay feature. So yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes is maybe a lot of time. Probably like 2 minutes or something. It's like the more realistic thing, like elevator pitch. Like kind of, you know, like Shark Tank for game developers, where this goes even further. I would give... This is like a stupidly big thing. This is like a dream collab, whatever thing. You get like me and a bunch of other game dev YouTubers, 4 in total. Like me, Indie Game Dev Clinic, Thomas Brush, Aramis, whatever. I'm just pulling out names. And we get a fake budget each of like $1 million in Monopoly money. And then we kind of are like, okay, we get viewer submissions from like everyone. And then we get to decide, do we invest our fake money in this? And what do we want in return? Depending on like how much we trust in the game idea, yes or no. And like, get a Thomas Brush, get an indie game clinic, like very different approaches to like game development or whatever. Dragons Den, I think Shark Tank sounds better. But I think this is like, you know, the logistics and the amount of work and effort for the zero payoff that it would get would not be there. But it would be like, you know, is the dream ideas of like, yeah, what I would do. So in my game, you can use a keyboard to move the camera. I move the camera with the mouse. And it's like, yeah, that was him. That was him, 100%. Winner gets a Steam key to each of your games. I don't think they really care. Honey Blue can sponsor it. Just get the 3 main Bite Me devs. Yeah, but I think it's still different. And then the question is still, I don't know. Yeah. Like, the best case would be that we would also get, like, an actual publisher to join it. Like, read from Critical Reflex or whatever. But then it's, like, more standard. I'd make you a whole PowerPoint for Game Dev Shark Tank. YouTube has just been feeding me too many Shark Tank shorts recently. And that's probably why I came up with the idea. I'm, like, in the middle of it. I don't know. In the game, I'm surprised. I honestly would have hoped. Unfortunately, he's gone. I would have wished Indie Game Clinic should have honestly joined. I was kind of considering like putting in shit like, hey Joe, join in. Oh, hey Trippin, how's it going? You missed the best stream of all time. Because I kind of did want to talk about his game that he's working on, the Game Maker one, because it honestly looks really good. And I think it could perform well. And I kind of want to give him my evil marketing perspectives and whatever. But unfortunately, he didn't join. But I think it would have been a legendary, like, out of nowhere collab as well. The issue is I never know when these streams are until a few hours beforehand. Yeah, because I'm not like Indie Game Clinic where I plan them like a month in advance. So I guess I can do it for the next one. Like, maybe for this one, I kind of do want to do it. But yeah. You need to allow... What did I miss? You missed a guy talking about how it's his divine destiny to make an MMORPG called like RuneScape on crack using WebGL. And that's it. I was surprised it should just be a personal consultation. The judges can each offer one consultation. Some gaps can get more or spread across contestants. Yeah, because Indie Game Clinic also does one-on-one consultations. And then I think... Thomas Brush gives him like the Thomas Brush prize is you get a course or whatever. 5 a.m. guy. I feel like we cut that one short. Like at first when he was like, oh, you should just skip me, I was like, no. I have a moral obligation. I want to figure out how can I help this guy as much as possible. But after 10 minutes, I was like, no, thank you very much for calling. We'll keep going. And that's it. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people also joined the Discord server. And are like very confused. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's better. Bro needs his sleep. Yeah, so no need to go and sit in the waiting room anymore. But I think overall, it's been a fun stream. Oh, Zach actually... This is his procedure. This is the anime horror game about a frisbee. Let me show. This is the procedurally generated. Oh God, Zach, please just. This is. Yeah, you have a forest on a grid, but it looks like ass because it's a forest on a grid. Just use Unity terrain system and use brushes. That's it. Funky slot the blanket advice for everyone was this ain't it, Chief. Zach. This ain't it, Chief. That forest is not it. I'm very proud of you for figuring out how to do a grid, but you shouldn't have done it. Kyle R. Scroll up to mine. What did you do, Kyle? Staff AI loop. That's a little good. Yeah, I kind of expect a little bit more. Okay. So it's a cooking game. I can tell you live in China. And then, you know, it's a cooking delivery game to the, yeah. It looks very, I'm not sure, honestly. It doesn't look cozy, which is, I think, a problem. And it feels like a cyberpunky. I'm not sure what the exact visual identity for this game is. I'm not 100% honestly. And I feel like there's not a single UI. I don't know if that's intentional or not. As well. But yeah. Not huge on this type of game. You mean the Frisbee one? Or yeah. Metroidvania or platformer? Or is just a, I think it's just a management game almost. So yeah. First cyberpunk wholesome game. Yeah, lovely drawing, that's true, but it's just like, is the identity... What's the identity of this game, basically? Oh, Truppen, you're showing in Showcase as well. Are you doing game development yourself? Because, I mean, I guess you are. You wouldn't watch Bite Me games as well. So yeah, it looks like Diner Dash, Overcooked, whatever, like all of those styles of game, basically. He is indeed making something. What am I looking at, though? Next Ball. Is this like a point? What's it called? Breakout-like? A weird breakout-like? I'm not sure. Remember what we talked about with the visuals and how visuals matter, Truppen? I feel like you... tiny bit better. I'm planning on releasing the game in like 6 months. Please. I think the visuals need a little bit of work still. And all that can make you feel better real quick. I'm very curious what you're gonna do with Zabi. Not with Zabi, Yeroxia. Zabi. The game reminded me of Animal Restaurant. All mobile, same style, different team. I almost hit 8 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna actually text my girlfriend. Where she is. Because I feel like she should be getting home soon because the last train is soon. Maybe she's gonna show up soon. So I feel like I have to skedaddle soon. I don't know if we're gonna hit the 8 hours. But I would prefer for her not to be brutally murdered. Although it's Japan, so it should be pretty safe. She just texted me deadass. Are you sleeping? Right when I text her like 4 messages in a row. Girls. We're gonna wrap this thing up soon, probably. I feel like she's gonna go crazy when I tell her that I'm still live streaming. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We are, in fact, not sleeping. We are prototyping this one. God damn it. That's like 2 8-hour streams in like a 4-day period. It's a photo from February. Ah, I see. Yeah. I think overall great format. 100% we're gonna do it again. Everyone is like sharing now because they want me to look at it, I guess. Oh, she's gonna be here in 2 minutes. So yeah. I'm gonna wrap up the stream, guys, in just a few minutes. If you have any last minute questions, now is the time to ask. You have 5 minutes left or something. And otherwise, we're just gonna pack things up. Where are you guys when we're working on our game development streams? Rohan, bro is wrapping it up as soon as you join. At least, Rohan, you have an 8-hour vault to go through. When is next stream? Like, the next stream is not going to be probably this. We mix our streams a bunch. We do like general, like just chatting streams, but it's like game dev. We do development streams. We do playing viewer demos. Probably the next ones are gonna be actually Steam Next Fest demos. I realized I just haven't. I don't really plan my streams, unfortunately. The best way to know when we're going to be doing a live stream is by joining our Discord and then getting the live streams role, and then I will ping you so that you know when the live stream is happening. We went through hard streams together. Loya, we built up the parasocial relationship. We talk to each other. You now know, your favorite like comfort streamer. You got to speak to your Oshi, like we say in Japan. So yeah. So yeah, anyways. I think that's it. You feel complete now. So yeah. I'm gonna leave it at this, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's almost 1 in the morning. What the fuck am I doing in my life? I'm gonna get like an angry message from my landlord tomorrow of like, you're making too much noise. This is why we hate foreigners. Mike, you should also be heading up to bed soon, because you've been watching this for a long time as well. Guys, I'm just gonna say it one more time. If you want to support us, get some Patreon. A lot of these questions and a lot of these problems that our audience had would have been solved if they just watched some Patreon videos. Make these streams make financial sense, please. Or if you want, and you want me to help you one-on-one without putting you in front of people, that is an option as well. So anyways, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.